Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Bayford Meadows for coverage of round 7 of the 2021 Club 100 Sprint Championships in association with Rotax. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is not Howard Mitchell today, because we'll get onto that in a minute, but a last-minute replacement in Kieran McGinley will be your commentators today for your Alpha live stream on here, the 12th of September 2021. Here's your circuit for today, Bayford Meadows in Kent, local circuit to Club 100 HQ, 1,200 metres, 12 turns, arguably the most difficult circuit to get right that we go to for the whole season. A very, very technical, twisty challenge for the drivers out here today, and should produce for some good racing. Weather forecast from JMW Forecast looks like this. It's cloudy at the moment, 18% chance of rain, a high of 21 degrees Celsius, a low of 16, with a light breeze across the circuit. Arguably, I'm saying arguably a lot so far today, perfect karting conditions. Not too hot, nice and dry out there for the drivers to say. A fluttering breeze across the circuit to cool the drivers down as well out there. Let's move forward then and get through some of the housekeeping for today. I think we've got the schedule coming up next. Oh, we haven't got the schedule coming up, but we'll run through that. It's the same format as we've had previously, so for those who are here for the first time, each driver out there today will compete in 3 heats, starting 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. There'll be 12 heats in all. So basically, a driver races once every 4 heats. Drivers will then race through, scoring points in each of those heats, and either get into a C, B or A final. Those will be later on today. The big points being available in the A final, and opportunities from the C and B finals to repecharge up into the next race to get some more points. Heavyweights will run first this morning, so if you are tuning in for the lightweights, you are very, very welcome. And by all means, do stay with us here on Alpha Live. The lightweights will be running through their schedule, the same order in the afternoon. And I think now is a very good opportunity. As I say, we have had a last-minute change here in the DDMM commentary box this morning. Howard Mitchell, unfortunately, has tested positive for you-know-what. So Kieran McGinley joins me in the commentary box here at Bayford Meadows. Kieran, welcome to Club 100.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're having a great day. It looks pretty good out there. Yeah, a couple of clouds in the sky, but as you said, pretty much perfect conditions to go racing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this quick fire action. And yeah, as you say, bit last minute, but wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
Absolutely. We've had a test session this morning for the folks wanting a bit more extra track time. Miguel Hall was fastest in the practice session this morning with a 51.176. Anwar Barul Smith was second fastest. Leon Dupreez was third. Matt Wyman, who's looking for a hat-trick of round victories coming into Bayford Meadows here today, he's won the last 2. And including the last streamed round that we had at Rye House a few weeks ago. He was 4th fastest on the 54.743, Jonathan Elliott 5th, Richard Allen 6th. I will put the advisory in though. We do not know what weight any of those drivers were running, so some of them could be running slightly under weight that they need to hit for this heavyweights class. Bayford Meadows, great facility here, as I say, local to Club 100 HQ, which is a stone's throw away from the circuit. And there's the main man himself, John Viger, Managing Director, making some last-minute adjustments to some of the track furniture. Let's get ready, though, for race number 1. Heat number 1 is just about set to go. So let's have a look at the grid for this first heat of the day in the heavyweight and super heavyweight sprints. Adam Wright will be on pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Rory 7. Row 2 has Anwar Barul Smith and Richard Newton lining up on it. Miguel Hall and Elliot Muse will go from row number 3. Steve Lindley and Alex Pritchard will battle away from row number 4. Dave Pethers and Darryl Lowe, great to have Darryl back, start on row number 5. Kieran Chigsey and Samuel Bensley are on row 6. Leon Dupries and Bo van Yangveld are on row 7 for this one. Andrew Hicks and Martin Robertson on row 8. Luke Phillips wraps out the 17 runners in this field. And I should point out as well, from 12th down, those are all novices / class 3 runners. And similar to how you have in Motorsport UK, club racing start this race from the rear of the field. They themselves have a bit of a mini grid, whether you start from the front, the middle or the back of the class 3s. A bit more housekeeping for you just as we get underway. On our timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk / Club100, you will be able to see yellow number boarded drivers are class 1s. They are our premier drivers in this heavyweights competition. Blue for C2. And you'll see super heavyweight drivers denoted with a SHW as well out there. So that's just to explain what all of that is about. Here we're having a look at the last corner. A very tricky section here to get the braking right. There's a big curb on the inside. We'll see a couple of the drivers hopping over, I'm sure, across the course of the day. But then you want to focus on getting a good run out of that corner down the pit straight. Kieran, your experience of this circuit in years gone by?
I think I've done a lot of hire karting, but I have been out in these karts before. I had a different circuit, mine, but I know the physical challenges. As you said, it's a pretty technical circuit, so there's a lot of slowing the kart down and losing that momentum is really, it really goes against everything you learn in karting. Scrub off the least amount of momentum possible, whereas here you've got a couple of hairpins, and as we saw into that final corner, a rise up into this tight right-hander and back onto the power as you go downhill. So there's almost a bit of a pit of your stomach feeling as you try and get the line there. But it's a great track, and I know we're going to see some fantastic racing today.
I was having a brief chat with Nicky Richardson just before we did endurance yesterday. It was the first time we've done an endurance race around this circuit for a good few years. And he said that the key around this circuit is being consistent. It's one of those circuits that's very easy to overdrive. And you can see the grid forming up now, just cutting through the cut through, as they're perfectly allowed to do. And this first grid of the day, Adam Bright, kart number 3 there in the blue and white suit, will take this race from pole position. Rory 7 there, number 19, and Marlborough Rule-Smith has looked in decent form so far this weekend. Had the endurance race, to say, yesterday, and the Sprint 60 competition yesterday afternoon as well. A couple of stragglers off towards the back, but I do think we are about to go. Watch out for that pace kart. Off it pulls. Away we go then for the start of racing here today at Bayford Meadows for round 7 of the Super Heavyweight and Heavyweight Championship. Brilliant start for Adam Wright into turn 1. Very tricky to get everybody through turn 1, but they've just about done it. Anwar Barul-Smith is already up to 2nd place, and Miguel Hall, who we mentioned was fastest in practice this morning, is already up to 3rd.
Alex Pritchard there trying to move up the inside, a little bit of contact in towards the first couple of corners there, but we're all the way through. Yeah, great start from Adam Wright, and we've got a spinner, a couple of spinners there coming in towards the left-hander. I think that was the 151 of Leon Dupries there, it is, who now gets himself back underway.
He does indeed, but that's not a good start for Leon, who was another driver very quick in practice earlier on this morning. Short races these in the heats, only 8 minutes. And for those who watch a lot of racing on Alpha Live, just remind you that once the timer ticks to 0, the checkered flag will be out the next time the drivers cross start-finish. There's no +1 lap in this series. Darrell Lowe there in the sky blue detailed helmet, just trying to work his way through. He's been away from sprints racing for a while, but it's great, to, as I say, to have him back here at Bayford Meadows. How quickly can he get back up to speed with this format of racing? So he's just tucked under the rear bumper of Steve Lindley today, who's assured me that he's on full attack today. He's going to really go for it, which is a lot what we like to hear. But steady start this, Kieran. Adam Wright out front from Anwar Barul-Smith, Miguel Hall 3rd. The 3 C1 runners, as expected, pulling away from the rest of the C2 field.
Yeah, and Richard Newton as well onto the back of Rory 7. That's the battle for 4th place in this heat as they make their way through these final couple of corners. You can see the karts really riding that curve then through the final corner. Good battle for the leaders. Anwar Barul-Smith closing in now by about 0.2 of a second. He's right onto the back now of Adam Wright as they make their way through these first couple of corners now.
They do indeed. Anwar applying that pressure at the moment, with it being a sprint race. I think that Anwar will be focusing on just scoring the points and getting a good result to kick off today. Just to remind you of the championship situation going into today. Joe Holmes leading the championship on 570 points. This is with drop scores applied to these points. Matt Wireman 565, Anwar Barrell-Smith 561. So 9 points covering the top 3 runners in the championship at this stage. We'll see both Joe and Matt later on in this first rotation of heats. Rory 7 doing a good job here, Kieran, holding that onto that 4th place in the lead in C2.
Yeah, doing enough so far to hold off Richard Newton here as they make their way through the first corner. Upwards they go towards turn 2. As this battle for 4th place gets well and truly underway through towards the 3rd turn, then quick flick left for the 4th turn. Battle for the lead just passing us as well. So good amount of battling, battle for the lead going on, battle for 4th place. And really at this point we don't know where to look.
Yeah, there's a cone penalty out there for Steve Lindley, so that will be +1 position, +1 place added to wherever he finishes in 3 minutes and 40 seconds time. Track limit warning for Anwar Barrell-Smith. The drivers have been briefed, of course, this morning. Key areas to look out for track limits. Exit of turn 1 as Alex Pritchard looks up the inside of Richard Newton there. Darrell Lowe just closing in behind. And this corner here, coming up to the final complex, there is a new curb out there. There used to be a great big muddy hole out there in the past, which I may have frequented on a couple of occasions. Nice flat curb there now for the drivers, but they cannot go beyond the white line with all 4 wheels side by side between Lowe and Pritchard into this very, very tricky hairpin on the fastest parts of the circuit, and hard on the brakes whilst turning as well through turn 2 and turn 3. That's well dealt with there by Pritchard. Through the infield section, a lot of time can be gained here by positioning the kart in the right manner, and then into the long turn 8. You'll see the drivers hooking the inside, which initially may not seem like the right line, but it's something that we saw a lot of in the endurance race yesterday. There's a lot of grip down the inside of taking that early apex. You see all the fast drivers, the top drivers in this series, using that line. That's not them defending. Contact warning for Alex Pritchard, number 77. Track limit warning for Elliot Muse in the number 69. You did see the graphic flash up for Steve Lindley. Again, that's not another cone penalty, that's still just his first.
And looks like Adam Wright's just about doing enough here to keep that lead as we focus here on Pritchard here on the 115, trying to make their way through. That's Darrell Lowe trying to find a way through, but Steve Lindsay's not going to make that easy. A little bit of contact between them as they sort themselves out now, and Steve Lindley now goes up into 7th place and now has a chance to try and chase down that kart ahead in Alex Pritchard.
Yeah, there was a little gap there for Steve Lindley to cut through, and he took the opportunity. Yellow flag out coming through at turn 11. I suspect that's just for a bit of cone replacement or tyre replacement. 1 minute 20 on the clock to go then. Adam Wright still leads this race ahead of Anwar Barrell-Smith. Miguel Hall in 3rd. Here's your battle for 4th place. Rory 7 followed by Richard Newton. And Richard Newton will be liking this because he's getting a good number of points for his super heavyweight campaign. You can see the super heavyweights are noted by the green number boards on the karts. Pritchard just trying to keep Lindley behind, back with our 2 leaders. We'll be quite happy with this start to proceedings here today. Anwar Barrell-Smith was involved in one of the races of the season here at Bayford Meadows last year in the A final, a race between himself, Sean Briley, his Briars Racing teammate, and Joe Holmes. New fastest lap there from Anwar Barrell-Smith, 54.696. Will Anwar Barrell-Smith have a go here? Adam Wright's going to go defensive, very defensive to the inside, approaching turn number 5. It is a circuit you can defend around this by placing your kart in the right spot. You've also got to focus on corner exits. It's very, very easy to be out-dragged by someone, especially through this part of the circuit, but Adam Wright's dealt with that really, really well. He's only got a couple more spots to defend and wrap up this victory. round turn 11, taking a good amount of speed. Just got to get the braking right. Anwar's gone down the inside. They're going to be side by side there. There was contact between the two of them, and Anwar's going to let that back through. Good sportsmanship there. Adam Wright takes the first race of the day ahead of Anwar Barrell-Smith. Third for Miguel Hall. Let's have another look at that move. Anwar did go for it, but thought there was a little bit too much contact, which is why, yeah, he just bumped on the back there, and that kind of triggered off a series of bits of contact. But Anwar shouldn't get a penalty for that. As I say, he did let Adam retake the position. Rory 7 fourth, and top C2. Richard Newton 5th, top super heavyweight. Alex Pritchard, Steve Lindley, Darrell Lowe, Elliot Muse, Samuel Bensley. Your top 10. Good drive there from Bensley, first of the C3s. Dave Peathers 11th and Kieran Chigsey 12th. Luke Phillips, Andrew Hicks, Boda Youngveld, Martin Robinson and Leon Dupreez was your 17 finishers in that race. Well, very, very intriguing first race there in the heavyweights. We'll move on from that group of drivers, see them back out again later on. Next up out on circuit, it's heat number 2. Drivers heading out for heat number 2 then, and the short number of practice laps that they have before this one. Let's have a look at the grid. First race of the day for all of these drivers. Jason Bear has pole position. Ben Benewith alongside on the front row. George Boothby has had to withdraw today, so won't take his slot on the second row of the grid. Richard Masterson is there though. Joe Holmes and Craig Brown are due to be on row number 3. Jordan Salter and Tom Fuller row 4. Richard Lavender and Bill Taylor on row 5. Oliver Moss and Elliot Garnett on row 6. Jason Small and Daniel Hollenshed on row 7. Max Jameson and David Wilson row 8. Jaden Cadogan lines up on the 9th row of the grid. 16 runners in the end for this one. And a big opportunity for our C1s here. 3 of them in this race. Holmes, Craig Brown and Oliver Moss. Let's catch up with some of your comments. Good morning to, in fact, no, not good morning, good evening to Michael Burke, who's watching from Bathurst in Australia. It's currently 7:15 in the evening there down under. A great part of the world, Bathurst. And a few comments about Mr. Mitchell. He's relatively okay. He has got very mild symptoms at worst, but such is the way. He has tested positive, so he is in Rona jail. Hopefully he will be back for Llandau. We'll wait and see on that one. Yes. Kieran, what did you make of that first race?
It was a good first race, wasn't it? And you know, that was Barrell-Smith thinking about a move up the inside, going into the final corner, leaving it as late as possible, but just caught that little bit of a contact on the back of the leader, going in towards the final corner and backed off. Let the race win go. So that was good sportsmanship in the end. But yeah, just tried to make it work, leave it as late as possible, but didn't quite work his way.
So same format coming up for this second heat of the day. Formation laps going on. This will be mainly for any drivers who weren't out in the practice session earlier on this morning. First chance for them to get acclimatised with this circuit. Having said that though, 3 laps is a lot to get acclimatised with this circuit in particular, as I say, with it being so tricky and so many different types of corner around this circuit as well. You've got your slow, hard braking hairpins such as turn 3, and you've got your flowing corners where you've got to be very precise with your steering and throttle application through 5, 6 and 7 through to corners such as this one here, turn 11, where you are just flat out trying to carry as much speed, use the tyres to good effect. So there you see 2 of the favourites, I'd say, for this race. Joe Holmes in the white suit, and Craig Brown in the black suit with the hooped helmet. Craig Brown, very impressive recently in our DDMM Club 100 iRacing Championship, in a round that we recently had at Spa. Enjoy your sim racing and you enjoy your Club 100. The next few weeks we've got midweek esports each week on the DDMM channel. Let's crack on though with heat number 2 though. Away we go then. Jason Bear on the left of your screen, number 25, starts this race from pole position. That's a perfect way to pull away from pole position. Will lead as they go down to the braking zone for the first time in this one. There's the number 29 of Richard Masterson, who's had a good start. Craig Brown trying to force his way there through. Tom Fuller's involved as well in the 153, but that's a solid start from Jason Bear. This is a good opportunity for him to get some big points on the board.
Yeah, he needs to try and gallop away as quickly as possible now. Spinner in the background, covered by those yellow flags, but nice start there from Jason Bear. He leads the way, and Joe Holmes in second place, looking to try and quickly take that race lead away. Richard Masterson rounding off the top 3 in this first lap as they make their way through the 8th and 9th turns.
They do indeed, all sorting themselves out into a train. I can see, I think that was Elliot Garnett getting involved in the number 86. So end of lap number 1 then. Jason Bear leads, but Joe Holmes rapidly closing him down, dives to the inside through turn 1. Did Joe Holmes get that move done? Yes, he did. So Joe Holmes to the lead, the reigning champion, the championship leader. Down the inside comes Craig Brown, going for 3rd place. Block pass makes that work, gets another spot. Joe Holmes knows this circuit well. See Oliver Moss there in the Dayglow yellow helmet. How's he running at the moment? I think he's about in 6th place. Tries to go to the inside of Jordan Salter there in number 42. Masterson has run wide as well, but he's able to recover. He's got the inside line for the next couple of turns, but Oliver Moss working his way through the order. Just to remind myself of what Oliver's situation in the championship is. He's 12th in points at the moment. He's been improving across the course of the season. Down the inside now of Masterson, going for 4th place, and he should get that one, Kieran, off of turn 1.
Yeah, it does favour you if you've got the inside line, and yes, he has moved up a position, and so Oliver Moss now into 4th place. But I tell you what, Masterson's not going to let that one go without a fight. They make their way out of turn 4. Onwards they go towards turn 5. We're going too wide in towards 5. Then that's Jordan Salter getting a move up the inside. He now inherits a position. And we've also got to watch out for Richard Lavender in that 162 behind. The more they battle, of course, the more momentum they'll lose. And they'll just put themselves into a position where they could be overtaken. But a good move there from all involved. Good battling as well.
3rd appearance of the season for Richard Lavender. So he's currently a little way down in the order. His best result so far this season is a 4th in one of the heats. So he's been consistent and been a player in previous rounds. A couple of contact warnings there coming in for David Wilson in the number 85 and Richard Masterson in the number 29. I think there has also been a penalty for Bill Taylor, number 144, for forcing another driver wide. So that's forcing a driver out beyond the track limits. So just about at the halfway point of this race. 3 minutes and 20 seconds gone, 3 minutes and 40 to go. The race calming down now. Joe Holmes doing what Joe Holmes does. 1.6 seconds clear of Jason Bear now, 54.928. Not the fastest lap we've seen so far today. There were some mid-54s in the first heat, but that won't be worrying Joe too much at the moment. He'll just be pacing himself through this race. Battle for 2nd place. Craig Brown trying to get past Jason Bear there. Track limit warning has come in for Brown. Brown now down the inside. Can he get the move done? He should get the move done into turn number 3. And simple as you like, Craig Brown up another position.
Nice move then up into 2nd place. Had to go side by side for a while there, but got the move done, completed into towards turns 2 and 3. That's going to put Jason Bear now down into 3rd place, but he might come under pressure very shortly from the number 7 of Oliver Moss behind. He's not giving up on this 2nd place battle though, as they make their way in through turn 8.
Yeah, tenacious battler is Jason Bear. Did a good amount of running yesterday, so he's got himself tuned in with the circuit. The conditions fairly equal to what we had yesterday, maybe a little bit warmer by a degree or 2 than it was in the endurance race 24 hours ago. Oliver Moss now looking for a move down the inside, trying to switch this way and that back around Jason Bear, but Jason Bear's defended that fairly well by just having good speed off the last corner. Here comes Jordan Salter as well. Oliver Moss down the inside into turn 3. It was a very good move, a late dart to the inside there.
It was indeed, and Jason Bear, I mean, he tried to defend that inside line, but he slowed the car a little bit too much down, and one thing you don't want to do with Oliver Moss is give him an opportunity, because he will take it. He moves now up into 3rd place, rounding off the top 3. Now Jordan Salter might have a chance here to try and battle away for 4th place. He looks up the inside now, coming in towards turn 8, grabs that inside line and gets the position done, and you can see a smack of the steering wheel there from Jason Bear. He knows he's lost out on that one.
He has indeed, unfortunately. Good drive at the moment. Just want to note in class number 3, Daniel Hollenshed is up to 9th place, is ahead of Ben Bennyworth, a very experienced driver. So good stuff there from Hollenshed in the 1-2-7. Track limit warnings coming in for a couple of drivers. Craig Brown's on his 2nd, so needs to be careful he doesn't pick up another one of those, because that will start turning into place deductions. Just over a minute to go here. 3.3 seconds now the lead for Joe Holmes, who is, by Joe Holmes' pace, I think just cruising at the moment. 55.0. He was in the 54.8s earlier on in this race, but knows he doesn't need to push, doesn't need to take out too much energy at this stage of the race.
Yeah, all he needs to do is just make sure he gets that win, gets those heat points, and that'll help him towards the final later on in terms of grid position. It's not often you don't see him finish at the top of a standing in a heat or a final.
Having said that, he's just put in a 54.6. Thank you, Joe.
What do you know? What do you know, Andrew?
Thank you, mate.
Clearly taking it easy is Joe Holmes.
So last lap board has been shown to Joe Holmes. There he is. 3.7 seconds now in the lead, and surely on his way to another Club 100 victory. Craig Brown there in 2nd place, looking fairly comfortable, has got a good gap to Oliver Moss behind, who's actually got more attentions coming from Jordan Salter. Jason Bear still holding on to 5th place there, ahead of the 2 Richards, Lavender and Masterson. Tom Fuller at the back of this train. Bill Taylor has got past Elliot Garnett for 10th place. Max Jameson has also hopped up into the top 10. Drivers setting personal bests up and down the order. Live on alphatime.co.uk/Club100 for all the information. But here is another win for number 1. Joe Holmes takes his first heat of the day. Craig Brown, a good drive through there to 2nd place. Oliver Moss 3rd. 4th and winner of the C2s was Jordan Salter. Jason Bear in 5th. Richard Lavender, Richard Masterson. Tom Fuller, the rest of your C2s in the top 10. 2 C3s in the top 10. Daniel Hollenshed and Max Jameson. Ben Bennyworth was your top super heavyweight in that race, followed in by Jaden Cadigan, Bill Taylor, Elliot Garnett, David Wilson and Jason Small. There we go. Heat 2 is in the books, and the field will come round and head into pit lane. We're going to move on to heat number 3. Here we go then, let's have a look at the grid for heat number 3. Just whilst their practice laps go on. Chris Kirk and Richard Allen on the front row. Mikey Nichols and Stuart Simmons row 2. Paul Jameson and Vinod Hirani start on row number 3. Francesco Volpe and Simon Kavanagh on row 4. Andrew Cherry and Mike Bodner wrap out the top 10. Vijay Patel and Marcus Neris are on row number 6. Lawrence Chair and Luke Haynes on row 7, Blake Templey and Chris Solomon on row number 8. It's been a long weekend already for some of our Club 100 staff here today. Don't worry, there's only the small matter of 12 plus 3 plus 3, 18. It's all right, we've only got 28 races to go.
Not like anyone's counting.
No.
Not at all.
So getting ready for heat number 3 then. Once again, all of these drivers out for the first time in racing capacities today. 14 drivers I can see registering on timing, so I think we've got a couple of people who haven't taken to the grid on this one. Good morning to Chris Simpson. Just tuning in from an English breakfast before writing the endurance report for yesterday. Does Andy have a quote on the DDMM Barnstormers? It hurts. It hurts doing solo endurance races. I don't recommend it to anybody. That's why my pace was a bit slow. The guy who did the first hour was doing all right. The guy in the second hour, he was rubbish.
They weren't the same person.
No.
There you go. Then.
I was changed halfway through that
You're
race.
a changed man halfway,
Yeah.
halfway through
But
that
I don't think I
endurance.
was a man at the end of it. I was just a blob of mess. Of what was flesh and bones. There was no soul in there anymore.
The soul had completely left.
There's Nicky, looking resplendent as always, armed with a cone and a radio. Drivers beware.
It's a warning, isn't it, that cone? Absolute warning. So, yeah, that's one of the things you don't want to be hitting at all, at any point over the weekend.
Hello to TSG Karting, who tuned in and said, come on, Amy Breacher, who will be in the lightweights, I believe, later on in the day. Pace kart ready and primed to head out and bring this race into control. Before it starts, the formation lap's just completing now. It's 3 in the books for most of them. Howard's in the chat as well, as I say. He's bearing up good, folks. He will make a full recovery and be back on DDMM duties very soon. And Steve Hicks is here as well. At least we don't have to isolate after iRacing on Wednesday. Don't think it can be transmitted online. No, it cannot. Thank goodness for virtual commons boxes. Anyway, heat number 3 will be with us here. Chris Kirk, as a reminder, is your pole position holder in kart number 56. Richard Allen will be P number 2. And somebody has had a problem there and has come to a halt, so there may be a short, I think it's Kavanagh, I think it's Simon Kavanagh. False start flag is out. So there you see Chris Kirk in the black suit and the red helmet. Will be your pole position holder, Richard Allen, another driver who got a lot of running in yesterday in both formats held on a Saturday. And only one C1 driver in this race, which is, well, the driver that we've seen there. Well, no, not the driver that we've seen there. That was another. Stuart Simmons, who's the only C1 runner. As I say, Simon Kavanagh should be able to, I think, get back to pit lane, get a kart replacement, and get back out for this race. Keep comments coming in. And if you haven't subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel already and wouldn't mind doing so, that would be absolutely fantastic for us here. We are broadcasting on Facebook pages today as well. Club100's Facebook page, the Double Dash Motorsport Media Facebook page, and Karting Magazine as well. So good morning to all of our viewers on those pages. Can get in touch with us on the YouTube comments, although YouTube comments coming up on our little screen here in the box. You can also tweet us if you're on the Twitter sphere at Double Dash MM. Let us know who you're supporting here today at Bayford Meadows. So a slight pause in proceedings here at Bayford Meadows. I think Simon Kavanagh's kart is now running again. Yes, it is. So we should be good to get racing here then for heat number 3. Chris Kirk on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment, just behind the pace karts. Richard Allen on the left. That'll switch around in a moment. There it is. Away we go then for heat number 3. Very, very close at the initial point away from the cone. Big start from Mikey Nichols there. The path opened up for him. Chris Kirk went to defend Richard Allen, and Mikey Nichols thought, well, I'll have a piece of that and take the lead. Great start.
The seas parted for him, and he took full advantage. Oh, with the number 26 there of Richard Allen slightly onto the grass then, as they make their way now in through turn 5. Back onto the power they'll go. So the 64 still leading at the moment in Mikey Nichols, but still going side by side all the way through now these hairpin sections now. Stuart Simmons trying to find his way back through. Meanwhile, Richard Allen trying to make up after that start. Up the inside he goes in towards turn 8, trying to take away second place, which he's not able to defend the inside line, so we're still running side by side.
So much side by side racing that we see here at Bayford Meadows, especially through that latter part of the infield. But across at the end of lap 1, Mikey Nichols is your leader. Stuart Simmons is up to second place. Richard Allen, Simon Kavanagh, after those dramas on the formation, up to 4th place. But here comes Richard Allen down the inside and very much takes that position away from Stuart Simmons, assertive in the braking zone there.
Yeah, Stuart Simmons ran a little bit wide in towards turn 1, left him vulnerable in towards turn 2, and that's Richard Allen taking full advantage of that one. Simon Kavanagh tried to find his way through, couldn't quite do it.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he's got a penalty for loading at the start, so the officials not happy with the way that the number 17 went into turn 1 there and through the initial parts of the first lap. And he's been adjudged to be the one at fault for the bits of contact there at the start of this third heat of the day. Mikey Nichols, this is a great start for Mikey. He's got a bit of a gap now of more than a second. Can Richard Allen and Stuart Simmons close him down?
This will be a big question, but as long as there's a battle going on for second place in this race, he might have a chance of keeping on, extending his lead at the top. At the moment, it's Richard Allen in second place, Stuart Simmons in third. Then it's Simon Kavanagh currently in 4th place. Of course, as you mentioned, he's got that penalty for loading at the start of the race, so he will be dropping down the order. Nevertheless, that's not going to stop him from battling for positions out on track, at least.
Yeah, just having a look through Mikey's record for 2021 so far, he has taken a race victory so far, which was in this very spot in the previous round of the competition. It was Ella Park that was the scene of round number 6. So can Mikey Nichols take a second heats victory of the season so far? 4 minutes to go. And the pace is good. Mikey Nichols 55.2 last time around. Allen and Simmons in the 55.3, so he's pulling that gap out.
He is, and Simmons knows he has to try and get past Richard Allen here. If he's got any chance of trying to catch Mikey Nichols towards the end of the race, he might try a move here, trying a different line through each and every corner at the moment, trying to find some way through. But I'll tell you what, Richard Allen is doing really well at defending out of turn 7. Up they go towards turn 8. Allen goes defensive in towards 8 there. No way through for Simmons once again, as they now size their way up through turn 9. Going the car through that long right-hander of 10, through 11 they go. Is there a move on up in towards turn 12? Not this time around, but I'll tell you what, Simmons very close to him onto the start-finish straight.
A couple of moves further down the order to report in. Andrew Cherry is up to 9th place. Marcus Neris has followed through as well, the top C3 at the moment in this race. They've both got past Paul Jameson, and Blake Templey's now got past Paul Jameson as well. So that's all from 9th place down to 12th. Down the inside goes Simmons. Can he get it stopped? Can he hold on to P2? He may. No, just overruns a little bit, and Allen's able to retake the position. And I just wonder here, Kieran, if these two drivers already conceded defeat to Mikey Nichols in this third heat of the day. They're just battling for second place now.
Well, they're definitely not working together now. This is a battle for second place through and through now, as Richard Allen is doing everything he can to keep a hold of second place. Stuart Simmons can't find a way through yet. Through 11 they will go, and there is a contact warning for Richard Allen there as they make their way through this final complex on towards the start-finish straight. Is there a chance? I don't think Simmons is close enough this time around, but turn 1 is so important off through here. You can't afford to scrub off any momentum because it opens you up to being vulnerable through turns 2, then through turn 3, but still holding on there. Simon Kavanagh in 4th place, but Francesco Volpe in 5th will look to try and get that position at least out on track.
Changing the lead for super heavyweight Andrew Cherry ahead of Vinod Hirani. Marcus Neris has had a contact warning. Chris Simpson chimes in and said, Richard Allen, pound for pound, the fastest driver in Club 100, or so they say. Well, he was Club Driver of the Year in 2019. In
fact, I think that Simmons is now ahead of Allen now for second place. I saw them go through. I have to confirm that though, whether that's my eyesight. It is, yes. So right. Simmons now up into second place, past Richard Allen. So Simmons now, well, he's got 1 minute 20 plus the remaining lap left to close in 2.4 seconds.
Yep, and that is quite a task around this circuit. Not a huge effect from slipstreams, not as much as say other circuits that we go to, such as Clay Pigeon or Whilton Mill to those extents. But yeah, I don't think that 2.4 gap is going to be something that Stuart Simmons can close in here, especially now he's on his own. 46 seconds on the clock to go. Volpe trying to go down the inside of Kavanagh there. Kavanagh will have the inside line for the next couple of corners. Shuts the door there on Volpe. But Francesco Volpe has made quite an impression on this championship so far this season. Relatively new to Club 100 racing. Definitely likes an overtake. He's a brave driver. Last lap board is out then. Mikey Nichols in control of this race. 2.3 seconds is the lead. Kavanagh goes defensive there on Volpe, and it's encouraging Mike Bodner in. So here's a good mix of youth and experience. Volpe looks half down the inside again. Not really anything going there into turns 6 and 7. I mentioned Volpe is one of the less experienced Club 100 drivers. Mike Bodner, one of the most experienced Club 100 drivers now. Been in this championship for a good many years. But Mikey Nichols closing in now on the checkered flag. It's going to be a second victory of the season for the driver in the number 64. Mikey Nichols takes heat number 3, a very good victory for him. Stuart Simmons second, Richard Allen in third. Kavanagh, Volpe, Bodner is your top 6. Chris Kirk in 7th. Andrew Cherry, top super heavyweight there in the number 23. Marcus Neris, Vinod Hirani, Blake Templey, Lawrence Chair, Chris Solomon and Paul Jameson bring us home for that one. We're going to quickly move on to heat number 4. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 4. These drivers heading out on circuit for the first time today. Last group of them in the heavyweights. Jonathan Elliott has pole position. Chris Dixon alongside him on the front row. Chris Alcock and Lee Henderson on row 2. Paul Williams and Steve Bosley on row 3. Jack Bolton and Lewis Ridd on row 4. Matt Wildman going for a hat-trick of round victories here today. Starts the day on row 5 alongside Anthony Ridd, Russell Taylor and one of our BIKC champions, Joel Arguelles, starts there on row number 6. And first of the Class 3s as well, Andrew Berry and Matthew Batter on row 7. Bradley Porter on his own on row number 8. So yes, we'll be keeping an eye on Joel Arguelles, racing in the C3 category. This is his highest grid start for the 3 heats that he's in today, heats 4, 6 and 9, but has qualified for this championship through winning in the British Indoor Karting Championships, run by fantastic guys at Team Sports, sponsored by Club 100 in association with Rotax. So keep an eye on the number 15. Thank you, keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Chris Morgan. It says Bailey Morgan will be Iron Manning next week at Llandau for the endurance in readiness for next season. Best of luck. However, I will say Bailey is a young, far more energetic, far less fat individual than me, so I'm sure he can do a lot better than my effort yesterday. So yeah, keep those comments coming in. Hope you're enjoying your day so far. We are definitely enjoying our day here at Bayford Meadows. 3 really good first heats, first group of heats so far. Hopefully this 4th heat can finish off the first rotation in similar or even better fashion. And should be a fairly competitive race as well. 5 Class 1 runners in this race. Chris Alcock, Matt Wildman, Chris Dixon, Jack Bolton and Lewis Ridd. Good morning to Max O'Shaughnessy. He's asking who's racing at the moment. It's heavyweights at the moment, Max. Lightweights will be out for this afternoon. See Sam Dimolo just replacing the tyres there after someone clouted them through on the warm-up laps. Who was it? Ah,
It was the number 82 of Jack Bolton who misplaced the tyres there.
Just testing those limits.
Yeah, just making sure that
That's what those laps are there for, aren't they?
Sam's on the ball.
Just make the mark.
Indeed. Sam's son, Elliot, going to give a shout out to, sponsored by Club 100 in his Honda Cadet efforts. He's been racing very well so far this season. So end of the formation laps. That's 3 practice laps, I should say, done. Grid will form up for this 4th heat of the day. After this, we will really be ramping up the pace, because there'll be no more practice laps before races after this one. Jonathan Elliott will take us from pole position in this race. Number 31, Chris Dixon. You can just see him there on the left-hand side. Black suit and the green helmet. Driver number 90. He will very much be looking to get into and out of turn 1 ahead of Chris Alcock. Now, Chris Alcock, regular viewers will notice that he has switched. He was a lightweight driver until recently. He's now having a go here in the heavyweights. We are good to go then for heat number 4. Last race of this first rotation for the heavyweights and the super heavyweights. Green light illuminated and away we go. Jonathan Elliott gets a really good start there and will sweep into turn 1 in the lead. Paul Williams already trying to fight through in the light grey suit and grey helmet there. Looks like he's gained a couple of positions off the start. And Chris Alcock, crucially, has got ahead of Chris Dixon. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide as they go through turn number 3. Somehow they've just about got through all of that. I think Lee Henderson, though, has been shuffled down the pack a little bit there. The super heavyweight. Contact warning for Matt Wildman already here on the first lap. Trying to keep an eye on number 15, Joel Arguelles, and how the BIKC champion has started. He's in the mix towards the middle of the pack there. Steve Bosley in the royal blue, number 72, has kept himself in the mix in the early stages of this one as well. So good start there from the drivers in Heat 4.
It is indeed, as the number 30 of Andy Berry goes up the inside, takes a position there in towards 11 and 12. And the leaders now make their way through in towards turn 1. And Chris Alcock now up into 2nd place. He's found a way past Chris Dixon. Up they go towards turn 2 once again. And now Chris Alcock will have his eyes firmly set on the battle for the lead. And number 31, Jonathan Elliott, right up ahead. Battle for 4th place as well, as the 72 of Steve Bosley fancies his chances past the 65 of Paul Williams, but no way through that time around. He might try and move up the inside here. Steve Bosley going for a move in towards turn 8. Then we make our way through in towards, sorry, that's turn 7. But they do get their way through. And that's the number 70 of Matt Wildman, taking full advantage of this battle, moving himself up a place.
Yeah, big move there from Big Boz. Very neatly done, using all of his experience. No stranger to the front of these heavyweight fields. We'll be looking to get into the A final at a minimum, but stretching away at the front now, Jonathan Elliott, 54.50. That is a rapid time. 54.641 on lap number 2. Jonathan Elliott's got some pace here today. Chris Alcock and Chris Dixon trying to work together now to close the leader down. And then that third group, that main group, headed up now by Matt Wildman, has got through into 4th place ahead of Steve Bosley. Doing very nice things indeed. I'm just going to have a look at Jonathan's record for the season so far, as we're having a look at Joel Arguelles there in the number 15. Raced very well in the BIKC this season, and it's great to have him here in Club 100 at Bayford Meadows for this sprints round. He's looking nice and smooth at the moment there, Kieran.
Absolutely, and just making sure that it keeps it nice and clean, nice and tidy, trying to chase down the 91 of Bradley Porter up ahead as he makes his way on towards the start-finish straight, as Porter there gets slightly onto the grass, heading their way now in through turn 1, but keeping in touching distance of that 14th place battle.
Jonathan Elliott has had a good smattering of heat victories so far this season. Had 2 of them at round number 5, but has never quite been able to hook everything up when it comes to a final. Maybe that'll change here today at Bayford Meadows, because he's looking in very, very good form at the moment. is Chris Alcock and Chris Dixon. Pace at the moment, 55.0 last time around as we're cutting to a battle here. This is Russell Taylor in the number 99. Lower reaches of the top 10 fighting there. Paul Williams, from memory, tends to run well round this place and is having a good battle here with Jack Bolton. Bolton down the inside, going for 6th place and has got through.
He has indeed. He might have backed up the pack a bit because here comes Lewis Ridd up the inside. And that is Williams not happy about that. Paul Williams with the arm up in the air, not happy about that move at all. As now there's a squeeze going in towards turn 5 then. 2 drivers come together. One of them was Williams. I didn't quite catch who the other driver was there.
Yeah, I think it's both of the Ridds at the moment involved there, both Lewis and Anthony and Russell Taylor as well. It's the number 68 of Anthony Ridd there. Trying to go down the inside of Paul Williams, gets the move done. There is a penalty though for Lewis Ridd. I think for that move going into turn 3, an ABC bump and pass, so that will be +4 positions for Lewis Ridd at the end of this race, and a penalty for Paul Williams as well. So it's that's a yellow card each, I think, for those drivers. Both of them will drop 4 positions at the end of this race. Apologies, Paul. I've rather commentary cursed you there in that last lap. 2 minutes to go then. A little bit of a shake of the head there from Chris Alcock. He's not happy at the moment with something out there, maybe pushing a little bit hard to try and pull that 1.7 gap down. It's simply not falling at the moment.
Yeah, and it means it's a good drive from Jonathan Elliott because he's been putting in great lap after great lap and just slowly building up that lead. Meanwhile, Chris Dixon is making life difficult here for Chris Alcock as they make their way through this closing stages of the lap. Then they make their way flying through turn 11. Onwards they go towards turn 12. Just under 2 minutes left on the clock then through the final corner. Track limit warning for Chris Alcock there in the number 160 as the battle for 2nd place makes its way through the first turn.
Yeah, I did note that Chris ran a little bit wide out of turn number 7 and put all 4 wheels beyond the thick white line there that denotes the edge of the track. Change for 9th place. Russell Taylor is currently the top C3 runner, has got past Paul Williams. He's up to 9th place, so great stuff there from Russell in the number 99. Less than a minute on the clock. Matt Wildman coming into this race. He's fought his way through, and we should remember that this is the kind of thing that you need to do when you have your starting from the back races, as I like to call it. It's all about not damage limitation, as you say, but just trying to gain as many points and set yourself up, take the pressure off for when you then start further up the order later on in the event. Last lap board out then. Jonathan Elliott trying to close in on another victory. 5th place for him in the points standings at the moment going into today. And actually this very race will be consolidating that position because it's Chris Dixon just behind him in the points standings before we started racing here at Bayford Meadows. Chris Alcock not in championship challenging positions at the moment because he started the season in the lightweights. Matt Wildman very much in title contention, 2nd place in the championship at the moment. But Jonathan Elliott is going to come around the final couple of corners as Matt Wildman go down the inside of Chris Dixon. They're going for 3rd place, may have got it, but Jonathan Elliott takes a very impressive victory to start his day at Bayford Meadows. Chris Alcock 2nd, Matt Wildman 3rd on the line there, Chris Dixon 4th, Steve Bosley will be 5th, Jack Bolton, Anthony Ridd. In fact, there's all kinds of positions changing here. Anthony Ridd ahead of Lewis Ridd, Jack Bolton, Russell Taylor, Paul Williams is top 10. Andrew Berry, Lee Henderson, Matthew Batter, Bradley Porter, and there he is, Joel Argalas in 15th place. Let's move on to heat number 5. Quick run through the grid then for heat number 5. Darrell Lowe and Vijay Patel on row 1. Richard Lavender and Tom Fuller row 2. Ben Bennyworth and Anwar Burrell Smith on row number 3. Mikey Nichols and Elliot Muse on row 4. Jordan Salter and Joe Holmes row 5. Paul Jameson and Jaden Callaghan row 6. That's all we've got time for, because here we go, the start of the race. Darrell Lowe will lead us into turn number 1 for the first time. This is the 2nd appearance for all of these drivers. There's a spinner, it's Jaden Callaghan, the number 45.
going around there. That's a real shame because that was his front of the C3 race start already gone. Anwar Barul-Smith and Joe Holmes already going toe-to-toe as we go into turn number 4. It already feels, Kieran, as if the pressure and the heat out there on circuit is just turned up a notch from that first set of races.
Just turned up a wick, hasn't it, as we go straight into racing action. No time for practice, just straight into the racing action, as that's Beryl Smith then trying to move up the inside, then through turn 8, does get his way through as he makes his way through turn 9. Now he can try and challenge here for a top spot once again, as we see drivers getting very close then through these final couple of corners, as you would expect on the first lap of the race then. On their way now towards the start-finish straight, and they come towards the line then, so it is Darrell Lowe leading the way ahead of Anwar Beryl-Smith. Tom Fuller in third place with Joe Holmes in the number 1, rounding off our top 4 as they all make their way up towards turn 2. Joe Holmes looking for a move up the inside into third place. Meanwhile, there's a change of hand at the lead as well. Moves happening left, right and centre. Anwar Beryl-Smith then taking the lead.
Yeah, big move there from Anwar, definitely aware of the presence of Joe Holmes, trying to get a bit of a gap, but already, look at that for a move. Joe Holmes slips into second place whilst Darrell Lowe was trying to fight back on Anwar. Joe Holmes doesn't need any bigger opportunity and invitation than that to take a position. And now these two drivers who've been at the head of this heavyweights competition over the last few seasons, I think we're going to get another big battle between the two of them here at Bayford Meadows.
Yeah, if you haven't grabbed the popcorn already, grab it now as they now make their way through towards turn 12, back onto the start-finish straight. So Anwar Beryl-Smith in the lead, ahead of Joe Holmes. It's Darrell Lowe in third, and then Tom Fuller in fourth place as the leaders make their way through the first turn. Onwards they go towards this series of right-handers through turn 2, then through turn 3. Always very difficult to try and slow the kart down as you're trying to exit out of turn 2. You'll normally see a little bit of opposite lock-in towards 3 there, just to make sure those karts slow down.
Elliot Garnett has received a BAP penalty. So that'll be 4 positions for him. Mikey Nichols has had another good start. He's up to 7th place now in this race. Currently leading in class number 3, the novice class. Lawrence Chair has had a good start, is up into the top 10. Contact warning for Jordan Salter, currently sat in 8th place. End of lap number 3 then. Anwar Barul-Smith continues to lead ahead of Joe Holmes. What is the gap going to be? Well, Anwar was a touch quicker on that one, 54.7 from Anwar Barul-Smith. Joe Holmes has got a track limit warning as well, with a 54.894. Darrell Lowe has had a track limit warning as well. They're in third place, currently leading the C2s. But working together, it would seem, quite nicely with Tom Fuller. This is a good opportunity for both drivers who I think were down around 6th, 7th place in their first heats. Big chance for them to move themselves up the order.
Yeah, and an even better chance to get them a good starting position in their final. As we see now the leaders of this heat making their way through turns 8, then through the long right-handers, then of turn 9. Getting yourself on towards turn 10 as well. That short run towards 11. And Beryl Smith is doing well because he's hanging on and he's managing to try and extend that lead. Looks like it when it comes to the line. Let's see, it was 0.4 of a second last time around. It's extended to half a second now. So Beryl Smith with the fastest lap of the race as well with 54.6. Just slowly building that gap between himself and Joe Holmes.
Yeah, it's a big statement so far from Anwar in this race. Mikey Nichols and the progress he's making continues. He's up to 5th place now. Has got past Richard Lavender on that last lap. Jordan Salter trying to follow through. He's just got past Elliot Muse for 7th place. Change of lead in C3. Max Jameson has got past Lawrence Chair, so the driver in the number 48 is now in 10th place. Might just about see them in the back of the shot. But Lowe and Fuller continuing to work together, trying to secure these 2 positions. This is a tactic you often see in sprints racing. Very, very difficult to gain time on other competitors. Very easy to lose it through battling. So at least by doing this, they can consolidate 3rd and 4th in this race and have a bit of a battle for that 3rd place on the last lap or so without risking dropping down to 5th. Having said that though, Mikey Nichols' pace is very, very good. And it's been a real nuisance to them at the moment, closing in 1.6 seconds to get the gap and 0.2 in to the side of Mikey Nichols last time around.
Yeah, he's got less than 2 minutes now to try and catch that battle and also try and find his way through if he can. He's got some good pace about him, but passing here, you've got to try and set up the move about 2 or 3 corners before you can actually make a move at some points in this track. But at the moment, then Beryl Smith still leading the way. The gap's now 0.8 of a second. So Beryl Smith in the zone at the moment and just setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Another one on the board, 54.592 again from Beryl Smith. The gap opens up to just over 9/10.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the fastest times that we've seen so far today, if not the fastest time. Jordan Salter is through into 6th place, by the way, has got past Richard Lavender. No other overtakes to report on that last tour of the circuit. And Tom Fuller just starting to apply a bit more pressure now to the rear bumper of Darrell Lowe, getting a bit closer in those braking zones, trying to harry the returning Darrell Lowe along a little bit.
Yeah, just try and get the teamwork going now. I think the teamwork's out of the window now. They were working together to try and catch the two ahead. They're firmly set now. I'm realising this is going to be their battle now for 3rd place in this heat as they wind down their lap then. Through in towards turn 11 we go, on towards this turn 12 complex then. Great corners to go through. Last lap board is out.
It is indeed. And Anwar Barul Smith has a good lead of 0.9 of a second. There he is, ahead of Joe Holmes. Darrell Lowe holding on to that 3rd place at the moment. See the blue helmet still ahead of Tom Fuller in that bright pink detailed lid of his. This is a good bounce back from Anwar. We saw him have a go at trying to take the win in his first race of the day. Didn't quite work in that squabble with Adam Wright. But I don't think he'll mind that with this result following up not just a victory, but getting a victory over Joe Holmes. Darrell Lowe still holding on to 3rd place. It's a really, really good race to see. But Anwar Barul Smith nearly did it in the first race. He's got it in the second race, and he likes that a lot. Anwar Barul Smith takes heat number 5. Joe Holmes 2nd. Darrell Lowe on the line 3rd. Tom Fuller 4th. Another good result from Mikey Nichols there in 5th. Jordan Salter, Richard Lavender, Elliot Muse, Ben Bennyworth and Max Jameson is the top 10. That's all we're going to have time for because we've got to move on to heat number 6. Heat 6 then, here's your grid. Matt Wildman has pole position, Oliver Moss alongside on the front row. Andrew Cherry and Alex Pritchard row 2, Rory 7 and Richard Newton on row number 3. Chris Alcock and Jason Bear start on row 4. Paul Williams and Steve Lindy are on row 5. Miguel Hall and Luke Phillips are on row 6. Matthew Batter and Joel Arguelles are on row number 7. And I think we are good to go. Yep, Samuel Bensley, Andrew Berry and Andrew Hicks wrap out this field. Matt Wildman on the left of your screen, number 70. Can he hold the lead over Oliver Moss into turn 1? Moss is having a good go there, but Pritchard's at the inside. Trying to go for the lead as well in the end. Slots back into P3. All a bit of bumping and barging as they go through the hairpin for the first time. Steve Lindley and Chris Alcock are in there. That was a brave bit of driving from Matt Wildman. A big challenge came in from Oliver Moss through turn 1 there, Kieran, and he was up to the task.
He was up to the task, and Wildman leads the way ahead of Oliver Moss in towards turn 1 and still leading the way. Alex Pritchard in 3rd place then as they make their way through. Bit of battling in the midfield there as they try and make their way through, try and get a couple of positions here and there. I think one of them was the 65 of Paul Williams trying to find a way up the inside as they now make their way through that fast right-hander then with a bit of curb on the outside. And they have been briefed, these drivers. Watch out. You do not want to be extending that last bit of curb any more than they really have to, because they will be hot on that one.
They will be. So that good start for Matt Wildman. 0.6 of a second is his lead over Oliver Moss. See Chris Alcock trying to get past Steve Lindley there for 6th place. A good start there from Lindley. And up the inside, he is on the full attack today. This is good to see from Steve Lindley. That's 5th place, past Richard Newton.
And how far can he go now? Through in towards the closer stages of the lap, through turn 8, through turn 9 we will go. 47's not hanging around, Steve Lindley. Next target will be Andrew Cherry up ahead in the 23.
Yeah, I think I just saw there's a cone penalty. Yes, there is for Rory 7. So Rory 7 will be demoted one position at the end of this race. Matt Wileman extends his lead a little bit more. 1.1 seconds now for the driver, very much in form. Alex Pritchard pushing hard there, getting all crossed up as he went into turn number 3. Oliver Moss feeling the pressure here. 7 versus 77. And up into 4th. Ah, where's Andrew Cherry gone? Because Andrew Cherry is no longer there in 4th place. It's now Steve Lindley with Chris Alcock behind. So Chris Alcock has gained 2 positions so far on this lap. Both of them were track limit warnings last time around. What's going on in C3? Luke Phillips is currently leading in C3 ahead of Andrew Berry, and our BIKC champion is up to 3rd place in this race. So Joel Arguelles doing a very good job indeed in the number 15.
See there, Lindley looking back, he knows Alcock's there now, through in towards turn 3, then through turn 4. See who gets the better line then as they make their way through in towards turn 5. Lindley at the moment holding on to 4th place, but you can tell Chris Alcock just applying that pressure and seeing how Lindley reacts this battle for 4th place.
Yeah, both of them on 2 track limit warnings though. So they're walking on a bit of a tightrope now as we approach the midway point of this race. Alex Pritchard and Chris Alcock, Applewood independent teammates in the endurance teams event, so that makes Lindley the meat and the sandwich at the moment between the 2 Applewood drivers. Good chance here for Chris Alcock to get a run into turn 1. No, just holds that position for now. Just happy to work with Steve Lindley. 1.6 seconds now the lead for Matt Wileman over the rest of the field. Miguel Hall has gained a position past Andrew Cherry for 6th place. Richard Newton has gone past Cherry as well, and now here goes Alcock trying to get through. Can he get the move finished? Yes, he can. Chris Alcock up to 4th place.
Yeah, he dived up the inside, but he got the move done, and now he's saying try and work together to get the others. Chris Alcock now into 4th place as Alex Pritchard there pushing hard, maybe slightly missing the apex through turn 8 there, but still trying to charge on and trying to challenge Moss for that 2nd place as they make their way through the final couple of corners.
Yeah, time's on their side at the moment. The 2nd place for Alcock is still, I think, on the table here. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. I think maybe that the wind's gone. 54.98 for Matt Wileman now. So 1.9 second lead almost. Don't think that's going to be closed down, but Oliver Moss is looking vulnerable, being closed in now by Pritchard, and Alcock doing likewise to both of them.
Yeah, Lindley also in that battle as well, so we've got 4 karts battling away for 2nd place in the closing stages of heat number 6, making our way now through in towards turn 8 before heading into turn 9. So Oliver Moss now, he's got to be careful, because if he does make a mistake, Alex Pritchard will be ready on the spot to try and take advantage through turn 11 there. A bit of fighting the kart then through 11 there. That's not normally a place you want to be losing the back end there. It's a very fast part of the circuit. Onto the start finish straight we will go. And Chris Alcock, fastest lap of the race, 54.7 from him in 4th place.
Yeah, really good stuff from Chris. Some overtakes to tell you about. Paul Williams and Rory 7 have got past Andrew Cherry, so that's Williams up to 8th, 9th for 7. Jason Bear had issues earlier on, but is now fighting back through the C3s. Has got past both Matthew Batter and Samuel Bensley. Is up to 13th.
Oliver Moss with a track limit warning there. It's also a curb warning for Rory 7 going out there. And they now make their way through and towards turn 8. Pritchard really is right under the back of Moss then, making their way through turn 9, onwards through turn 10. Pritchard maybe sizing up a move here through turn 11. He's right on the back panel then, through and towards turn 12. And back onto the start finish straight then. He's really sizing up this move then, perhaps a move in towards turn 1. Where will Pritchard go though? He'll stick to the racing line. Oliver Moss hanging on for now. Through turn 1 they go. and surely an opportunity for Pritchard here to try a move, but he stays behind for now in towards turn 2. There's the move up the inside in towards turn 3. Bit of contact between them. Through in towards turn 4 we go, but Pritchard does get the move. He's now up into second.
Last lap board is out for all of these drivers now. Matt Wildman just has to cruise around to take another victory on this rich reign of form that he's on at the moment. 2.2 seconds out from everybody else, but this battle still raging on for second place. Could be taken by, I'm still counting Steve Lindley in this, any of these 4 drivers as they come into the last couple of corners. Can Alex Pritchard hold on? Can Oliver Moss fight back? Can Chris Alcock gain a position or 2? Looks like it's going to be Pritchard, but Matt Wildman takes another victory here in Club 100. It's going to be second place to Alex Pritchard, third Oliver Moss, fourth Chris Alcock, fifth for Steve Lindley, sixth for Miguel Hall. Paul Williams finishes in 7th place. Richard Newton, Rory Seven and Andrew Cherry is the top 10. Jason Bear, 11th. Top C3 runner was Luke Phillips. Samuel Bensley, Andrew Berry, Matthew Batter, Joel Arguelles and Andrew Hicks completes the field. Well, that's half of the heats done. Coming up now, the next of the this second rotation, it'll be heat number 7. No time for the grid, unfortunately. We are ready to go here, and it's the number 44 of Mike Bodner who'll take us from pole position into turn 1. Kieran Chixie being held out wide there by Dave Pellers in the number 92. A clean start from those at the front of the order. Bodner leads. Chris Dixon looking for a move down the inside. I think Richard Masterson cut through and across Chris Dixon there. Defending and attacking at the same time, but that was a very experienced start from Mike Bodner. Knew what he needed to do. Has converted it into an early lead.
He has indeed, and Masterson trying to make his way through the field as well. He's now up into 3rd at the moment after that great start, with Mike Bodner still leading the way then as they now make their way through in towards turn 9, just trying to sort themselves out in these first few laps then. Number 92, Dave Pethers, then has had a good start as well. He moves now up the order as they will make their way now through in towards the penultimate corner, now onto the start-finish straight then. So Mike Bodner still leading the way then. It's Dave Pethers in 2nd place. Then it's Masterson in 3rd. Chris Dixon in 4th at the moment as he tries to make his way up the order once again.
It does indeed. Good opportunity for some points. Chris Dixon being the only C1 in this one. Oh, nice move there. I think that was, may have been Vinod Hirani involved in the fight over that position. But Mike Bodner continues to lead here. Dave Pethers didn't have the best of first races, so this is good to see him striking back. Oh, Bodner a little bit weak off of turn number 7 there. Is he starting to feel the pressure? Just looking back to our C3s, David Wilson, the number 85, is currently top of the C3s. Contact warning for Kieran Chixie, who's in 5th place at the moment, top of the super heavyweights. 3 super heavyweights in this race. New fastest lap of the heat so far, Dave Pethers, 55.445, going down the inside for the lead of the race, has got it.
That's a great move from Dave Pethers there. And he now takes the lead then as they make their way through. Mike Bodner left that door open and Dave Pethers took full advantage.
And you mentioned it earlier, Kieran, getting stopped for that you wanted to run quite wide initially, which can open it up as an overtaking spot, but especially when you're going down the inside, getting it stopped into that 3rd turn, it looks easy, but it's not, because you're braking and turning at the same time.
I tell you, that move is a move of bravery then. That's a driver who is fully committed and knows how this kart stops, how it behaves under braking, and that's going to be taken full advantage by Dave Pethers then. Chris Dixon as well behind now into the top 3 as they make their way across the line once again. So Mike Bodner's going to be under a bit of pressure from Chris Dixon through turn 1. Onwards they go then up towards turn 2. They file their way through in towards turn 3. That right-hander coming at you very quickly before the slight left of 4. Chris Dixon, quick look behind. No one too close to them. It's Masterson behind him as they make their way on towards that short stretch now through these next couple of corners.
Dave Pethers has not had a race victory so far this season. His best result, he's had 2/3 through heats earlier in the season.
In fact, they were both round 1 and round 2. So this is an opportunity for Dave Pethers to have his strongest result in quite a while. 4 minutes to go. Track limit warning for Bo van Jangveld. And another, that's a track limit warning this time for Kieran Chigsey. So it's 1 apiece for TLWs and contact warnings for the driver in the 107. Lee Henderson has just gained a position though, and in fact taken the lead in the super heavyweight, 7th place for Lee Henderson. Another driver who's got a good record around here. Oh, this is an off. That's a big off. That's 2 drivers. I think one of them is Vinod Hirani in the blue suit there. Couldn't quite make out who the other driver was. Where was... it's David Wilson. David Wilson is not registering as going round, so they've both come off the circuit there. That's going round turn 9 into turn 10, isn't it? A very fast section of the circuit. Those 2 drivers have come together. And you see Vinod Hirani, this is what you have to do when you're on the grass. You can't restart these karts from the grass as per the regulations. Can damage the clutches, so that's why Vinod Hirani's pulling the kart out of the grass and out of the weeds there, back onto the tarmac, and can get back into this race. But unfortunately for Vinod, that's pretty much any chances of a good result in this race out the window.
Chris Dixon up into 2nd place, and now trying to challenge Dave Pethers for the lead of heat number 7. Through turn 4 they go. He got a great run there, but Pethers defending the inside line in towards turn 5. Chris Dixon there sees the opening, gets a little bit of a switch back on. They're going to run side by side in towards turn 6. Pethers still hanging on to this one, and then through they go through turn 7 onto this short stretch here. They'll be coming up to some yellow flags soon, and they acknowledge the yellow flag, so no racing, no overtaking through this part of the track.
Yeah, Dave Pethers very, very much getting his hand in the air there to say, I've seen the yellow flag. Oh, cone penalty! Cone penalty for Dave Pethers, and that will be it. Doesn't matter if he wins the race on the track now. He's going to have a +1. He can only finish as high as 2nd. Now, this is interesting for Chris Dixon. If he sees that, recognises that Dave Pethers is the 92, does he just sit on the rear bumper now and not go for the big, brave move? That's a little think about it there.
Well, I think as well, for Chris Dixon, if he gets that position, it moves Dave Pethers actually down to 3rd place. So you really want to try and get the move past, get it done on track, because it might help you in the long run then, as they try and file their way through. And tell a racing driver not to go for a move. They will absolutely ignore you there.
Big penalty for David Wilson, ABC takeout, so he's adjudged to have been at fault in the incident that took out Vinod Hirani. So that'll be +6 positions for David at the end of the race. Not that it'll matter too much, because he's only in the penultimate position of the field at the moment. Last lap then for this group of drivers in heat number 7, and Chris Dixon's looking to the inside now, wants the lead overall out there on the circuit. He's got it. Great move from Chris Dixon. Dave Pethers now in 2nd place. Mike Bodner's sitting on a good haul of points here once Pethers' penalty has been applied. Well, at least at the moment this would be an equaling of the best result so far of the year for Pethers. His 3rd top 3 in a heat so far in 2021. Steve Bosley and Richard Masterson keeping on it though. Steve Bosley's done nicely here, coming from the lower reaches of the order. He's up to 4th place and also the fastest driver out there, 54.849 in this heat. But Chris Dixon has had to work for this one. He's going to take a victory and maximum points from this heat. A solid run there, and he's looking good for the A final. Dave Pethers 2nd, but has a cone penalty. Mike Bodner is P3 on the road. They'll switch round. Vinod Hirani walking away there. Steve Bosley and Richard Masterson top 5s. Chris Kirk, Lee Henderson, Russell Taylor, Kieran Chigsey, Bo van Jangveld the top 10. Bradley Porter and Leander Praise was the 12 drivers to finish. We're going to quickly move on to heat number 8. Here we go then. Bill Taylor and Anthony Ridd are on the front row for heat number 8. Lewis Ridd and Simon Kavanagh row 2. Richard Allen and Stuart Simmons are on row number 3. Adam Wright and Jonathan Elliott start on row 4. Craig Brown and Francesco Volpe on the 5th row of the grid. Jack Bolton and Chris Solomon on row number 6. Martin Robertson and Jason Small start on row 7. Marcus Neris and Daniel Hollinshed wrap out the 16 runners in this field. All set to go then here at Bayford Meadows for heat number 8. It's round 7 of the 2021 Heavyweights Sprints Championship here for Club 100. Away goes Bill Taylor, looking to hold that lead, but gets a little bit of encouragement from Lewis Ridd behind. They're all through turn number 1 safely. Richard Allen's involved, trying to get down the inside for 3rd place. Adam Wright's had a good start as well. I think he's gained at least 1, maybe 2 positions, but is now forced out wide. And he's going to lose all those positions. It's getting very, very squabbly through turn number 4. Somehow, Kieran, they're all still pointing in the right direction.
I don't speak too soon at the moment because they're just about making their way through on towards the short stretch towards turn number 8 as the 41 of Craig Brown slightly onto the grass there as they now make their way through in towards turn 8, then through turn number going 3 wide at the midfield there, through in towards turn 9 we go, and the number 41 there of Craig Brown getting a couple of positions to his benefit then as they make their way through in towards 11, on towards the final quarter at turn 12. An eventful first lap, and at the end of it, Bill Taylor's in the lead ahead of Lewis Ridd. It's Anthony Rudd rounding off the top 3.
Yeah, both Ridds in the top 3 now. Contact warning for Jack Bolton. Also contact warnings on that first lap for Stuart Simmons and Simon Kavanagh. You see Adam Wright there in the number 3. Won the very first heat of the day. He's trying to recover back through. And in fact, we've got 2 heat winners so far here at Bayford Meadows in this race, with Jonathan Elliott in there as well. Change for the lead almost. Lewis Ridd trying to get past Bill Taylor. But Bill Taylor not looking too phased at the moment here, Kieran. He's comfortable out front.
Not at the moment. Down the start finish straight, they'll go in towards turn 1. He does try and defend the inside line, but Lewis Ridd up the inside has other ideas and takes away the lead. It has to go slightly defensive then in towards turn 2, then in towards turn 3, as Anthony Ridd right behind, looking to try and apply the pressure as well. But new leader then in Lewis Ridd, as they make their way down in towards turn 5, as I think that was Anthony Ridd trying to move up the inside, which he does. He now is up into 2nd place. Richard Allen fancies his chances of trying to inherit a position, but can't quite find a way past Bill Taylor for now.
He's been in good form recently, Lewis Ridd. 4 heats victories as Richard Allen's going for a move there, trying to gain a position. I think he's done so. Yes, he has. So he's got past Bill Taylor now. 4 out of the last 6 heats before the start of things here today have been won by Lewis Ridd when he's been out there. So it's definitely come on form through the middle part of this season, and it really is the stage of the year where drivers start thinking about championship positions. Lewis Ridd just outside the top 10 on points at the moment. He could be making a big move up the standings today. He's got a rear gunner now in Anthony Ridd. There is Jonathan Elliott having another strong race here. And a lot of drivers, I get the feeling here in this one, Kieran, who are looking to gain big points in this race. It's not a race with any of the championship contenders who we've seen on form in the last few rounds. I'm thinking an Anwar or a Joe Holmes or a Matt Wildman. Adam Wright currently the highest ranked driver in points in this race, and he's currently down in 9th place. And this is a big opportunity for the likes of the Ridds, Jonathan Elliott, Stuart Simmons to get good points in this race, improve their grid positions for a final.
Yeah, they have to take full advantage of that as much as possible. There's a couple of drivers sliding their way through towards turns 2 and 3. And there is the number 3 of Adam Wright going up the inside of Volpe then. Does he get that move completed? Not quite. He'll have the inside line then for the next corner and does get that move done. So right now upper position up into 8th place.
Yeah, a very good move there from Adam Wright. A couple of track limit warnings coming in, namely for Lewis Ridd and Richard Allen. And here's a change for the lead. Anthony Ridd is through. So Anthony Ridd goes past Lewis Ridd and will be scored as the leader. Richard Allen, though, closing in, number 26. And seems to have gone into full Dickie Allen mode. You see him when he's hunkering down as he's going down the pit straight there. He's got a bit more energy in this race as he has a chance of a race victory here. Lewis Ridd has a small look to see if there's an opportunity to get through into turn 4. Jonathan Elliott, look at him there, closing in again, 4th place at the moment. We've already seen him produce one of the best results of anyone that we've seen so far today, in terms of, well, not just the result, but a race performance. That was earlier on in the day when he took a race victory in his first heat. 2 minutes to go. It's a group of 5 out front. Ridd, Allen, Elliott and Simmons. Only 2 more laps for the drivers. If timing's telling me the correct thing, 1 minute 20 on the clock as they came over start line. Oh, big slide there from Anthony Ridd, and Richard Allen's looking for a way through. There's just not the space to get up the inside and get the overtake completed.
Yeah, Anthony Ridd leaving it very late to try and get that car slowed down. Richard Allen picking up a contact warning now, so he's got to be careful now. And any late moves are going to have to be well measured.
Elliott's got through. Elliott's got the move done on Richard Allen there. He's through and into 3rd place. Stuart Simmons being very patient off the back of this group as well. I think he's just banking on someone coming to blows and him gaining a position or 2 out of that situation. The 2 Ridds leaders. Back down the inside goes Lewis Ridd. Retakes the lead. Going on to the last lap then. Great move through turn 1. And here comes Jonathan Elliott now trying to get past Anthony Ridd for 2nd place. What do you think about that move?
That's a great move, and it's not over yet because they're making their way through in towards turn 5. Anthony Ridd here might get a better run, but has to see that position. Great move from Lewis Ridd, in that move, and now takes over the lead of the race onto the short run now towards turn 8.
It's such a high-speed entry into turn 1 as well, and it tightens, really tightens on the apex there. You've got to get it absolutely right, and Lewis Ridd did just that. He's got 2 more corners to negotiate, and he's going to take a race victory here at the end of the 2nd rotation of heats for the heavyweights, and he is going to do just that. A brilliant victory for Lewis Ridd in heat number 8 ahead of Anthony Ridd. Jonathan Elliott strong again in P3. 4th for Richard Allen. Stuart Simmons in 5th. Bill Taylor, Adam Wright, Francesco Volpe, Craig Brown and Jack Bolton is the top 10. Simon Kavanagh is 11th. Top C3 again was Daniel Hollenshed, Marcus Neris, Jason Small, Martin Robertson and Chris Solomon is your final result. And we're going to move swiftly on to the 3rd rotation of heats, starting with heat number 9. Here's a grid for heat number 9. Steve Lindley and Paul Jameson on the front row of the grid. Vinod Hirani and Vijay Patel due on row 2. Alex Pritchard and Andrew Cherry on row number 3. Mike Bodner and Richard Masterson go from row 4. Chris Alcock and Chris Kirk are on row 5. Chris Dixon and Andrew Berry are on row 6. Bo van Jangveld and Blake Templey on row 7. Bradley Porter and Joel Arguelles on row 8. Russell Taylor means it's 17 drivers in this next heat. So another appearance from our BIKC champion, Joel Arguelles, in the Class 3 category there. And Class 3, a great opportunity for drivers to gain experience. We're going to go around for another formation lap. Kieran, 8 races down. What are your thoughts so far on how this heavyweights day is panning out?
It's been close, it's been high octane, and there's been very little margin for error, normally how it goes really. But looking forward to seeing how the 3rd rotation of heats goes. This is the last chance for the drivers to really get the heat points they need to put themselves in a good position when it comes to their finals later on today.
Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Mark Salter, who's cheering on Jordan Salter. Watching you from the hot tub. Oh, there we go. Here we'll see Jordan out again for his third and final heats later on. Hello to Gloria Bennell as well, cheering on Francesco Volpe. And happy birthday. What a great day to have a birthday. TSG karting as well, cheering on Joel Arguelles. Let's see how he can do in this next race. We are set to go for heat number 9. Then pace kart pulls off to one side. Steve Lindley takes from pole position. He's got a very good start. That may have almost been too good a start. We'll wait and see. Alex Pritchard has done the business again into turn 1. We've seen him do that a couple of times so far today. Into the first braking zone they go. Chris Dixon already trying to fight through the order. Chris Alcock is out there in this race as well, so look out for him coming through. In fact, he's already up to third place. And there's a spinner off towards the back. I think it's Blake Templey, the number 79. Yes, it is. Contact warning for Chris Kirk in the number 56. But a good start from Lindley. He leads.
He does indeed, as they now make their way through in towards turn 8. Also a contact warning for the number 30 of Andy Berry. As they now make their way through in towards these flying right-handers. It's the Alex Pritchard in second place right now, going almost too wide, going through turn 10. At the back of the field as they make their way through 11 onwards then towards that turn 12 complex. Then leaders come across the line, and Lindley leading then as they make their way through and towards turn 1. Alex Pritchard in second place, but has got a really good run out of the first corner, sizes himself up nicely for turn 2. Not much room there, but it doesn't matter. Alex Pritchard gets the move done. Chris Alcock right behind them as well.
Yeah, Pritchard was just able to hold a slightly tighter line on the exit of turn 1. A bit of oversteer for Lindley, and that was all the opportunity. Down the inside goes Alcock, so Alcock up to P2 now. But Pritchard just saw that, knew he was going to be able to get alongside through turn 2, hold to the inside, get the move done into turn 3, and he's been rewarded with the lead.
So Chris Alcock now can try and focus once again on Alex Pritchard, then making our way through this penultimate corner of turn 11, and then on towards that turn 12. Up and down we go, and on towards the start-finish line. So Pritchard now leads ahead of Chris Alcock, and third place Steve Lindley. Fourth place Mike Bodner. Chris Dixon in fifth place will be looking to try and get his way up the order. Pritchard maybe slightly wide at the exit of turn 1, and Chris Alcock will just make a note of that through towards turn 3 and closes up behind him.
Well, I think that these two drivers at the front now will work together and help each other to consolidate and get out ahead. Steve Lindley still there in third place. There's Richard Masterson, number 29, in sixth place. Good to see Vinod Hirani is back out in this race after that substantial incident earlier on. There's a spinner off towards the back of the field. Couldn't quite make out who that was. It's the number 16 of Paul Jameson. Yeah, good opportunity here for the endurance teammates, Alex Pritchard and Chris Alcock, to get out ahead. Mike Bodden is still there in fourth place. Chris Dixon in fifth, going down the inside for fourth place. Very nice move from Chris Dixon. Clean as you like. Mike Bodden has a little think about trying to get back through, but settles there in fifth.
Yeah, showed a lot of faith in Mike Bodner there to not turn in, and he's duly rewarded for fourth place then. Now the charge will go on to try and get third place in this heat, and he's got Lindley ahead.
Thank you very much to Dodge, who sent a super chat in and a donation to Alpha Live. Thank you for the continued support. If you're enjoying the coverage and you're new around here, why not give that subscribe button a press. Make sure that you've clicked the notification bell as well, as the busy summer becomes the busy autumn of Alpha Live events. We've also got the iArmy O-Plate competition up at PF International on for you today, but don't go watch that now, because we're having some great racing here at Bayford Meadows for Club 100 Sprints, as Alex Pritchard gets very sideways through into turn number 3. He is pushing hard.
I think that'd be an understatement there, but he certainly knows that Chris Alcock's right behind him now and trying to chuck that kart in and see if it sticks. It did stick that time around, albeit slightly sideways.
Steve Lindley still doing a great job as well there in third place. 55.432 last time around for Steve. And has got nearly a second over Chris Dixon. Chris Dixon now up to 4th place, has got past Mike Bodner, who himself has got a good lead over the rest of the field behind, so hopefully Mike Bodner can just keep on the coattails of Chris Dixon and close this one out for another top 5. But Pritchard and Alcock, and he loves that wide line, and it is one of the things that if you can get a little bit wider on going through 2 and approaching into 3, you've got a straighter run when you get on the power through 3 and 4. Oh, that's Langveld. So Langveld is off. Mo van Langveld was up in 7th place, was having a great run there in C3. And unfortunately, he's going to fall a long way down the order because of that. And also, I think we started on the grass there, if we have a look at that again. So that may be a bit of a substantial penalty coming in. Russell Taylor, I think, may be the individual who sent Mo van Langveld there into the weeds, because he just received an ABC takeout penalty. And thank you to Ask Dodge, who said the donation is in honour of birthday boy Francesco Volpe. And we'll be in Spain later this week. As down the inside goes Alcock, and has he got the move done? I think he's going to have to wait till turn 4 to get it done. They're side by side. Track limit warning for Alcock as well. They're still side by side. This is great stuff between the two good mates out there. Clearly having a lot of fun here at Bayford Meadows.
You see, though, Chris Alcock has, he's happy with that, isn't he? Absolutely loving it out there at the moment. But you can see Chris Alcock knows he's got to try and move down the inside. He does get it this time around. He left the door open to Alex Pritchard. He's not giving up on it, though, through turn 10. He takes the lead back. Great stuff.
Brilliant. These two are very, very good pals off the circuit. I think Alex would enjoy that he'd got one over on Chris there. He's still got one over on Chris. They're on to the last lap now. This is what it's all about. This is why we love Club 100. Great spirit in this paddock. And that's a good defensive line from Alex Pritchard there. Can Chris get underneath into turn 4? No. He's not going to let you through, Chris. You're going to have to work for this one, buddy. And all the time, Steve Lindley is closing in, and we'll be hoping that he gets an opportunity to get back involved and maybe gain another position. Defensive again goes Alex into turn number 8, and this is such a tricky corner to get right, but both of them have done that brilliantly. Couple of corners to go. This would be big for Alex Pritchard to take a victory here at Bayford Meadows. Has had victories in previous rounds in heats. Round the final corner, Alex Pritchard takes heat number 9 and will be very, very pleased with that indeed, and wins by just over 1/10 of a second over Chris Alcock. Steve Lindley 3rd, Chris Dixon 4th, Mike Bodner, a good result there in 5th, Richard Masterson also with a good result in 6th. Russell Taylor, Andrew Cherry, Andrew Berry and Bradley Porter is your top 10. We're quickly going to move on to heat number 10. Easy grid for heat number 10. Jack Bolton, Joe Holmes on row 1, Steve Bosley and Anthony Ridd row 2, Lewis Ridd and Richard Lavender on row number 3. Bill Taylor and Richard Newton on row 4, Adam Wright and Jason Bear row 5, Luke Haynes and Matthew Batter on row 6, Chris Solomon and Lawrence Chair on row 7, Elliot Garnett. Makes it 15 karts in this field. That was an entertaining race, Kieran.
I love that. Could we have had that for a couple more minutes? That was great stuff.
Big race this, very big race this. Some big hitters going out for their final heats of the day. Finals coming up later on this morning and into the afternoon. We are good to go. Thumbs in the air from pace kart driver. And away we go then for heat number 10. Jack Bolton, really good start for Jack Bolton. Steve Bosley's going to be down the inside of Joe Holmes going for 2nd place. It is a good spot to start in P3 round here at Bayford Meadows. That was brilliant stuff from Jack Bolton. Nailed that on the lights round the outside. There is Anthony Ridd. Has lost a couple of positions. And in fact, the number 97 of Lewis Ridd has got past Joe Holmes. But Joe Holmes fights back. That's surely not going to work. 4 wide into turn number 4. There's a little bit of bumping and barging at the back. But they're all still in the race.
So far, so good. Not such a good start for Joe Holmes, but he's trying to make up for it now as he's looking up the inside, going in towards turn 8 then of Steve Bosley. Meanwhile, we're going side by side further back as well, trying to get through the order then. There is Joe Holmes, and there he is in second place. So after a not so good start on the first few corners, by turn 10 he's back up to second place. So he's really recovered from that one now, in through the final couple of corners onto the start-finish straight, I believe. Jack Bolton still in the lead. Yes, there he is.
Yep. Yeah, that's just what Bolton will have been looking for. Just looking down the order, Richard Lavender didn't have the best of first laps, down 6 positions. It's down the inside of Steve Bosley. There goes Lewis Ridd, so that's Lewis Ridd up to 3rd. And Adam Wright coming into this now. Richard Newton has had a loading penalty, so he's going to lose positions at the end of the race. So Anthony Ridd also had troubles on that first lap, but lost 5 positions. It's down to 10th place. He's got work to do now for the remaining 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, he has, and mistakes you don't want to be making in a sprint race, because you haven't got a long time to make up for it. You've got to really nail the start as much as possible, see if you can get a couple of positions, but if you do make that mistake, you know, you've got the best part of 6.5 minutes to try and make up for it. It's not a long time.
It isn't at all, and what's Jack Bolton gesturing about there? Didn't look too happy. Down the inside of Steve Bosley goes Adam Wright. This is more like it, and they've switched positions. So Joe Holmes has gone through past Jack Bolton, I presume on the exit of turn number 1. So can Bolton just use Holmes as a bit of a marker now and pull away from Lewis Ridd behind? Adam Wright definitely has the bit between his teeth now. He's got up into the ranks of the C1s, 4 C1s at the front of the field with their yellow number boards, and then the blue number boards of C2s behind. Steve Bosley having another good run here. Richard Lavender has gained 2 positions on that last lap, so the fight back has started. He's got past Elliot Garnett and Chris Solomon. End of lap number 3. 54.814 from Joe Holmes last time around. Jack Bolton still there in second place. Lots of changes for position further down the order. Jason Bear has got past Bill Taylor for 6th. Anthony Ridd and Lawrence Chair have both gained 2 positions on that last lap, up to 8th and 9th respectively, past Richard Newton and Matthew Batter.
And Joe Holmes just trying to build that gap now in the lead after Jack Bolton sort of allowed him to go through. Maybe he just wasn't focused on battling Joe Holmes. Maybe he'd rather focus on battling someone that he knows he's not going to lose a lot of time against. It's better to just let someone go without wasting the time of battling anybody else and leave yourself vulnerable to the karts behind.
Absolutely. Track limit warning for Bill Taylor in the 144. We're past the halfway stage of this race now, and Joe Holmes, the pace is increasing. 54.699 down the inside of Bolton goes Ridd. Little bit of pod to pod there, but Ridd is through. He's got the position. Here comes Adam Wright as well. Adam Wright trying to go through into 3rd place. Has he got that overtake complete? He's going to have the inside for the next corner. Heads up driving from Adam Wright. Takes advantage of Bolton being offline. Classic Club 100 sprint racing. When you lose 1 position, you lose 2, and it's all about trying to get back in line as quickly as possible. Bolton has now done that, but Steve Bosley will be sniffing for a way through now and trying to get that 4th place.
And if you leave a sniff of an opportunity in these Club 100 races, you normally find yourself that someone's going to sniff that opportunity right up, and that's exactly what happened there with Adam Wright. He managed to move up a position. He's trying up the inside going in towards turn 1.
Wow.
He's going to try it. He's tried it, and it's almost come off because they're going to run side by side coming out of turn 1. That looked like there was no move there at all. Now heading our way through turns 2 and 3, still running side by side, all of them. Lewis Ridd has managed to get himself back up. Adam Wright holds on to 3rd place, but here comes the 72, and then of Steve Bosley slightly onto the grass then as he was trying to find his way through. And we've got other drivers joining the battle as well. Here comes Adam Wright again up the inside. This time there was a bit more room than his move at turn 1, and he now takes over 2nd place.
Yeah, Jason Bear's the driver at the rear of this train. That was brave stuff from Adam Wright, especially through turn 3. Had to hold to the inside, knew that Jack Bolton was going to try for the move at the inside in that space made by the charging Lewis Ridd, but he's come through the adversity and is now up to second place.
2 laps to go then. Joe Holmes clear out front now by 4.6 seconds. It's all about second place. Adam Wright holds second place at the moment. This is a big lap of field, Kieran. If Adam can get a bit of a gap, say half a second over the rest of the field, I think they're going to start fighting for third, fourth, fifth behind him and leave him to it.
Yeah, he's got to try and make this a lap, a qualifying lap to remember, because now, if he does that, as you say, the others will batter behind him. It will give him a bit more breathing space up at the second place spot. But at the moment, he can't seem to shake Lewis Ridd at the moment. On towards the short stretch in towards turn 8 we go. Contact warning there for the 32 of Richard Newton as we head in towards the closing stages of heat number 10. It's absolutely flown by this one. We've had some great battling for second place, and we've had Joe Holmes leading the way, 4.6 when they crossed the line last time around. Last lap board is out, and Joe Holmes with the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.6. Gap's now just under 5 seconds.
PB goes in from Adam Wright as well, 54.892 last time around, and crucially he has got that half-second gap. That was a big effort in the second half of that last lap. So it's going to be all over third place now. Saying that, even Lewis Ridd has got a good few tenths over Jack Bolton. It's all calmed down here, and being the last race or the last heat for these drivers, they'll probably say, yeah, we'll take the points, move on to the finals, because these kind of results give you good grid slots in those finals. Joe Holmes, well, he's definitely going to be in the A final, and he's going to be towards the front of it. He's going to close out a trio of fantastic results here at Bayford Meadows in the heavyweight sprint heat. Takes another victory comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. Adam Wright battles through to second place. More good points for Lewis Ridd in third. Jack Bolton fourth. Steve Bosley ever consistent there in fifth, ahead of Jason Bear, Bill Taylor, Anthony Ridd. Top C3 runner there is Lawrence Chair, Richard Newton, Matthew Batter, Richard Lavender, Elliot Garnett and Chris Solomon close this one out. So let's move on to heat number 11. Let's rattle through this one. Francesco Volpe starts on pole position. Miguel Hall alongside on the front row. Elliot Muse and Oliver Moss on row 2. Simon Kavanagh and Dave Pethers on row 3. Darrell Lowe and Anwar Barul Smith on row 4. George Boothby and Rory 7 on row 5. Ben Bennyworth and Max Jameson row 6. David Wilson, Jaden Callaghan row 7. Jason Small and Marcus Neris row 8. Lots of support in for Volpe. Let's see what Francesco can do here from pole position. Away we go for the start of this one. Very even into turn 1. Miguel Hall on the outside there, trying to hold second place. And I think it's just about done it over Elliot Muse and Oliver Moss. Into the first braking zone we go. Dave Pethers looking for another good result here, same as Darrell Lowe, returning to sprint racing action here. 6 minutes 40 on the clock. 20 seconds gone already, and that was a pretty clean start there, Kieran, from this group of drivers.
It was indeed. There's a bit of contact there with the 37. That's Ben Bennyworth trying to find his way through, but Francesco Volpe with a good start. He's trying to get his way at the head of the field, and I think that's Bennyworth trying another move up the inside, going in towards turn number 8 there. But at the moment then Volpe leading the way then, heading our way now through turn 11. Then it's Miguel Hall in second place as they make their way up towards turn 12 and onto the start-finish straight once again then. And then it's the number 69 of Elliot Muse rounding off the top 3.
Weather report from David Whitehouse on cameras outside as I think that was Darrell Lowe going down the inside of Simon Kavanagh for 7th place. Clouding over a little bit here at Bayford Meadows. 18% chance of rain from JMW forecast earlier on in the day. And for some drivers, they'll like that. Just knock a couple of degrees off the air temperature, making it a bit cooler. It's not what I'd call a bruising circuit here. The levels of G that you pull, there's probably other circuits, even the circuits in this immediate area of Kent where you see bigger loads, but you never rest. You never rest around the circuit. It's corner after corner after corner. There's no big long straights where you can relax a little bit. So temperature's dropping a little bit. That's good for our racers out there. Here goes Oliver Moss down the inside of Elliot Muse. Takes 3rd place. Muse is going to try and fight back. In the end, has to concede the position. Here comes Anwar Brule-Smith down the inside of Dave Pethers. That's good for 5th.
It was a nice move from Oliver Moss on the racing line, then switched at the last moment to the inside of turn 1 to take that move away from Elliott Muse now. Anwar Beryl-Smith is up the inside now of Elliott Muse and now takes away that position as well. Muse now has Dave Pethers all over the back of him as they head away on towards turn 8. Pethers looking for a move up the inside this time, but has to back out of that one. He saw the door was closing, then had to back out of that one immediately.
Indeed, contact warning for the number 92. A few things to report. Marcus Neris has got past David Wilson for 12th place, but crucially 2nd in the C3 standings. Changes of position confirmed there. Moss up to 3rd, Brule-Smith now 4th. Max Jameson currently the top C3 runner in 11th place. Ben Bennyworth top of the super heavyweights, as it should be, because there's only one super heavyweight in this race.
Volpe leading the way though, 1.4 it was when they came across the line last time out, and Miguel Hall will soon have Oliver Moss and Anwar Beryl-Smith for close company as they make their way now on towards turn 8.
Well, Miguel Hall was very quick in practice this morning. Not quite seen him come to the fore in his 2 appearances so far today in the racing aspects of the schedule. This is a big chance for him now to put that right before moving on to the finals later on today. Oliver Moss and Anwar Beryl-Smith working nicely together. A bit of shrimping there from Moss. 54.856 for Beryl-Smith last time around. But Volpe's pace at the front, very nice indeed. 55.3. Down the inside goes Beryl-Smith. Has got the impetus now, and felt that he'd helped and worked with Oliver Moss as much as he could really do for the story of his race. He's got to get by and get up the road. That was a good overtake.
Yep, next target up the road, Miguel Hall, as they make their way onto that short run towards turn 8. And that's a move there for 3rd place. Oliver Moss down to 4th. But Volpe, as you say, some good pace about him, because he's opened up that gap once again to 1.5 seconds the last time they crossed the line. So doing everything he needs to do at the moment. Track limit warning for the 69 there of Elliott Muse, as we see this battle for what will be 2nd place coming towards the line now. Volpe across the line once again and opening that gap up again by another 1/10 of a second. So Volpe here doing everything right at the moment.
Rory Seven has got past Simon Kavanagh for 8th place. Dave Pethers also passed Elliott Muse for 5th. So let's just take stock of what's happening out there. Volpe leads 1.6 seconds, 55.2 last time around. Miguel Hall 2nd, 55.3. Anwar Beryl-Smith, even on the lap where he was overtaking Oliver Moss, 55.0. So what does Beryl-Smith do here? Does he work with Hall and try and push him along, or does he go for the overtake? I feel at the moment it's got to be the latter.
I think it has to be. Another track limit warning going out to Elliott Muse then, as the battle for 2nd place makes its way towards turn 12. I'm sure Beryl-Smith would have thought about a move up the inside of 12, but he might get a better run down towards turn 1. You see then Hall trying to go defensive. Originally Miguel Hall, and while Beryl-Smith right on his tail then as they make their way up towards turn 2. As Miguel Hall defends the inside line, but leaves that door open in towards turn 3. Beryl-Smith gets a move up the inside. Can he hang on to that down towards the lights of turn 4 and turn 5? We've got Moss then, Oliver Moss trying to move up the inside as well on Miguel Hall as they make their way through. Hall's just about held on for now, but Beryl-Smith, importantly for him, he's up a position.
Yeah, good attempt by Oliver Moss to take advantage of, again, Hall being a little bit offline because of an overtake attempt being put in by another driver. In this case, Anwar Beryl-Smith. Contacts warning for Max Jameson, still your C3 leader. And that's helped Anwar as well, because it's put off any kind of counter-attack from Miguel Hall. 2 more laps for Francesco Volpe to close out a victory. We're keeping an eye on this battle for 3rd between Miguel Hall and Oliver Moss, and Moss has got the inside line. Surely he's going to have position into turn number 3. Yes, he does. Good move from Oliver Moss there.
Absolutely. I think we are on to the last lap. It's going to be tight, though, as they head towards the line. But I think Francesco Volpe is on the final lap of this race. Anwar Beryl-Smith, I just don't think he has enough time to close in on the leader, but a very respectable 2nd place nonetheless. They're making their way onwards towards turn 8. Never say never, though.
Well, Francesco Volpe has not had a race victory since round 2 of the season, all the way back in the latter stages of the winter. And that run of results is going to be broken here. He's going to be back in P1. Francesco Volpe takes the 11th heat of the day ahead of Anwar Barul Smith in second, third for Miguel Hall. No, apologies for Oliver Moss. Fourth for Miguel Hall, fifth for Dave Pethers, Darrell Lowe, Elliot Muse, Rory 7, Simon Kavanagh, Ben Bennyworth is the top 10, Max Jameson in the top C3. We're going to swiftly move on to heat number 12. Grid for race 12, Jordan Salter on pole position alongside Lee Henderson. Craig Brown and Paul Williams is row 2, Kieran Chicksey and Tom Fuller on row number 3. Matt Wildman and Stuart Simmons row 4, Mikey Nichols and Jonathan Elliott on row 5. And away we go then for this final heat here in the heavyweights and super heavyweights. 7 minutes on the clock. Jordan Salter will lead down into turn 1. Bit of a shunt in the back there to Craig Brown, but he'll hold on to P2. Lots of squirreling around in the midfield. I think it was Mikey Nichols caught up in the middle of all of that. Paul Williams has lost out positions to some of the C2s and the C3s. Stuart Simmons is on the defensive. A little bit scrappy there for this last heat.
Yeah, there's the 70 there of Matt Wildman. Getting a move up the inside there, now up into second place. He's had a great opening lap so far, and now can try and challenge his way for the lead. 41 of Craig Brown now into third place. A bit of contact there, major contact there for one of the karts going in towards turn 9. And I think that was, yes, it was the 114 of Stuart Simmons.
A few contact warnings coming in. Mikey Nichols, Richard Allen and Jonathan Elliott and now Stuart Simmons have all had a wag of the electronic finger on the digi-flag. Jordan Salter then leads. Good support for him back home as Paul Williams looks down the inside for a position. 0.4 of a second is his lead over Matt Wildman at the end of lap number 1. Craig Brown's done well to hold there in P3. He's had a fairly quiet day so far, has Craig Brown, so getting a strong result in this race should put him in the A final, I'd imagine, later on in the afternoon. Here comes Wildman down the inside of Salter, and this is what we've seen over the last couple of rounds at Ella Park and the last streamed round at Rye House. Has massively improved over the last 12 months, and one of the areas he's improved is his overtaking. He's become a very, very decisive battler out there on circuit. Gets the point from Jordan Salter to get up the road. Let's work together. Let's try and pull away from Craig Brown there in third. Track limit warning though has come in for Jordan Salter and for Stuart Simmons last time around. That was a really, really top move there, Kieran, from Matt Wildman.
Wasn't it just? He's got himself a track limit warning. But at the moment, the two leaders are, yeah, as you say, Jordan Salter signalling to Matt Wildman, let's get on with this. Let's work together and try and build a gap between ourselves and Craig Brown. Then we can squabble over the lead later on. But at the moment, Wildman is trying to build that gap. And the lead is covered by the top 4 because there's Richard Allen, who's just lurking there. We have got, there's 4.5 minutes left. And at the moment then, it's going to be playing a high-speed chess at the moment. What's the move you make and when do you make it?
It is indeed. There was a yellow flag out there last time around. We'll try and track who that was for as the drivers come over start-finish. We haven't got any sector times here at Bayford Meadows. So let's know a little bit sooner, but Matt Wildman leads ahead of Jordan Salter. Craig Brown and Richard Allen still there as well in their beautifully similar helmets. And there's a couple of the tyres. I think it's Leon Dupree's who's, has had a slow lap. 69.945, so unfortunately for Leon, he is off the back. But yes, Richard Allen and Craig Brown from the back, they look very similar, a little bit different, but from that front-on shot, my goodness, they're difficult to tell apart.
They are, aren't they? It's they don't make it easy for us in the box. Meanwhile, there's a battle going on further down the field. One of them is Bolton there, trying to hang on for position. Oh, sorry, it's Fuller trying to hang on for position there.
Yeah, it's Tom Fuller. He's had a solid day so far. Mikey Nichols there in 9th place. Already seen him take a race victory.
And here, down the inside, goes Jonathan Elliott. He's had a contact warning as well. Big point to say, let's go forward. Next up the road is Kieran Chigsey, and he's dealt with Kieran Chigsey there. Chigsey was a little bit surprised to see Elliott coming down the inside. He's now defending, trying to make sure that he doesn't lose any more positions, and it's all stacking up behind with Simmons in there as well. Mikey Nichols trying to get past Simmons. Is going to get that move done. And Daniel Holinshed, who's really having a very impressive performance as a C3 novice driver to Club 100. Penalty for Mikey Nichols. Multiple pieces of contact. So that's not good news for the driver in the number 64.
Yeah, not at all. And so he'll have to try and make up for as many positions as possible now, because he's going to lose a couple when the checker flag falls in this heat. Wyman's still leading the way though, but we're focused right now on Kieran Chigsey here, as Fuller's right behind him then as they make their way through. Tom Fuller looking for a move, shaking the head for him at the moment, just can't quite find the right line. He might find the right line this time around through turn 3, which he does, dives it up the inside and takes that position away. Quick look over the shoulder to see if anybody's going to do the same to him. There isn't, so he takes away a position there, up to 6th.
Mikey Nichols fighting through. He said, Kieran, that he needed to gain positions, and he's doing just that at the moment. I think that was him moving through and gaining another one, trying to negate that penalty. Back with the, how do we describe it? Orange-topped helmet duo? Answers in the comments, let us know. But it is Craig Brown still ahead of Richard Allen, 41 ahead of 26. Defending there is Craig Brown. Leader is still Matt Wildman, pulling out that gap now, 0.8 of a second over Jordan Salter. These two seemingly happy to fight over 3rd place now with less than 90 seconds to go. So Mikey Nichols has, in effect, Kieran, he's negated that penalty, as you say. He's gained 2 positions on that last lap.
Yes, but it could have been 2 positions he could have had on the road, unfortunately.
Yep.
But he just has to live with that now. It only really is going to affect his grid position in the final, whichever final he will be in. At the moment, it's a scrap for 3rd place. We've seen multiple times Richard Allen, especially in towards turn 5, stamp on the brakes there as he realised the door was closing. And final lap board is out, with Matt Wildman leading the way ahead of Jordan Salter. We've got a great battle here for 3rd place in our hands as they make their way in through turn 1. Oh, and that's Craig Brown getting slightly wide then. That's going to allow and open the door up for Richard Allen in towards turn 2, and he takes that position away. Mistake then from Brown allows Allen to come through.
Yeah, and Richard Allen, with all of his years of driving these Rotax powered karts, he knows exactly how to pick his moments, and he did just that. Mikey Nichols has set the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.890, but he's in a bit of no man's land now in 6th place. 1.3 behind Jonathan Elliott, 1 second ahead of Tom Fuller as Brown tries to fight back here on Richard Allen. It was a good attempt. But the last lap board, as they say, is out. Matt Wildman comes round to continue this great form that he's on and takes the last heat of the day. Jordan Salter there, P2. Richard Allen takes P3, Craig Brown P4. Jonathan Elliott rounds out the top 5. Mikey Nichols, Tom Fuller, Daniel Holinshed, 8th place and top C3 runner. I think he's going to have C3 pole position when all the points are tallied up for these heat results. Stuart Simmons, maybe a little bit disappointed there in 9th place. Kieran Chigsey wraps out the top 10. Samuel Bensley, Lee Henderson, Luke Phillips, Paul Williams, Andrew Hicks, Martin Robinson and Leon Dupreez complete the 17 runners who took part in that one. And breathe. That is all the heats completed. How have you found it, Kieran?
It's been great, hasn't it? Non-stop action all the way through. Some great moves for lead battles in the midfield as well. And it just reminds me that with these Club 100 karts, if you leave even half a door open, it is going to be taken advantage of. You just have to be so careful about any mistakes, because as you said, if you lose 1 position, you're at risk of actually losing 2, maybe 3 positions in one fell swoop.
Definitely. So for viewers who may be new to this series, what's going to happen now is the points will be tallied up from those 12 heats that we've seen this morning in the early part of the afternoon. And those who've done best will be in the A final, our last race of the day. Those who've done a bit in the middle will be in the B final. Those drivers who've not done so well, or maybe some of the C3 drivers who have to start from the back anyway, so it's a bit harder for them to score good points as novices, will be in the C final. There are chances to repechage through, so the top 4 from the C final go into the B final. They join the back of the B final grid, and then the top 2 from the B final have chances to race through into the A final. So track just being checked over by the Club 100 staff and the Bayford Meadows staff. Thank you very much to Bayford Meadows for hosting us for this round. And we'll be back here later in the year as well. There's been a schedule calendar change. And in fact, whilst we've got a bit of a pause, because you can still enter, we've got 4 more rounds of the 2021 season after this one. Next week, we will be at Llandau. We won't be streaming Llandau, but there is space available in the endurance race on the Saturday morning. I think there may be a couple of spots remaining in the sprints as well. So if you're watching this at home and want to get involved, www.club100.co.uk, all the information, the phone number for booking in are all on there for Llandau next weekend. Fantastic circuit is Llandau in South Wales. Very much looking forward to it. The next streamed round after this one today will be on Sunday the 10th of October. We will be at Whilton Mill. That will be a popular one. Round 10, we are then at Lydd. Sorry, yes, no, it's Lydd where we've had the schedule change. So October the 31st, 2021, that will also be a streamed round. And then we will finish the season at Bayford Meadows. I was correct in saying that we are back here later in the year for the season finale, which will be streamed, fully streamed, which we're really, really glad to be bringing to you. So round 11 on Sunday the 14th of November. And you should also keep an eye out. As I say, there's lots of news going on at Club 100 Towers at the moment. Big news coming out in the next few weeks, I'm told, regards Club 100 Cadet. So you may have seen the little trailer videos already. And if you want to know one of the great ways or big ways you can really support Club 100 at the moment, share that news. So it's if you go on the Club 100 YouTube page or their Facebook page as well, you'll see the little trailer regards Club 100 Cadet. That is coming soon. Let's get the word out there and let people know about it. And as I say, there'll be more news about that in due course. We've had a question about Young Drivers Championship as well. I'm just going to check the Young Drivers Championship schedule. In fact, yeah, let's have a little look at Young Drivers Championship and some of the news that's going on over there.
So yes, Club 100, we are launching the first ever high-performance two-stroke Arrive and Drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100's been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door, enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high-performance kart. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the kart, do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the two-stroke engines because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
My name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship of Club 100, but we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and to bring more young people into it, and hopefully they then move on to the bigger championship when they feel they're at the appropriate age and readiness, really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on four wheels, right up to Formula One, they recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 Arrive and Drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
Thank you very much for that message. Two more rounds of the YDC to go for 2021, both at Bookmoor Park, September 26th and November 28th. Get your bookings in now if you haven't done so already. We're back here at Bayford Meadows. We're into the finals now for round 7 of the Heavyweight Sprints Championship. Let's have a look at the grid for the C final. This is all about finishing in the top 4 to get into the B final. Marcus Neris has pole position for it. Vinod Hirani alongside on the front row. Matthew Batter and Luke Phillips on row 2. Those 4 will just be looking to stay in those positions, move away from everybody else and race again in the B. Here are the drivers trying to stop them though. Jaden Cadogan and Blake Temperley are there on row number 3. Bo van Langveld and Elliot Garnett are on row number 4. David Wilson and Chris Solomon wrap out the top 10. Our BIKC champion, Joel Alguelles, is on the 6th row of the grid alongside Jason Small. And then moving towards the middle and the rear of this field, Paul Jameson and Luke Haynes are there on row 7. George Boothby won't be competing in this one. Andrew Hicks is there on the 8th row of the grid. Leon Dupreez and Vijay Patel due on row number 9. Martin Robinson there to make out 19 runners in this C final.
I've also had a brief chat with JV whilst we had that little pause. There is now on the website www.club100.co.uk not just your bit about the Drivers' Championship, but about the upcoming cadet class. If you're interested in cadet racing, keep an eye on that page in the coming week. There is more information coming. So that's over on if you go club100.co.uk, drop down for racing, there is now a cadet page for that. Very exciting stuff on the way. Keep your comments coming in. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley on commentary duties for you here today at Bayford Meadows. Kieran, moving into the C-finals, what are you expecting here in this next race?
Some good racing for the top 4. Those are the positions that matter. Those are the positions that get you to the B final. So I expect some good battling for those top 4.
Thumbs up. Here we go then for the C-final. Longer race than we've seen in the heats. 12 minutes on the clock. Lights are green. Away we go. Good start for Marcus Neris. Sweeps across and will hold the lead into turn 1. Matthew Batter's held a good start there. Done exactly what you want to do on your P3 here at Bayford Meadows. Slot at the inside, take P2. Rest of them filing through into the hairpin for the first time. All looking very clean and tidy, which is what we want. Vinod Hirani is held on to 3rd place. Drivers at the back of the field shuffling around, trying to sort themselves out. But Marcus Neris, perfect start.
Perfect start indeed. Got exactly what he needed to do, and he's now trying to build that lead with Matthew Batter in 2nd place, but we're going 3 wide, almost 3 wide, now down to 2 wide for that 4th place position, that vital 4th place as they make their way in towards the last couple of corners. Then through in towards turn 11 we will go. There is your leader right now, Marcus Neris, just trying to get away from the rest of the field. Then it's the 46 then of Matthew Batter as they make their way across the line. The 74 of Vinod Hirani try to go side by side. Here comes the 83 of Luke Phillips up the inside for 3rd place. He does get that move done, and so now Phillips moves up into 3rd place. Now it's Hirani now who's got to look behind him, because Jaden Cadigan in that 45 is looking pretty good at his 4th place down in towards turn 5. Not this time around.
Yeah, it's always a tricky position to be in when you're just on the cusp of getting into one of those higher finals. Keep an eye on Bo van Langveld. We saw Van Langveld having a problem earlier in the day. Was off out of position versus his outright pace. So whether he can pick through these positions, through these drivers, and get into that top 4. He only needs 2 more. Field starting to spread out in the mid-pack, but over start finish. Neris leads, Batter 2nd. Phillips looks quite keen here to me, Kieran, to get up the road.
He does indeed, because here he goes up the inside, trying to find a way through towards turns 2 and 3. Does he try and get that move past? They're both in red suits, so it's very hard to tell at the moment. But the 83 of Phillips has now moved ahead. So the 46 of Matthew Batter falls to 3rd place. Meanwhile, side by side behind them, because Jaden Cadigan is trying to battle away with Bo van Langveld, who's trying to find his way through the field. After you said, you know, he had an earlier off in an earlier heat. So too did Vinod Hirani as well. We saw him walking away from his kart in one of the earlier heats as well. Battling side by side for 5th place at the moment, but that's not the one you need to be battling away for. That's not the one that's worth losing all that time for.
Yeah, and Vinod Hirani will like what he sees if he checks over his shoulder on the pit straight in a few seconds' time. He has got a gap. Now, if he can just hold on to Phillips and Batter ahead of him, this could be the top 4 checking out. Confirmed that Phillips is now ahead of Batter. We go over start-finish. Contact warning for Leon Dupries. 9 minutes to go. Still all to play for here in the C final for the heavyweights and super heavyweights. And Vinod Hirani is being closed in, I feel, by Bo van Langveld. I just wonder, with that move from Van Langveld, was that him thinking, well, I've got a little bit more pace than Jaden Cadigan at the moment, and time on my side for, yes, losing a bit of time to Hirani, but being able to then close it back down.
Yeah, that's always going through the drivers' minds. They're always thinking, you know, how can I try and get myself further up the order? How can I try and get myself closer to those positions that get me into a higher final and therefore more points in the championship? You know, it's always thinking about that, always on your feet. And for Bo van Langveld, he clearly feels he needs to get a move on. A cone penalty then for Leon Dupries. So that will be a position, I think, it's going to be a couple or at least he'll be handed a position penalty at the end of this race.
Yeah, a few problems there for Dupree's. Got a contact warning as well. We're now less than 8 minutes away from the end of this one, and Vinod Hirani is under a lot of pressure now from Bo van Langveld and Jaden Cadogan. You've got to think that it's going to be one of these three, the way this race has gone so far, to qualify through to the B final. Hirani takes a gliding line. It's all Cadogan down the inside has got through. Bit of contact. So we'll need to see if there's any jurisdiction about that. I don't think Van Langveld will have been too pleased about it.
Well, at the moment, though, he is down a position, and it means then that Cadogan is now up into 5th place and now has the prime position to try and find his way through. No, as you said, they're not happy with that because he's got a contact warning and he's got the position. Yes, he has.
Yep.
Up into 4th place he will go, but he tries to defend hard. Then up towards turn 2 we go. Hirani still trying to go up the inside. There's contact between them. Then Bo van Langveld parts the Red Sea and goes past both of them. He's now the beneficiary. Up into 4th place he goes.
Yeah, just held back a little bit there. Could see that Cadogan and Hirani were going to compromise each other into turn 3 and nipped up the inside. Good heads-up driving from Bo van Langveld there. I wonder if we can get a replay of that overtake. That was a fantastic move. Penalty for Jaden Cadogan. Well, that is it. Bump and pass. He cannot qualify for the B final because a bump and pass is +4. So even if he was to win the race, he would be classified 5th. He cannot get through, so that's a disappointing moment for Jaden Cadogan. Good pace coming in from the race leader, Marcus Neris, 55.671. There's a contact warning out there for Joel Arguelles. So we've got a top 3 that's clear. And 4th and 5th place moving away from Vinod Hirani now. And now bump and pass penalty for Bo van Langveld. So maybe he didn't hold back enough. And as a judge to have bumped through, now he's got a +4 penalty. Now that really changes things, and we're going to have to get the abacus out in a minute. Just to remind folks, penalties are applied from the back of the field first, so it's not like penalty for penalty's sake and some of them equal out. So we have to go back now. So Cadogan, as it stands, would drop to 9th. Van Langveld would drop to 8th. Vinod Hirani then is... So Vinod Hirani's back in promotion position now. If he can hold that 6th place on the road behind these two drivers with BAP penalties, he's going to qualify through. But Andrew Hicks is right on the scene. He's trying to get that position off him.
Yeah, he is. And I don't necessarily think Hirani will be too aware of this, whether he's been keeping a check on things up ahead of him, whether he's been keeping a check on the E flag on the start line. Either way, he's going to have to defend from this position against Andrew Hicks, which has now become this pivotal last position to get yourself into the B final. He is defending like he knows it, though, in towards turn 8, taking a tighter line to make sure that no one has a look up the inside through turn 9, and then onwards through turn 10 we will go. Before getting towards the fast right-hander of turn 11. Andrew Hicks, though, still on his tail. Then fastest lap of the race then from Luke Phillips. Less than a 1/10 of a second separates our leaders right now.
Well, Luke Phillips going for it. I should say that there is a small trophy, a keepsake, for the C final winner. So it is worth going for. I never got the final trophies. I still want my Lid B final trophy, JB. But down the inside goes Andrew Hicks, trying to get past Vinod Hirani. Hirani's wide there. Can he cut back and hold it? In fact, that's really well done by Vinod Hirani. I think he does know that this is key for him going through into the B final. He's doing everything that he can to hold this position on the road.
It's a long 4 minutes ahead for Hirani.
He's lost it.
And he has lost it,
yep.
You're right. And he's lost it to the 79 of Blake Temperley.
Yeah, so Blake Temperley has got past both Hirani and Hicks there. 3 minutes 30 to go. Change of lead at the front of this C final. Luke Phillips has nicely worked his way through here. He's in P4. It's the position that makes you very nervous when you're on these minor final grids, because you know that if you're going to be under attack, if you lose one position, you're going to be out of the game. And he's just gone forward.
and forward again to take the lead in this one. And is now in the safest place, of course. You can just take his time, get a bit of a gap, don't hit any cones, don't get any track limit warnings and penalties.
And don't do anything silly.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do. That's all. When you say all, it's actually pretty difficult to just keep your adrenaline in check, especially if you're on the bubble. But for Luke Phillips, there's no concern about that whatsoever. He's been pretty quick today, and he just has to last these final few minutes, maybe a few laps even, around Bayford Meadows, and he's got himself a place. He's into the B final. And of course, the top four, well, it would be the top four. It would be that simple, but the drivers in fourth and fifth place both have penalties that will be applied after the race, which means it's that sixth place at the moment, Blake Temperley, who's got that last ticket into the B final.
Good run here from our BIKC champion. Entry today, Joel Arguelles is up to 9th place. Started the race in 11th. He's going forward. Andrew Hicks has got past Vinod Hirani, by the way, so if there were any more penalties in the top four, Andrew Hicks would now be in a position to inherit a spot. 2 minutes to go, side by side between Blake Temperley and Vinod Hirani. So, in fact, where has Hicks gone in all of this? Is he further up the road? He is further up the road. So there's been a big of a change here. Andrew Hicks is now in the top four once penalties are applied. There is Temperley. He's going to run wide there and is losing position to Vinod Hirani. So this is a really up and down race so far from Vinod Hirani. There is a good move from Arguelles. And that's another position for the BIKC champion in the heavyweights category. And up to 8th place. It's not out of question here that he could make the B final if there's some more dramas up ahead. Arguelles is now in a net 6th position.
There's no doubt about who's leading the way, though. Luke Phillips. Last time they came round, it was a second he was leading by. As they come round the final corners to start the very final lap of the C final, it's come down a little bit. Marcus Narris has closed in by a 1/10 of a second on that last lap, but is it a case of just getting that kart home and dry and get it into one of the top four places and save your battling later on in the B final when you know you've got to try and make your way through the field?
Yeah, just to track through drivers with penalties: Van Langveld, Cadogan and Dupreez. That's at least what's come up on our timing monitor, but we are on the last lap then, and this is always a good feeling in a C final or a B final under the old format. Getting one of these places and racing through under pressure, it's not easy, and Luke Phillips is going to come around the final corner to take victory in the C final here today at the heavyweight sprints round for Bayford Meadows. Across the line is 2nd place for Marcus Narris, 3rd place for Matthew Batter. All three of those drivers will be through. Bo van Langveld finishes 4th. If he'd not got a penalty, would have been in the B final, but has got a +4 penalty. It'll take him down to 8th. Jaden Callaghan likewise will take him down to 9th. So Andrew Hicks has also got the fastest lap of the race. So good drive there from Andrew Hicks. 6th on the road, will be classified 4th and in the B final. Joel Arguelles has missed by 1 position in the end. 7th on the road, will be classified 5th. Vinod Hirani, 8th on the road, classified 4th. David Wilson, 9th on the road, classified 5th. Blake Temperley in 10th. Leon Dupreez in 11th, but has a cone penalty. Jason Small, 12th. Elliot Garnett's 13th. Chris Solomon, 14th. Paul Jameson, 15th. Martin Robinson, 16th. Well done to all of those drivers for a very, very good C final. We're going to take a short break before the B final. Let's have a little look at what's coming up here in the world of Club 100 with Club 100 Cadet.
Yes, indeed. Club 100 Cadet is coming. More information on the newest Cadet Championship in the UK, backed by Motorsport UK, will be coming out later this week, also I'm told. B final time for the Heavyweight Sprints Championship here at Bayford Meadows for Club 100 Sprints Round 7 2021. Anthony Ridd has pole position. Jack Bolton alongside him on the front row. If those two drivers hold position, they will be in the A final. Jason Bear and Chris Kirk are on row 2. Rory Seven and Andrew Cherry are on row 3. Elliot Muse and Richard Lavender on row 4. Richard Newton and Russell Taylor row 5. Daniel Holinshed, great driving through the heats, is rewarded with a 6th row start alongside Simon Cavanagh. I think he is our top C3 runner. Apologies if I'm mistaken on that one. Lee Henderson and Bill Taylor on row 7. Andrew Berry and Ben Bennyworth on row 8. Max Jameson and Kieran Chigsey are on row 9. Lawrence Chair and Bradley Porter row 10. Paul Williams and Samuel Bensley row 11. And if I refresh my screen, we should have 4 drivers come through from the C final. I'll probably see at the back of the field. There's Phillips, there's Neris, there's Batter, and there is Hicks. So yes, it's the 4 that we expected to race through who are here in the B final.
It's the biggest grid so far today. So for the 4 that have been promoted up from the C final, it's all about seeing how far they can go now and seeing how far up the order they could actually get. There's some big championship points on the line for them. Let's see what they can do.
So here we go then. Yep, we are good to go here for the B final. 12 minutes on the clock. Away we go. Very even start at the front of the grid. Can Bolton hold that P2? No, he can't. Jason Bear's going to get underneath. And in fact, he's taken the lead. So Jason Bear goes from P3 to P1 through the first couple of corners. This is always one of the most frantic races of the day as everyone tries to race through into the A final, which will have a lot more points on offer. Is off is Elliot Muse. And who else is off there with him? I think there's a contact warning for Jack Bolton out there. Apologies, can't quite make out the number. It's one of our super heavyweights. It might be Andrew Cherry, and there's chaos. Paul Williams is round pointing the wrong way. Well, big drama. Yes, it is Andrew Cherry, the number 23. Thank you guys on cameras for just confirming that for us. So Andrew Cherry and Elliot Muse were very close together and were in the top 10 off the grid, Kieran. And someone's clipping the tyres there. Their chances of racing through to the A final done for today.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, but a great start from Jason Bear, who moves himself up into those top 2 positions. Very, very importantly done, and he's trying to hold on now to that lead ahead of Anthony Ridd. And then it's Rory Seven who's the first outside of it, but there is Ridd trying to go up the inside through this long left-hander. Now, does he get that move done on Jason Bear, though? No, he doesn't. Not yet, anyway, as there is Rory Seven trying to go round the outside. He's got the inside line this time around. They're going wheel to wheel here, battling all the way through as they make their way out of turn 6. Then it's the 25 then, trying to find a way once again up the inside. Jason Bear still battling away. One of them onto the grass. That's Bolton who was onto the grass. Jack Bolton in the 82. Frustrated with that one, I'm sure. And there's still 10 minutes of this racing action to go, but it's allowing our race leader to just simply try and speed away.
Yeah, this would be a big fall if Jack Bolton didn't make the A final. So it is all changed at the end of lap 2. There's a contact bump and pass penalty for Andrew Berry in amongst those currently in 13th. So as it stands, it's Ridd and Seven racing through. Bolton down the inside, gains a position there on Richard Newton in the red suit and the black helmet. Chris Kirk gained 2 on that last lap. Still a lot of time to go. There's the number 144 of Bill Taylor, currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 56.197 for Taylor on the last tour of this Bayford Meadows track. Down the inside goes Jason Bear and Chris Kirk. Chris Kirk got a little bit out wide there. The normal racing line, obviously in karting, tends to be late apex, but there isn't a lot of grip on that path around the outside, which is why you see a lot of drivers just hook to the inside through turn number 8. And Chris Kirk was a great demonstration of that, as he just got all crossed up trying to carry too much speed on that wider line.
looks like the opposite of what we were seeing last week at Zandvoort in the Formula One.
Absolutely, absolutely. But whatever works, if it gains you a couple of positions, so be it. As Rory 7 trying to now streak away from the 25 of Jason Bear for second place. And of course, it's only the top 2 positions that book yourself into the A final. So they can't allow, well, they might have allowed Anthony Ridd to try and get away, but they can't afford Rory 7 to get away, because that's the one position that's left. A bit of a look over the shoulder for Jason Bear, seeing who's behind. Well, Jack Bolton's trying to find a way past Chris Kirk in the 56 as we make our way through turn 9. Onwards we go then towards turn 10. Back through we go. Pretty much full top all the way through here. Not really lifting at all. Then it gets to turn 12. Then it's a slight lift, I'm pretty sure, Andrew. I'm sure I can ask you for that one.
Well, it depends whether it was first hour me or second hour me from yesterday. Second hour was pedalling around at the speed it was going at. Shout outs for Samuel Bensley. Looking for a top 15 is Ask Dodge. Sam's on the move. He's up to 17th place. That was another position last time around. There's 2 positions off that target. There's Jack Bolton. Really fighting here to get back into that A final. And the trouble with this kind of race, Kieran, when you're in Jack Bolton's position, the leader's gone. The leader is gone. Anthony Ridd's got a 1.5 second advantage over everybody else in this field. That's half the opportunities to race through to the A final. You cannot get that now if you're in Jack Bolton's position.
Yeah, he's got to do his best to get past as many drivers as possible. He's got Chris Kirk ahead of him as they head their way up towards turn 1. Is he close enough for a move? No, not this time around through turn 1. A couple of warnings coming through for drivers as we make our way up towards turn 2 then. And Bolton trying to slide his way through on the inside, takes that inside line, and Jack Bolton now up into 4th place. His next target will be Jason Bear up ahead for 3rd place, but even then that still won't be enough. He's got to try and catch Rory 7 in the 19 to have a chance of booking himself into the A final, as Kirk's trying to hold off the 17 there of Simon Kavanagh. Kavanagh up the inside at turn 6 and does get the move done, moves up a position. That's going to allow Richard Newton up the inside in towards turn 8. And just as we've seen before, if you lose one position, chances are you're losing 2 or 3. It's so tightly packed together.
This is important as well for the context of super heavyweight, our category with those with the green number boards. Someone correct me in the chat if I'm not correct here, but I think this race decides who wins in super heavyweight today as Chris Kirk goes down the inside. Currently, the driver that you're looking on your screen now, Richard Newton, number 32, is leading super heavyweight. And has been having a great season. He's been racing in the SP60 as well. But Bill Taylor going down the inside. So this is a key battle. This is a really key battle, and Bill Taylor's done it. So Bill Taylor now takes the lead in super heavyweight. But no, wait a second. Newton fights back, retakes the position. This is great stuff, as we come to expect when we come to Bayford Meadows. And Daniel Hollenshed in there as well. Top C3 runner so far today is in the top 10 here in the B final. A fantastic run.
It is at the moment. Just a handful of minutes left in this B final, and still not deciding who's in 3rd place. Can Jack Bolton try and find his way through? As one of them sliding their way through. Battle once again rejoining onto the super heavyweights. That's between Richard Newton, the 32, and the 144 of Bill Taylor. Taking slightly different lines through turn 3, on the run down towards turn 4, and Richard Newton feels the need to defend going through there. Meanwhile, right behind him, a great battle between Russell Taylor and Daniel Hollenshed at the moment.
5 minutes to go. Anthony Ridd looks to have booked his spot in the B final. Just don't hit any cones, don't get any track limit warning penalties at this stage, Anthony. Rory 7 looking okay as well, is 0.7 of a second ahead of Jason Bear. Just needs to keep eyes forward, as we say. 4.5 minutes to go. Still looking at this battle over super heavyweight lead. Richard Newton in the number 32, Bill Taylor in the number 144. Great racing between the two of them. Lee Henderson is on for a podium in super heavyweight as well. Taylor cuts to the inside through turn 3. Fantastically done. Switches back. And, is there going to be another driver getting in between? Yes, the number 99 of Russell Taylor. That's big
for Bill as well, because now he's almost got a bit of a rear gunner and some space between himself and Newton. Contact warning for the number 25 of Jason Bear, who's fighting, I believe, with Jack Bolton. There it is, and in fact Bolton is through and Kavanagh's through as well. Sorry, no, with Rory 7. So this is over second place. Rory 7, I think, has made a mistake out there. He's been reeled in. And all of a sudden, we were talking about Jack Bolton being in a really tricky position, not looking like he's going to get in the A final. Just has to get one more overtake done, and he's there.
Yeah, that's all it is, isn't it? That's all it is. Now in towards turn 3 with just over 3 minutes left on the clock and whatever's left of that last lap. Looking for a move now in towards turn 4. Not quite there yet, but Jack Bolton, he knows that time's not on his side anymore. He's got to try and get this move done and book his place into the A final, but Rory 7 is not going to make this easy. Rory 7 picks up a track limit penalty for good measure as we make our way now flying in towards turn number 8. And the thing is, he's got to be careful, has Jack Bolton, because he's got Jason Bear right behind him who'll be willing to snap up those positions if he falls out of line.
3 minutes to go. 2.1 seconds is the lead for Anthony Reid, who's just set a personal best of the race, 55.245.
Here comes Bolton, though, going for that second place down the inside. Rory 7's going to defend it to the outside, surely. 7's gone very, very wide, out of track limits. Still at the inside, and through comes Jason Bear. Fires his way through and takes second place.
Well, talk about trying to grab the opportunity with both hands. He's done that, has Jason Bear, moving now up into second place, and Bolton has started that corner where he ended up in third place, still outside of that A final opportunity. Now on towards it. Jack Bolton now has a penalty, which takes him out of it completely. It's not going to take him out of it for long. Up the inside in towards turn 8 then. He does get that position at long last, but with that penalty, it will rule him out of the A final altogether.
Yeah, and that is it, +4. The abacus is going to come out again, folks, like it did in the C final. So let's just take stock of what that all means. On the road, Anthony Reid clear out front. We know he's gone, and the hands up there, and then, oh well, from Jack Bolton, knows his day is over. So as it stands, Rory 7 would inherit that position, but Jason Bear's at the inside and trying to hold to the inside there. There's going to be pod-to-pod contact surely between Bear and 7. Somehow the tyres don't get taken out though, and Jason Bear goes back through past Rory 7 and is back in that spot in the A final again.
He is indeed, and once again Rory 7 finds himself onto the back foot. He needs to try and find his way past Jason Bear onto the short run towards turn 8. A quick look over the shoulder for Rory 7. No one behind him in immediate danger, but he now makes his way through in towards turn 9. Fully focused now on Jason Bear ahead of him, and that place in the A final is looming. Meanwhile, Anthony Reid, 5 seconds up the road at the moment. He's absolutely loving it. Last lap is out for Anthony Reid.
C3 updates. Russell Taylor leads in C3. Daniel Hollenshed in second, and currently the fastest driver out there on circuit, 55.086. A remarkable run from both of those drivers. Max Jameson is going to be third of the C3s, I believe, here today. This has been a good drive from Anthony Reid. Had, I think, one tough heat that put him in this position, but has raced through, had pole position, and led off the front really, really nicely. Even though he didn't have a particularly good start, didn't panic. New time was on his side and pace was on his side. And it's just going to nicely flow this one round to finish the B final. We'll take a trophy for this as well, which is always nice. Anthony Reid wins the B final here at Bayford Meadows. Second place on the road is going to go to Jack Bolton, but he has a penalty. Jason Bear will inherit the last spot in the A final. Rory 7 4th, Simon Kavanagh 5th, 6th for Chris Kirk. Bill Taylor takes a well-deserved victory of the super heavyweights in that race. Russell Taylor was your top C3 runner as well here today in the heavyweights in the B final. Lee Henderson 9th and 2nd in super heavyweight. Daniel Hollenshed 10th and 2nd in C3. Richard Newton 3rd of the super heavyweights in 11th. Kieran Chigsey 12th. Paul Williams 13th. Max Jameson 14th, 3rd of the C3s. Richard Lavender, Lawrence Chair, Samuel Bensley, Andrew Berry, Bradley Porter and Luke Phillips all in the top 20. So good drive there from Luke Phillips from the C final. Ben Bennyworth, Andrew Hicks, Matthew Batter
Elliot Muse, Marcus Naris and Andrew Cherry is how that one finished. 2 retirements in that race, which were Naris and Cherry. That was good, wasn't it, Kieran?
It was pretty good, wasn't it? And if the biggest grid we've had so far in that B final, it certainly lived up to it, didn't it?
It
Lots
did
of battling
indeed.
going on and a few moves here and there, and I'm sure a few debriefs between some of the drivers as well. But the quick changeover happens now to get the A final ready to get going.
Absolutely. A final is coming up. Keep your comments coming in. And the sun has just about come out here at Bayford Meadows. Still not too warm for the drivers. We've got the lightweights heading up after this. So they'll be in the afternoon session. There'll be about an hour after this race. There's a lunch break for the staff here, and then a 30-minute test session for the lightweights before we then get going again with the same schedule, 12 heats and 3 finals. So do stick around for that. For now, we're going to take a very short break there on the commentary ahead of the A final. We'll be back very, very shortly with more live coverage from Bayford Meadows for round 7 of the Club 100 Sprints Championship 2021 here on Alpha Live. There we go, Club 100 Cadet with backing from Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsports here in Great Britain. More news coming on that this week. You can see our finalists, our A finalists, getting ready there for the biggest race of the day for them and biggest race of the weekend for a good number of the drivers as well. I'm just going to give this table a little bit of a refresh because sometimes we get no, we haven't got the updated points. Apologies for what it stands going into this race, but this is the big one. A lot more points available in the A final. You only get 20 points for a heat win, 130 points available for an A final win. There will be a short practice beforehand, 3 laps, 4 laps or so for drivers to just check over that they are happy with the karts that are underneath them. They can come in and change them if they want. The risk though here, Kieran, you go out there 3-4 laps, you get the kart nice and warmed up and ready to go for the race. If you come in and change, you're going to have a cold kart and an unknown kart underneath you going into this A final.
Which I believe as well, you won't be able to change back.
You can't change back. Here's your grid then for the A final. Joe Holmes has pole position, looking to break the run of victories in these A finals by Matt Wildman. There, P2 on the grid. Anwar Barul Smith and Chris Alcock are on the second row of the grid. Jonathan Elliott and Chris Dixon are there on row number 3. Alex Pritchard and Oliver Moss on row 4. Adam Wright and Richard Allen start inside the top 10. Jordan Salter and Miguel Hall have work to do there from the 6th row of the grid if they're going to get 4 and more points. Francesco Volpe, lots of support in the chat, starts this race on row 7 alongside Mike Bodner. Mikey Nichols had a great start to his day, fell away a little bit in the second and third heats, but is in the A final, could move forward there from the 8th row of the grid alongside Steve Bosley. Lewis Ridd and Craig Brown will definitely be looking to move forward from row number 9. Can they do so? Darrell Lowe, great to have him back here on a Sprints stream. Starts this race on row 10 alongside Stuart Simmons. Tom Fuller and Steve Lindley are on row 11. Dave Pethers and Richard Masterson are on row 12. And we will also have our 2 runners from the B final, just to confirm that yes, Anthony Ridd and Jason Bear have qualified through, and yes, we don't have any super heavyweights in this one, or C3s, so that result from the B final for those categories: Bill Taylor, Lee Henderson, Richard Newton is the super heavyweight podium, Russell Taylor, Daniel Hollenshed and Lawrence Chair is your top 3 for C3 today here in the heavyweights. Well done to all of those drivers.
Yes, so winding down now into these practice laps then. The drivers will have had a chance to check over the kart, see what it's like, see if they're happy with it. If not, they get that one chance to switch over the kart. They then have to stick with that kart. As you said, it would be cold tyres, possibly colder brakes as well, that you need to try and put some heat through. But that's the risk you have to take.
Just a rundown of the A finals so far this season. Joe Holmes took round number 1, Adam Wright round number 2. Joe Holmes then took 2 in a row, rounds 3 and 4, before we then saw the Matt Wildman show come to the fore, and he's taken the last 2 in rounds 5 and 6. And as I say, with the rounds coming thick and fast now between now and the end of the season, here today, planned out next week, Whilton Mill in October, Lyd, and then back here at Bayford Meadows for finishing the season in November. I get the feeling, Kieran, that the story of the end of this season, kind of similar with the Formula 1 today and what's going to be maybe happening at Monza, could very much be dictated by how this race goes here in round 7.
Yeah, and that means that you've got to keep your head more than ever. You know, you can try some hoofs if you really want to, but you've got to be so careful. You've got to have that awareness as well. But as long as you get a clean start, then you can have a bit of a sit rep 2 laps in and think, right, now what? What do I have to do to get as many points as possible? Big points on offer in this final. Joe Holmes is looking to take yet another win, yet another final win.
He is indeed. Anwar Burrell-Smith just slots in there in 3rd place on the grid. We are good to go then here for the A final. You're watching live coverage of the 2021 Club 100 Sprints Championship in association with Rotax. Ready here at Bayford Meadows for the round 7 heavyweights A final. Green light, away we go. Joe Holmes will lead us into turn 1. Very good start for the pole side of the grid. Anwar Burrell-Smith's going to be up to P2 straight away. And a couple of drivers running out wide. I think Craig Brown and Stuart Simmons were those involved. And look, Jonathan Elliott has got up to 3rd place as well. So a very good start for anyone on the odd side of the grid. 1st, 3rd, 5th, and now 1st, 2nd, 3rd.
Yeah, really good start from Anwar Burrell-Smith. That's exactly the start he wanted, so that now he can apply that pressure to Joe Holmes for the lead of the race. Penalty for Steve Bosley there.
Loading penalty.
It is a loading penalty.
Richard Allen forced out wide there onto the grass coming out of turn number 7, has got back on circuit now. Francesco Volpe trying to make some moves as well. Jonathan Elliott with Matt Wildman to the outside, kicking up the dirt, and down the inside comes Chris Alcock, going for 4th place. It's all kicking off here in the early stages of this A final. Richard Allen's forced out wide again. They want Richard Allen to turn into a rallycross driver today by the looks of things, but Holmes leads at the end of lap 1. Burrell-Smith 2nd, Elliott there in 3rd. Alcock, Wildman, Dixon, Pritchard, Wright, Moss, Salter. That's your top 10.
Top 10 for now. Bit of contact as they make their way through and towards turns 3 and 4. Contact one in there for Jonathan Elliott, but Joe Holmes still leads the way then ahead of Anwar Burrell-Smith. Speaking of which, here's the battle for the lead, making their way through this long right-hander. Contact warning there for the 97 of Lewis Ridd. But yeah, you're right, the number 26 there, Richard Allen, really did go through the wars there. Here we go, through turn 8 we go. Burrell-Smith now applying that pressure, trying to find any sort of line past Joe Holmes then, looking up the inside of turn 10, but Joe Holmes saw that one coming and closes the door. Through turn 11 we go, up towards this final corner through the complex here. It's just allowed Jonathan Elliott and Chris Alcock to try and close into the battle for the lead then. Here comes Burrell-Smith looking for a move around the outside going through turn 1. Might try a little bit of a switchback. It might give him the inside line heading up towards turn 2, but it's anyone's guess who could it be behind. Jonathan Elliott in 3rd place, and now it's Matt Wildman in 4th, so he's up a position or 2.
It seems remarkable, a driver of Anwar Burrell-Smith's level, that he has not had an A finals victory so far this season. The former Premier Sprints champion back a few years ago and took a good number of A final victories last season. He's not lost any of his speed as the years have gone by. Down the inside of Elliott goes Matt Wildman, so Matt Wildman up to 3rd. Now I've got a bit of a similar situation to what we had the last time we had a streamed round at Rye House. Can Matt Wildman take advantage of this situation again? To the inside, and Joe Holmes, Joe trying to defend already from 9 minutes and 40 out. He shakes his head, he's not happy at all. Remember back to the 2nd rotation of heat when Anwar Burrell-Smith, as Elliott's looking down the inside of Wildman, Anwar Barrell-Smith and Joe Holmes went toe-to-toe, and Anwar won out as Wildman's trying to look around the outside there. Surely that's not going to work. He's going to have to slot back into P3. Cone penalty for Adam Wright. Where is Adam Wright at the moment? He's in 8th place. As side by side once again go Holmes and Barrell-Smith. And this is quite uncharacteristic. We're so used to Joe Holmes pulling off the front of the packs. Look at how many karts are queuing up behind the championship leader here. This is a proper scrap.
It is, it really is, as Joe Holmes, he's in that dilemma now that he knows he has to defend from Barrell-Smith, but the more he does that, the more time he loses, and that just brings everybody else up to the queue as well. They all go through turn 11, onwards they go through turn 12, back onto the start-finish straight. Joe Holmes still leading the way, ahead of Anwar Barrell-Smith. Then it's Matt Wildman in 3rd place, as once again Joe Holmes defends the inside line, bit of contact there, and Barrell-Smith involved in that one. Also, we've got someone off, that's at the final corner, it was. There's a bit of tyres off the track as well, but Joe Holmes still holding on to the lead. That means then Wildman's up to 2nd place, Barrell-Smith in 3rd. Yeah, really good stuff from Matt Wildman, but fighting back now. In fact, Matt Wildman's got a penalty, bump and pass. That is it. The run of A final victories ends here today at Bayford Meadows. Even if Matt Wildman finishes this race P1 on the road, he's got a 4th-place penalty to be added at the end of the final. So that's one of the competitors for Joe Holmes out of the way. As look at this. This is Chris Alcock. And out on the grass there, both Adam Wright and Alex Pritchard. So Alex Pritchard was running up in 5th. It's all kicked off and it's now split. That's going to be interesting now. Top 4 are clear of the rest of the field. Anwar Barrell-Smith trying to find his way through. Could Jonathan Elliott get on a podium? In fact, at the moment, he is on for a podium with the penalty for Matt Wildman. Contact warning for Oliver Moss. So John and Salter gained 6 positions on that last lap. That's remarkable. So Adam Wright, Mikey Nichols, Alex Pritchard, Chris Dixon all fell quite a long way on that last lap. So yeah, Moss, Simmons, Steve Bosley, Craig Brown, Richard Allen. Richard Allen, after that chaos on lap 1, was down to about 20th. He's now back in the top 10, Kieran. Yeah, he's doing fantastically well at the moment, and still plenty of this race to go to make up for that time. We're watching the leaders now making their way through in towards the penultimate corner, now onto the final corner. Joe Holmes leading the way, Barrell-Smith in 2nd place. Wildman on track is in 3rd place, but Jonathan Elliott in 4th place. The leaders then go side by side, a little bit of contact once again through turn 1, but up they go towards turn 2. And this time again, Joe Holmes able to do enough to keep hold of this lead, but he's having to work so hard to defend that position right now. Moves all the way to the left-hand side of the track, coming down in towards turn 5. And there's Wildman trying to move up the inside. Then he might not have the momentum to try and keep along side by side with himself and Anwar Barrell-Smith, but that's allowing Jonathan Elliott to just try and sneak a move up the inside. He's onto the outside there, as we see the number 42 of Salter trying to find his way up the inside in towards turn 8. We've seen some B finals like this in heavyweights in the past. I can't remember an A final like the pace, sorry Joe, is pedestrian. 56 mids at the moment is what the front runners are doing. As poor Jonathan Ellis is being shuffled down now. He was on for a first podium overall of the season, not anymore. The pace normally for these guys early on in the day, they were in the mid-54s. They're 2 seconds a lap off their normal pace. It must be, I think, if Joe's just not comfortable with the kart, or has got a bit of a problem out there that he's nursing now. And that's why he's defending so hard. But that's why this race is all closing up, because the pace at the moment, it's almost me in the 2nd hour yesterday. It's that slow. Come on, boys, let's speed up. Well, it just means then Barrell-Smith he's still struggling to find a way past. Meanwhile, that's Simmons now who's up into 3rd place. He's made his way through the order, struggled at the start, but is now up into the top 3. That's going to mean Oliver Moss is in 4th place now. So they make their way through, on through the penultimate corner, on towards the final corner they will go. And pretty much running line of stern at the moment. Holmes still leading ahead of Barrell-Smith in 2nd place. 4.5 minutes left on the clock as they make their way up towards turn 1 once again for the 9th time. Jonathan Elliott fighting back and has got past Oliver Moss. So that's 4th place again for Jonathan Elliott. What you have to say, though, is, and this is where Joe Holmes, we don't often see this skill set from Joe Holmes be shown. His kart positioning over the last 8 minutes has been absolutely spot on.
This isn't that Anwar's, being tepid or afraid to overtake. He simply can't, because the way Joe is defending, he cannot get a run on Joe Holmes. And Joe's not over-defending either. He's not swiping the front of Anwar's kart off at all. He's just getting every single corner entry, every single corner exit absolutely spot on, as we're 3 wide through turn 10. That's not going to go well, boys, and Craig Brown's in the wall. Craig Brown is out. He's okay, but he's out of the race and will fall to the bottom of the order. 3.5 minutes of one of the most crazy A-finals I've seen in Club 100 in years gone by to go. Still, Joe Holmes leads. Stuart Simmons has come into this now. He's had a tough time through the heats. Got himself in the A-final, is now sitting on an overall podium.
He is indeed. He's made his way through the order fantastically well. And just expanding what you said for Joe Holmes, yes, you're right. He is positioning that car very, very well. But that's also contributing to why the lap times are so far down the delta we're expecting. Once again, defending the inside line in towards turn 8, as Jonathan Elliott fancies a move up the inside of Stuart Simmons. No way through there as they make their way through turn 9. Onwards they go then through turn 10. And then through turn 11, and again Beryl Smith, he's there, but Holmes' positioning of the car is just second to none right now, and it's allowing Stuart Simmons to also apply some pressure down the start-finish straight, heading up towards turn 1 once again. They're all sticking to the right-hand side of the track. No one wants to leave that door open on the inside, heading up towards turn 2, and still Joe Holmes leading the way, but there's the 26 of Richard Allen trying to find his way back through the order.
Who'd have thought this when Richard Allen was on the grass on lap number 1? He's now in the top 10. There's penalties coming in. There's takeout penalty for Adam Wright for that incident with Francesco Volpe, who will not be having a lemonade and a Peroni bottle later on today. Thank you for the support though, Dodge. And we saw with Craig Brown as well. Matt Wildman back up to 4th place there. Remember, Matt Wildman has a penalty, so even if he gets to the front of the field, he cannot win this round. He cannot make it 3 in a row here in the heavyweights. I'm really struggling to remember an A-final quite like this in all the years we do this. Anwar's trying to go around the outside of Joe there. Got a bit of a gap over to Stuart Simmons. Took the little bit of risk and got back into 2nd place. That was a good attempt from Anwar. But Joe Holmes continues to just place his kart in the right spot, the right width of the road, to hold on to this lead. One minute 20 to go. Can Anwar Brule-Smith, Matt Wildman, contact with Stuart Simons there, a lot of contact. And I wonder if that's going to be adjudicated there. Down the inside is now Jonathan Elliott and Richard Allen. Richard Allen might be on for a podium here at this rate, which would be remarkable. Lewis Ridd's in there as well. Adam Wright, we know, has a penalty. 1 minute and 23 to go. Last lap, the tyres have been clipped there by Adam Wright. Side by side again between Holmes and Burrell-Smith, and Wildman's coming back into it. How do you guess which way this one goes, Kieran?
Well, Joe Holmes has just got to do what he's been doing for the last 12 minutes, and that's just keep those lines there. Beryl Smith will try for moves there. The tyres get moved in the background as well. It's been a crazy, crazy A-final, and it's all because Joe Holmes has just not been able to get away. He's had to defend all the way through. He's had to work hard for this one. Beryl Smith knows he's only got half a lap now to try and make a move. Wildman, with that penalty, still wants a good position out on track at the very least. Through they go through turn 8, making their way towards turn 9. Only a couple of corners to go now for Joe Holmes.
Last year's A-final here at Bayford Meadows in the heavyweights was a remarkable race. This has been another remarkable race. Defending to the inside again, Joe Holmes is going to take another victory, but one of the best victories I've ever seen him have. Joe Holmes wins round 7 of the 2021 Heavyweight Sprints Championship for Club 100. Anwar Burrell-Smith 2nd, Matt Wildman 3rd, but has a penalty. Jonathan Elliott wins in C2 and gets his first overall podium of the season. Richard Allen was on the grass twice on the first lap, finishes 4th overall once penalties are applied. A brilliant drive from Dickie Allen there. Jordan Salter 6th on the road. Lewis Ridd 7th. Stuart Simons in 8th place. Adam Wright in 9th. Alex Pritchard He was on the grass at some point of that race, finishes in the top 10. Oliver Moss 11th. Francesco Volpe, he was also on the grass, finishes in 12th place. Darrell Lowe 13th. Steve Lindley 14th. Anthony Ridd 15th. Miguel Hall 16th. Mike Bodner 17th. Jason Bear from the B final finishes in 18th. 19th Tom Fuller. Mikey Nichols 20th. Steve Bosley 21st. Richard Masterson in 22nd. Chris Dixon 23rd. Craig Brown 24th. Was a retirement. Chris Alcock was a retirement as well in 25th, and Dave Pellers also a retirement in 26th. What have we just seen?
I think we've seen one of the A finals of the season. That's for sure. Fantastic stuff, and that really came from Joe Holmes. Whatever something happened there, he didn't seem on the pace, and he knew that he had to start defending. And once you're taking those shallower lines, once you're starting to defend, that just, you know, snowballs more into the slower lap times, and that just kept everyone really tight and close together.
Well, there we go. What a final from the heavyweights. If you enjoyed that, do make sure you've liked the video and the stream. And we will be back for more heavyweights competition, and that will not be at the next round at Llandau for next week. That will be at the following round, where we'll be Whilton Mill. For another one of your Alpha Live streams. That will be on Sunday, October the 10th. 2021. Right, well done to Joe Holmes, Anwar Barul Smith and Jonathan Elliott in those top threes. Jonathan Elliott, Richard Allen and Jordan Salters all your C2 podium. We're going to go on our lunch break now. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back in just about an hour's time, maybe a little bit less, for the start of action in the lightweights. Well, we'll do it all over again with 12 heats and 3 finals to find out how the lightweights can get on today here at Bayford Meadows. Kieran, any last words before we pop off for lunch?
See you after lunch. I'm looking forward to doing that all over again now. Bring it on.
Absolutely. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley have been your commentary team for the heavyweights today. We'll see you later on for the lightweights. Hello everybody and welcome back to live coverage of round 7 of the Club 100 Sprints Championships for 2021. Andrew Mather and Kieran McGinley back in the box, primed, fed, watered and ready to go for the lightweights and their 7th round of their season taking place here at Bayford Meadows this afternoon. And we've just had the test session completed for the lightweights, and James Martin was fastest on a 54.259. Samuel Essery second, Dan Seeger third, Rhys Pope fourth, Pietro Pagano in 5th place. Format for this afternoon: if you weren't here for the heavyweights earlier on in the day, and if you weren't here for the heavyweights earlier on in the day, do make sure that you go back and watch all the action from the heavyweights, particularly that A final. That was something to behold, and unlike anything we've seen in a very long time. But the format: each driver will race in 3 heats this afternoon, starting 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. There'll be 4 groups essentially, so you've got 12 heats. 3 times 4 equals 12 heats, and then 3 finals to decide who takes the big points here from Bayford Meadows today for Club 100 Racing, round 7 on the 12th of September 2021. Club 100 in association with Rotax, and the weather has blessed us very well here at Bayford Meadows. 1,200 metres in length, 12 turns, very technical, very tricky circuit to get right, and produces some fantastic racing. As we say, the weather has blessed us. The clouds have pretty much gone now. Still a few clouds in the sky, but nice and warm here today at Bayford Meadows. Not too hot though, light breeze across the circuit, and very little chance of rain. Thank you, JMW Forecast, for that forecast. That's myself, Andrew Mather in the box again. Kieran McGinley stepping in last minute. Super sub comes in as Mr. Mitchell has COVID. Kieran, this morning was quite something. What did you think of it?
It was great fun, wasn't it? And if it's anything like this morning, this afternoon should be absolutely brilliant. One of the best day finals, as you've said, we've seen in quite some time. And the fact that one driver at the front maybe didn't have quite the kart they were expecting, had to go defensive, I mean, it means it bunched up everybody else behind, created some close action. It
did indeed. So the order of events, or let's say the order of events, we've done the order of events, let's do the order of the championship. And what does the championship look like after 6 rounds? We're very much into the second half of the season now. Championship leader, when drop scores are applied into the game, currently with a perfect score, is Jack O'Neill. Has been dominant so far this season, and was running pretty well yesterday in the endurance and the sprint 60s events. Ed Barr's reigning champion is 5 points behind, so whilst Jack O'Neill's got a perfect score of what he could possibly get, Ed's is not too far behind as well. Just the odd 2nd place and a 3rd place here and there. That's putting 5 points back. Dan Healy, last year's runner-up, is a further 4 points back on 561. Daz Teal is then 4th in a tie on points for 4th at the moment between himself and Mike Coppin on 554. So 570, 565, 561, 554. That's your top 5. Steve Hicks looking for, he's had a lot of consistency so far this season, but looking for better results, especially in those finals. He's currently in 6th place in the championship on 547. 7th and currently leading in C2 is the ever-impressive Peter Knight, who made his sprint's debut here at Bayford Meadows 12 months ago. He was a C3 back then. He's already established himself in 12 months as one of the big players in this division. 546 for him. Joshua Adams, another one of the C1s. We had him earlier speaking on the Young Drivers Championship piece that you'll have seen so far today. We also had him in the DDMM Barnstormers endurance kart at Ella Park and showed his talents there. Great speed. Look out for him today on 540 points. 9th place, Pietro Pagano on 539. 10th, Rihanna Percox on 532. And just to go through the rest of the key positions, Alistair Irvin 2nd in C2 at the moment. Steph Theodoru 3rd, with Rhys Pope not too far behind. And let's not forget the C3s for our novices. Samuel Essery currently leading of the novices in 36th place in the championship overall. As I say, he's just had a very impressive practice session. Amy Breacher is 2nd. Aidan Rudge is 3rd. You can get in touch with us in the commentary box. If you're watching on YouTube, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, drop your comments in there, all coming to us in the box. On Twitter as well, at Double Dash MM. Let us know who you're supporting and following today. And if you're watching on Facebook as well, on either the Club 100, DDMM or Kart Magazine pages, thank you for joining us. We're going to get ready for race number 1. Karts heading out then for heat number 1 in the lightweights. Let's have a look at the grid for this random grid heat. Jack O'Neill has pole position. Stephen Westwood alongside on the front row. Fraser Brunton and Steve Hicks are on row 2. Ed Bars and Archie Hobson start from row number 3. Daniel Cohen and Daniel Healy start on row 4. Dante Dillon and Rihanna Percock start on row 5. Jed Toole and Ben Lambeth are on row 6. And then we find Robin Kassam and Sean Glennon on row 7, Sam Morris and Alex Brandom on row 8. Samuel Essery wraps out the 17 kart field. We mentioned Joel Arguelles earlier on in the day in the super heavyweights category. We've got 2 BIKC champions today here in the lightweight, so we'll be talking to Dante Dillon, who's on this grid, P9, and Sam Slater later on. Those interviews later in the week. Chris asks, did I bring my own sandwiches for lunch today? No, I did not. I sampled the jacket potato and chili con carne from the wonderful diner that we have, American-style diner that we have here at Bayford Meadows, and it was very, very good. Very good indeed.
You can tell it was very good because before we came back on air, it was all Andrew could talk about, really.
Yeah, and the bacon sandwich that I had in the middle of the practice session before my silly 2-hour solo mission was pretty good as well. So yeah, so good. A Northerner got his wallet out. There's Ed Bars, reigning champion. He's definitely got a bit of a job on to retain that title this year, because in this lightweights category, there's the diner. Wonderful place. Jack O'Neill has very much been on form, and he had good speed yesterday, Jack O'Neill, but did not win in either of the competitions, and I think that might have fired him up. So being on that second spot on the rostrum for endurance yesterday, and so yeah, look for a charged up Jack O'Neill, who also ran very well here in sprints 12 months ago. So practice laps going on at the moment. Don't worry, you're not missing any competitive action at the moment. This is the regular format of what happens before each first appearance of drivers in their sprint races. So they get 3 laps to warm themselves up, and then we go for the races. I do play the day job for the weight gain. They chain me to a desk. That's all I'm going to say. Can't exercise.
That's always the way, isn't it? They chain you to the desk, and that's how it happens.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
It's all downhill from there. So yes, so 12 heats here at Bayford Meadows for the lightweights this afternoon. We had a great round at Rye House a couple of months or so ago now. Hello to Max, who's asking for a shout out for Aidan Rudge. Big things expected from him today. We'll keep an eye out for Aidan as the pace kart picks up the beginnings of the field. And what's happening there with Jack O'Neill? Has Jack O'Neill got a problem? Jack O'Neill is meant to be starting this race from pole position, and I think has an issue. He has come to a stop on the back straight, and he's pointing down in the direction of the chain. It doesn't tend to be a circuit for chain failures, but it's either that or he's poking down, or of course you've got the engine on that side as well. So there may be a short delay here to the start of this race, as we saw this occur in the heavyweights earlier with one heat. Just to run through that grid again, Jack O'Neill
should be starting this race from pole position. Stephen Westwood second, so that's 99 and 81. Fraser Brunton and Steve Hicks to the rescue. International Rescue is on the move to get Jack O'Neill a new kart. Row 3, Ed Bars and Archie Hobson. Then it's the two Dans, Dan Cohen and Dan Healy on row 4. Super lightweight champion in the BIKC, the British Indoor Karting Championship, Dante Dillon alongside Rihanna Percox on row 5. Yeah, there's going to be a kart change here for Jack. See Muttley there just helping out to get Jack's equipment over to the new kart and then back into this race. The rest of the field will keep touring round, get a few more slow-paced formation laps in, and at least, Kieran, once Jack is up and running, we know exactly where he's going to the front of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And once he does get going, you know, it's not the ideal way to start your day's worth of racing, is to have a kart that just doesn't want to play anymore. But look at that, he started just in time to take his spot at the front. Talk about timing.
Needs a big first lap though, because he's going to have a cold kart now. Now we have seen across the day so far, if you're in P3, that's a good spot to be, because you can get the inside line and get P2 through the first corner. So we'll look out for Fraser Brunton. But we are good to go for 7 minutes here at Bayford Meadows, heat number 1 for lightweights. Round number 7, and a very good start indeed for the pole side of the grid. Jack O'Neill sprints through into the lead. Fraser Brunton does take second place away from Stephen Westwood early on. Ed Bars is up to 4th, Steve Hicks 5th, and then everybody else going through turn number 3. As who is that off? It looks like it's the number 49 of Alex Brandon. So he is out of the race already. Well, in terms of getting a decent position, there's a contact warning for Ben Lambeth, number 53, and for Rihanna Percox, kart number 5. Carol Smith says the Tracy brothers haven't aged well. I'm going to make no comment on that before I get myself in even more trouble than I already am. Early stages of this race, though, and a good calm start from the lightweights here. End of lap 1, Jack O'Neill leads ahead of Fraser Brunton. Stephen Westwood has held up in 3rd place there, which is good to see. Steve Hicks was down the inside of Ed Bars there, going for 4th. Was not able to take it, although a TLW 4 Bars there. Dan Healy as well in 6th, and a good start for BIKC champion Dante Dillon. He's up to 7th place.
It's a good start as well from Jack O'Neill. Not easy when you've got a brand new fresh kart being delivered to you. As you said, would have been cold on the brakes and the tyres, but managed to make it work really, really well. There he is now, making his way through in towards turn 8, on towards turn 9 we go. Fraser Brunton trying to close in as best he can. Then the 81 of Stephen Westwood, 3rd place at the moment. Edward Bars there in 4th. As that's Steve Hicks getting slightly onto the grass on entry in towards turn 10 there. Just trying to use all the track he possibly can. But on to the 3rd lap's worth of racing still. Jack O'Neill leading the way ahead of Fraser Brunton, and it's Stephen Westwood in 3rd place. Daniel Healy getting a contact warning in the number 2 kart.
Jack O'Neill being cheered on by the Titan Motorsport crew. Hello to Mike Philippou, who was racing here yesterday. Another member of that stable. Says, come on, Jack O'Neill. He's doing a very good job at the moment. Fraser Brunton going with him. You just wonder, will Fraser at this stage work with Jack, get a big gap out over the rest of the field and guarantee at least 2nd place?
He, of course, entered the championship at the 3rd round, so missed the first 2, but you know, lies 12th place in the overall standings in the championship, does Fraser Brunton. So he knows good results are needed all the way through if he wants to try and catapult himself up the order. At the moment, though, half a second between our leaders. There's the number 5 kart of Percox trying to go up the inside of Edward Bars there. Rihanna Percox, did she get that move done? Coming all the way through.
Yes,
she did. So upper position she goes, up into 6th place. And now the next driver on our list will be the number 21 of Stephen Hicks up ahead.
Yeah, this is not the start that Ed Bars would have been looking for. He's going to potentially put him on the back foot in comparison to Jack O'Neill. And Dan Healy as well, who's having a solid race at the moment, a quiet race, but they're in 4th place and will be looking to close in and get past Stephen Westwood if he can. C3 updates, Samuel Essery leads in C3, he's 13th overall, has worked his way through that subclass. Into the final corner goes Percox, and he's got a good gap over Bars, won't get attacked on the counter. And you see Dante Dillon there in the number 50, new helmet design now, looks things from Dante, who's raced not just in the BIKC, but raced in the British Universities Karting Championship before as well. Races for Nottingham Trent University, as you see on the back of his suit there. And the BUKC coming back very, very soon, of course. Well, they have the first test sessions through October before we have the qualifiers in November at Whilton Mill, and back to the old format of qualifiers as well, which I'm very much in favour of. But that's for then. This is for now, 3 minutes to go.
Ben Lambeth, who came up there, penalty for ABC. So that's going to be a couple of positions penalty for him. So he'll fall down the order. But Dante Dillon, you're right, up into 2nd place in class at the moment in those C2s, doing a fine job of keeping good Bars and keeping his wits about him. Track limits then for Ben Lambeth and Fraser Brunton on that last lap. Fraser Brunton trying to chase down the leader, and Stephen Westwood's got a penalty for track limits. So as was said in the briefing earlier on today, you get 1 track limit warning, and the second one is the penalty. So there is no remorse for your second excursion off the track.
Yeah, that's a shame for Stephen. The main corners to be looking out for on track limits: exit of turn 1 and exit of turn 11. So that's the fast right-hander just before the last braking zone of the lap. So Stephen Westwood has used up his get-out-of-jail-free cards on that one, and yeah, cost himself a 2-place penalty as a result. And has also fallen behind Dan Healy, as you see, confirmed there across the line. There's Steve Hicks, 5th place at the moment for Steve. Rihanna Percox just behind. These two drivers have battled many times over the years. Both very experienced Club 100 Sprints drivers. Just nursing their way through out of turn 4. And Ed Bars seems to have refound or rekindled a bit of speed in that number 1 kart. Is holding on to the rear bumper of Percox pretty well. And shout out for Scotty Hawthorne. You can see, keep your comments coming in. It's his 9th birthday. He's just got a go-kart from his dad for his birthday. So thank you for sending that message in, Maxwell. Happy birthday, Scotty. Rihanna Percox slightly sideways. Big lap's just gone in from Jack O'Neill. This is a very, very good response to the troubles before this race. Last lap board is now out. 54.290 for Jack O'Neill there.
Unfazed would be the word for Jack O'Neill today, especially in this race, having that problem at the start. The kart just packing up and not playing anymore. Had to get a new kart. He's done really well. Meanwhile, Rihanna Percox has a last lap attempt to try and get past Stephen Hicks for what would be 5th place in this race. Might be even higher when you take into effect of Stephen Westwood's penalty that will be applied at the end of the race.
So coming into the last couple of corners now, Jack O'Neill is going to take a very routine victory here and gets his day off to the perfect start. Takes heat number 1 here at Bayford Meadows. Thumbs up there. Fraser Brunton, very good again from the youngster P2. Dan Healy P3. Stephen Westwood 4th, but should still be your C2 winner in that field, even with his track limits penalty. Steve Hicks and Rihanna Percox 5th and 6th. Ed Bars 7th. Dante Dillon 8th. Ben Lambeth 9th. Jad Toole, Dan Cohen 10th and 11th. Winner in C3 was Sam Essery, ahead of Sean Glennon. Archie Hobson disappointed, a shake of the head there in 14th place. 15th for Robin Kassam. Sam Morris and Alex Brandon bring us home. Well, good stuff there from the lightweights. Already, Heat 2 is out for their practice laps. have a look at the grid then for heat number 2 here at Bayford Meadows for the lightweight sprints. Round number 7 for 2021 here at Club 100. Aidan Rudge, he's had a shout-out already, and now he's got a pole position alongside Josh Adams on the front row. Greg Smith returns to sprints action. He's on row 2 alongside Andrew Ravage. Chris Rudger and James Wattis start on row 3. Pietro Pagano and Jason Bradbury on row 4. Bailey Morgan and James Martin row 5. Rogerio Mendez and Dan Seeger are there on row number 6. James Browning and Dean Everest on row 7. Tim Clark and James Dunnett on row 8. Amy Breacher, who's been having a great season in C3, starts 17th. Keep your comments coming in. Good afternoon to Mr. Callum Brule, and you know I'm going to say it, formerly of Warwick and Cranfield Universities, BUKC driver, and we have got quite a few Warwick drivers out in this field today. Got Alistair Urban out there and Archie Hobson, and he's saying, afternoon lads, shame I couldn't be here today, but with the state I was in this morning after a wedding, it's a good job I didn't enter. I mean, I'm going to get myself in trouble again here. We have seen, as long as you're under the limits,
well,
the Scottish approach, as I call it, is often applied by Scottish universities, has resulted in some good pace before for drivers. So I agree with DW Media. That's a poor excuse. You've missed an opportunity there, Callum, to get some good results.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those. Could have done, but I think enjoying this racing action whilst slightly recovering might be a better agenda for the day, I think.
Well, very glad to have you with us, Callum. And whilst we've got a slight pause, I should say a quick note about another person who's unfortunately missing today. He's very likely watching. Howard is not the only DDMM member of the race team not here this weekend, because some of you will have noted that Andrew Ward's absence from the entry list today. Unfortunately, Andrew had a bit of a problem, a bit of a health problem last week playing rugby. He's fine. He's able, but he's not fit for racing yet. So he's sadly out for the season. So I just want to say, whilst we've got a short pause in proceedings, Wardy, if you're watching, we're all thinking of you, and we can't wait to have you back, and we very much hope that you make a full recovery and that we see you back here at the Club 100 event very, very soon. So Heat 2 heading out, or already headed out and doing their practice laps. Drivers coming across to complete their third laps. There is Josh Adams in the blue and white suit. Good chance this for Josh to get solid points on the board. As we say, I had the pleasure of having him on the DDMM endurance team at Ella Park last time out. It was very, very quick indeed. Just checking as well what well, Josh has had. Yes, he has had heat wins so far this season, so he's be going for his 5th here if he can do this. Everyone just getting into grid formation. James Martin, you saw there, was fastest in practice earlier. Pace Karts pulls off. It's over to Aidan Rudge to control the start on this one. Away they go. Sweeps across the front. Josh Adams very wisely gets across and holds P2 straight away there.
Full start, I think that is.
Yeah, full start. And I imagine that was for the way the pole sitter tackled that one, because he held the whole field up and then bolted, which technically you can't do. So they'll have another go at that one now. The pole sitter, Aidan Rudge, needs to be careful there, because if he does that again, he could receive a penalty from race control. Callum makes a very good point that the issue would have been the drive down to Kent. Yeah, fair play. Fair enough. Hello to Max and Charlotte Glennon. Watching Dad Sean racing today. Thank you for tuning in. Chris chiming in again says, racing with DDMM sounds high risk. I mean, I'm fine. I'm perfectly okay. It's the rest of the team that keep breaking on me. Here we go then. Attempt number 2 to start this one for heat number 2 under starters' orders. And
Once again, pole sitter holding a fairly steady speed, waiting, and actually the race time has been reduced on this one as well, so 5 minutes. Across goes the pole sitter, so Aidan Rudge holds onto the lead. Josh Adams holds onto P2 as well. Greg Smith already up to third. Into the first braking zone they go, and oh, look at that. Josh Adams down the inside looking for the lead and has got it. Takes a big chunk of curb through turn 2 to get that inside line. That was superbly done.
Yeah, timed it perfectly there, did Josh Adams. Now takes the lead then as the contact warning, first contact warning goes out to Bailey Morgan in this heat as they now file their way through the next couple of quarters onto that short run towards turn 8 then. As Josh Adams lead then from Aidan Rudge in second place. Then it's Greg Smith rounding off our top 3, battling away at the tail end of the order though. And there is Aidan Rudge, who's second place right now as they make their way, while their way through turns 10 and 11. Onwards then towards the final corners at turn 12. But there is Josh Adams leading the way ahead of Aidan Rudge, Greg Smith in third place. Then it's James Wattis in fourth, Andrew Rabbage rounding off the top 5 at the moment, Bailey Morgan in sixth. As once again they make their way through in towards turns 1 and 2. There's the 61 right on the outside. Andrew Rabbage is being passed by Pietro Pagano then. So Pagano up a position. And meanwhile, right behind, James Wattis fancies Greg Smith's podium position. A penalty awarded then to Bailey Morgan.
Yeah, bump and pass, so that'll be 4 positions at the end of the race. There's Greg Smith, ran very well in C3 last season, promoted up to C2, and this is good to see in the lightweights that some of our C3s from 2020 stepping up now and definitely getting in amongst it. Andrew Rabbage in similar regard for that, and shows what can be done, especially for those C3s in the 2021 edition. Side by side, Wattis and Smith there going over third place. But Josh Adams continues to lead, 55.166 last time around. Pretty much matched by Aidan Rudge. Wattis down the inside of Smith, gets through. There's Bailey Morgan in the blue suits with the pink legs, and Pietro Pagano on the scene as well. Ever an experienced driver. As the cone penalty for James Wattis. So James Wattis has knocked over one of the pieces of track furniture out there on the circuit, and that will be +1 position at the end of this race.
Yeah, Bailey Morgan trying to find his way past, but he's got to be careful because he's already on the 1 contact warning there. As they now make their way through in towards turn 10, filing in through turn 11. Battle for third place very nicely developing here in towards the final corner. And James Wattis with that penalty, that will of course happen at the end of this race as they head their way in towards turn 1. Bailey Morgan tries a little bit of a switchback here. Wattis runs wide at the exit of 1. Bailey Morgan up the inside. That's going to be him taking that position. So too does Pagano, then takes full advantage of that one. He now moves up a position as well. Now Bailey Morgan will have Pagano looking right behind. He's got to be careful now, but Greg Smith now trying to battle away with that 103 of James Wattis now. So they're now battling for, I think that's 6th place.
Yep, Chris Wood has had a penalty, if we've not mentioned it already, for forcing a driver wide. So that will be a driver being forced beyond track limits. So that'll be a couple of positions for Chris. There's Bailey trying to overcome that penalty as far up the order as possible and still score well. Cross start finish. Josh Adams checking over his shoulder there, sees a good 0.8 second lead over Aidan Rudge.
Bailey Morgan. Sorry, I think we were going to say the same thing. Bailey Morgan, fastest lap of the race so far. I'm sorry to take that from you, Andrew.
That's all right.
But Greg Smith here on the back then of James Wattis. Then this is back for 5th place right now as we tick down into the final couple of seconds of the heat plus the remaining lap to go. And is there a way through for Smith then as he tries to find a way through turn 7 onto that short run towards turn 8? We will go. Thinks about a move up the inside, definitely tries to make the space, which he does up the inside. He'll be on the outside if he can't close the door, but he manages to do it. And now up into 5th place goes Greg Smith. Yeah,
forceful move there from Greg Smith. Good confidence going on that inside line. Changes for position to report as well. Dan Seeger, he just caught a sight of him in the blue suit there. Blue and white helmet is up to 7th place. Last lap board is out. Rogerio Mendes and Amy Breach, who have also got past James Dunnett, 13th and 14th places respectively. There is forced to the outside there was Aidan Rudge. Now Bailey Morgan getting past isn't too much of a problem with the penalty, but Pietro Pagano gaining a spot there. So Pagano now effectively sitting in second place.
Yeah, he's done fantastically well. Last lap, fast lap of the race for him, and the race, 54.427. He knows he's probably got that move. He probably knows he's got that move already with the penalty that'll be applied. However, he'll want to get that out on track for sure as they make their way through the final couple of corners. Of course, there is Josh Adams then making his way through turn 10 and on towards the final couple of corners.
Indeed. Well, this has been a bit of a race for the young drivers. Two drivers we featured earlier in the YDC. Josh Adams wins for the 5th time this season in the lightweight sprints. Bailey Morgan second. Does have a penalty though, so we'll fall a little bit way down the order. Pietro Pagano in third, Aidan Rudge fourth. Greg Smith, James Wattis, Dan Seeger, Andrew Rabbage, James Martin and Chris Wood will take us down to 10th. Dean Everest, wins in C3. In 11th place, Jason Bradbury, 12th. 13th for Rogério Mendes, Amy Breacher, James Dunnett, Tim Clark and James Browning wrap us out. Let's move swiftly on though to heat number 3. Let's have a look at the grid then for the 3rd heat of 12 for our lightweights here today at Bayford Meadows. Interesting grid this one. Steph Theodorou will be on pole position, I believe. Yep, there it is. Rob Langthorpe alongside him on the front row. Matt Collier and Oscar Lancaster on row 2. Keith Segal and Mike Coppin on row number 3. Sam Slater, one of our BIKC champions, will form up on the 4th row of the grid. Joshua Sangster will be also on that 4th row of the grid. The 5th row of the grid will be Daz Teal and Garrett Berry. Adrian Mertens and Cameron Williams line up 11th and 12th on the 6th row of the grid. Peter Sharp and Luke Dennett on row 7. Ross O'Brien and Finn Farrow on row 8. Simon Sharp completes the 17 runners in this heat. So practice laps continuing here at Bayford Meadows. And Kieran, what are your thoughts on the first 2 heats that we've seen so far of the lightweights?
Yeah, it's been promising. We've got some quick drivers. We know over the season how important these heat points are going to be, how important that position in the final is going to be as well. And if we have anything like the heavyweights this morning, the action is just going to get better and better as the drivers get more and more confident. Obviously, when it comes to heat racing, normally you're pit up against different drivers throughout the day, so you get an idea of how everybody's going to be racing once you get to your final. But it's all about making sure you get the best points possible, get the best positions possible from wherever you start. But so far, so good in that case.
A few C1s in this race. Rob Langthorpe, Mike Coppin and Daz Teal. Rob Langthorpe, the highest position on the grid of those 3 drivers. So you could argue that Rob would be the favourite for this one. There are some fairly strong C2s and experienced C2s in this field. The pole sitter, for example, Steph Theodorou, has been doing this championship for a good few seasons. And let's not count out Sam Slater, our lightweight BIKC champion. Has P7 in this one. Also has a pole position later in the day as well, which we'll keenly follow. 3 laps completed by all of our drivers, so they'll start to form the grid up now. Theodorou, Langthorpe, row 1. Collier, Lancaster, row 2. Segal, Coppin, row 3. Slater, Sangster, row 4. Teal, Berry, row 5. Mertens and Williams on row 6. Sharp and Dunnett, row 7. O'Brien and Farrow, row 8. Simon Sharp on his lonesome there on row number 9. Thumbs up in the air indicate that we are good to go racing here for lightweight sprint heat number 3, Club 100 2021 at Bayford Meadows, live here on Alpha Live. 7 minutes on the clock. the lights go green, away we go. Now, can Rob Langthorpe get across and hold P2 there as they go into turn 1? He's going to have a good go around the outside of Matt Collier in the number 41, but maybe get forced out wide. It's been a good start, though, for Steph Theodorou. New lid for Steph Theodorou on this stream. Has done perfectly what he needed to do there, out front, holding that position from pole.
Yeah, absolutely, and Mike Coppin also trying to make his way through the order then in that number 3 kart, up to 4th place now, as the rest of the field now file their way through. Be careful of that cone, you don't want to be hitting that one at this stage. It's a very, very slap on the wrist penalty coming your way if you do even touch that, but the drivers now make their way through in towards turn 8, bit of battling going on in the midfield. But there's Rob Langthorpe, currently 2nd place, but a good start from Steph Theodorou. He's trying to build the gap now. Now, Mike Coppin's now up into 3rd place now on this opening lap, so he's had a great start.
Yeah, very well fought from both of the C1s there with the red number plates. C2s have the black number plates. Contact warning for Daz Teal, Sam Slater and Joshua Sangster have got CWs as well. Rob Langthorpe already hustling the rear axle of Steph Theodorou, who chops across to defend there into turn number 4, but runs a little bit deep. This might be an opportunity for Rob Langthorpe to do a cutback. Mike Coppin there, the number 3 seed, is on the scene. Saw some fantastic, in fact, up the inside, takes 2nd place with a very, very bold move on Rob Langthorpe there. And Rob Langthorpe says, away you go, Mike, let's chase down Steph Theodorou. We saw some very entertaining racing this morning from Mike's Applewood teammates, endurance teammates, Alex Pritchard and Chris Alcock. Are we going to see the same here from Mike Coppin in the lightweights? 6 minutes quickly being eroded away down to 5 minutes. End of lap 2. 7 laps will be what we expect to see for this heat. Side by side between Sam Slater there and the number 41 of Matt Collier. A good move there from Sam Slater down the inside and going for the lead now. Mike Coppin in turn number 4. Wasn't fully happy with that. Let Steph Theodorou go back through, and here comes Rob Langthorpe around the outside, trying to retake 2nd position. But Mike's wise to that one. Now he let him back through there, it would seem, and yeah, just a contact warning for Mike Coppin. Didn't want to get a penalty or an ABC, anything of that description. That was wise stuff from Mike Coppin, just to let Steph Theodorou retake the lead. Yeah,
you can tell the experience there, knew that the move wasn't clean, but if he let him back through, he would have just got the slap on the wrist there of the warning, which you'll see as he comes round onto the start-finish line. As Steph Theodorou defending the inside line, Mike Coppin have to go the long way round in towards turn 1. Might try a switch back now and have the momentum in towards turn 2. He'll have the inside line. The space is there, and Mike Coppin takes that position away then, moves now into the lead of the race. Nice move from Mike Coppin to take the lead.
Yeah, and he points to say, let's go, let's get up the road, because the field is very closely bunched behind. Sam Slater there in 4th place, having a strong run. Garrett Berry up to 5th place as well on that last lap. Daz Teal coming into the mix. Kart number 6 in 6th position. Oh, Steph Theodorou has a little nibble there, trying to get past through Mike Coppin. There's a shake of the head from the number 3. Not too pleased about that. 3.5 minutes to go. End of lap number 4. We're past halfway in this one. It's still very much all up for grabs here, Kieran.
It is. Very nice and close racing between all of them as they make their way up towards turn 2. Mike Coppin just gives a little look over his shoulder just to see what's going on behind. Meanwhile, the number 60 then of Garrett Barry drives up the inside. There's contact between them coming through turn 4. The 51 of Sam Slater was not giving up on that one very easily. They're still battling away, and that's the number 6 there of Darren Teal. Not happy about that one. They'll have to race on for now.
Yeah, they will do. There's a penalty for Simon Sharp out there, who's currently in 15th place. It's a bump and pass, so that will relegate him to 17th, and that's a penalty for Daz Teal. So we saw a contact warning on the first lap, or first couple of laps, and now it's turned into a full contact penalty for a former round winner of this championship. And I don't think Daz will be too pleased about that as he comes over start-finish. Mike Coppin still leads, but only by 1/4 of a second or thereabouts over Steph Theodorou, who's just set a personal best, a 54.834.
There goes Teal. There's Teal up the inside once again. side by side with Slater, almost a carbon copy of the last lap as they made their way through.
Yeah, fighting hard here is Slater. 2 minutes to go. 2 more laps, including the one that they are on at the moment. And this lap, it just feels like Mike Coppin is starting to break the spirit of Steph Theodorio in this race in particular. Has got a good gap now, and Theodorio is well into the clutches of Rob Langthorpe.
At the moment, yes, and able to try and apply the pressure. Coppin's just set the fast lap of the race, which is then taken away by Garrett Berry in 4th place, 54.549. And you see there, 85 of Steph Theodoro looking over both shoulders just to check and see where Rob Langthorpe is. Ross O'Brien getting a contact warning. Here comes Rob Langthorpe up the inside, going in towards turn 5 then. He is on the inside. Does he give that position up? Yes, he does, but that allows Berry to try and make his move up the inside, going in towards turn 6. Through turn 7 they'll go. Short run up towards turn 8 then. Rob Langthorpe gets himself a contact warning, still running side by side. Berry and Langthorpe then heading their way through, and Berry's up a position now.
How about Garrett Berry? Great stuff getting involved there. Takes another position. There is a contact warning for Ross O'Brien. C3 update. Luke Dunnett's currently the top runner in the C3 novice category. He's in 12th place overall. He's got 8/10 over Ross O'Brien, 2nd place of the C3s. On to the last lap then. Mike Coppin just needs to calmly stroke this one round and is going to take another victory in Club 100 machinery. He starts his afternoon off to the perfect start. Berry trying to find a way past Theodoro, who's defended very, very well in this race through the tight and twisty sequence of 5, 6 and 7. Berry has a look down the inside into 8, but as we've been mentioning with the heavyweights, there is a grippier line on the inside of turn number 8, so it's a natural defensive and best racing line for anyone leading a battle out front. But Mike Coppin is going to take victory here. Very, very nicely done. He likes that a lot indeed. Takes heat number 3. Steph Theodoro holds on to 2nd place ahead of Garrett Berry. Rob Langthorpe and Daz Teal wrap out the top 5 on the road at least. Sam Slater, Oscar Lancaster, Adrian Mertens. Good drive there from Mertens, up a few positions. Joshua Sangster and Matt Collier is top 10, Keith Segal 11th. C3s look like this. Luke Dunnett ahead of Finn Farrow, Simon Sharp, Ross O'Brien, Peter Sharp and Cameron Williams. We're going to swiftly move on once more because Heat 4 is heading out now. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 4, the last heat of the first rotation for our lightweights. Reece Pope on pole position, Ned Douglas alongside on the front row. Ashley White and Adam Harding are on row 2. Alistair Irvin and Owen Genman on row number 3. Peter Knight and Joshua Halloran are on row 4. James Williams and Matthew Cochran wrap out the top 10. Ramanas Sakauskas, another one of our C3 promotees from last season, is on row 6 alongside Bryn Albon. And then moving on to the C3 order, Justin Draper and Russell Cooper there on row 7. Jagjit Singh and Andrew Bushell on row 8.
So it's the last of the heats that has a practice at the beginning, so it's all fast-paced from these heats onwards. And so it really is the quick turnaround times, getting the drivers into the car and having to get into that mindset very quickly now.
Yeah.
These races are coming at these drivers thick and fast.
Hello to Rogerio Mendez, Racing Rogerio on YouTube. He's got a contact in the YouTube chat. Very slidey on the old tarmac. Great fun though, love this track. That is very much a Bayford thing. I'd say I got reaccustomed with it yesterday. And those differing racing lines, you kind of have to go on search for where that good rubber laid down is.
It makes it a challenge, doesn't it? Because I thought that was just me on the old tarmac there. I thought I was just carrying a bit too much speed, but it does take some getting used to. Once you've got up to speed with it, you really start to have fun with it.
Yeah, do indeed. So a couple more laps for the drivers to get their practices in. Keep your comments coming in, and hello to our viewers on Facebook as well. On the Club 100 Facebook page, the DDMM
Facebook page. If you're enjoying the commentary, do give us a like over there. It really does help us out. And on Karting Magazine as well. And as the main man is stood over my shoulder, I best mention Club 100 Cadet on the website, www.club100.co.uk. News coming in the future, next few weeks. So if you've got a young driver, a driver too young for the Young Drivers' Championship, there's going to be some news there that you're definitely going to be interested in. And entries for Llandau as well. There is space available for next weekend. Our trip down to South Wales, absolutely fantastic circuit, even when it's wet, which being South Wales, it happens a lot. It's another circuit you have to be careful with which bits of tarmac you use, old tarmac, new tarmac changes as you go around in the wet conditions.
Yeah, it's not one I've been to personally, but I've heard all around the paddock here today. It's a great track apparently, so definitely one for the bucket list, I think.
The first track I ever drove a Club 100 kart on.
Really?
BUKC tests.
The first one I drove.
Dear, 7 years ago.
The first Club 100 kart I drove was around Club 100. I don't think John standing by me will remember it, but I'm pretty sure I spun into turn 1.
That's all right. I span out of the pit lane under a yellow flag.
Ah, that's even worse.
On my first run.
I did go backwards if it makes any difference, but it was a couple of years ago now.
Grid forming up then for heat number 4, the last of this first rotation. All of these drivers have not raced yet. Away we go then. Green lights on, 7 minutes underway. Reese Pope trying to hold that inside line, and once again it's the pole side of the grid that gets a very good start. Alistair Irvine in the pink lid there trying to force his way through. One of the leading C2s this season. And Ashley White's had a good start by the looks of things as well, the number 18. As into the tyres there is the number 19 of Ned Douglas. And Ned Douglas is not happy about that at all. Started towards the front of the grid, was on the front row of the grid, but is out of this one, barely 30 seconds into it. Penalty for Matthew Cochrane, bump and pass. So that'll be 4 places for the driver of the number 30. And it just looked there, Kieran, as if drivers just trying to share the space there, 3-4 wide through turn number 3 doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's always a bit hectic. I mean, it is a sprint race and you've got to make up positions quickly, but get through the first lap and see how everything goes. That's got to be the priority. Reese Pope, though, leading the way from Ashley White, and it's Alistair Irvine rounding off our top 3. Adam Harding, who was on the outside for a lot of the first lap, actually, finds his way through. Is there a problem for the 42? Yes, there is. For
very
Reese.
slow. And what has happened here, Reese Pope has slowed. So there's Marshall on the outside just keeping everyone slow, but I think that was a little bit too slow perhaps from Reese Pope, because it meant that everyone bulked behind. That was very fortunate not to have a bigger incident there. The race continues. It was for the recovery of Ned Douglas.
Yes, I think you're right there. Reese Pope slowed down majorly for it, and it was just the other drivers having to react to it as well. There's the 38 trying to go up the inside. Then that's Owen Genman trying to force his way through, which he has. He's up a couple of positions there. Very nicely done.
Absolutely. Well, let's track them through, because there has been a change for the lead. I think Alistair Irvine got caught up in that as well. Number 19, well, that's Ned Douglas, who's a lap down in effect. So Ashley White is your new leader. Ned Douglas pulls over to one side. Yellow flag out, stationary yellow flag into turn number 3, and Alistair Irvine just realised then that it was nearly an overtake under yellow there, so just hopped back, made sure he didn't take the position. So there's a bit of confusion from the drivers through that turn, which hope they'll get on top of, because that has been a situation that's been there since lap 1, so they should be aware of it.
And Alistair Irvine there in the 36 gets a contact warning. There goes a move up the inside. Pope getting the lead back, but Ashley White's going to try and hang it around the outside through turn number 9. But there we go then. Reese Pope takes back the lead of this race then as we make our way through turn 11. Backwards we go towards turn 12 and onto the start-finish straight. Well, it's been an eventful 3 laps so far. What's the rest of the race got in order then? Reese Pope leading the way. There's the 102 of Peter Knight trying to move up the inside then in towards the first turn and leaves Ashley White out to dry there. In towards turn 2 we go. Nice move from Peter Knight. He's up a position now and now into second place.
Yeah, Peter Knight, who we first saw in sprints action pretty much 12 months ago here at Bayford Meadows, was a C3 back then, made a big impression. He's immediately moved up to C2, showing those skills that he's honed through the Young Drivers' Championship once again. Owen Genman, who was absolutely rapid yesterday in the morning endurance race, down the inside of Alistair Irvine, gets past the former VUKC driver. Was part of the duo that won the endurance race yesterday, was Owen. And doing very, very nicely indeed. That's 4th place for Genman. Rhys Pope still leads then. Peter Knight there in 2nd place. Ashley White holding in 3rd. Genman 4th. Irvine 5th. Adam Harding's having a nice race. Is into 6th place, and there goes the kind of move that we saw yesterday in the endurance race from Owen Genman. That's 3rd place.
Yeah, up onto those podium places then, at least in this heat. Plenty of points for that one, that's for sure. But will the charge carry on now, because he's going to try and keep Ashley White behind him now through these next couple of turns, and then try and focus his attention on the top 2. Speaking of the top 2, they're making their way through in towards turn number 8. Rhys Pope leading the way ahead of Peter Knight as they head through turn 9, through turn 10, and then through towards this right-hander of turn 11. There's a lot of right-handers here, isn't there? Through now in towards turn 12. Peter Knight here maybe trying to set up a move down in towards turn 1. I don't think he's close enough this time around, so Rhys Pope holds on through turn 1 we go. Just over 2 minutes left of this heat, with the Genman now fastest lap of the race, 44.498. Peter Knight here maybe looking for a move, not this time, but he's right on the back of Rhys Pope.
Track limit warning for Alistair Irvine, which will be his 2nd one, so he's on his last chance. That's another one, and up the inside. See, that was classic Owen Genman for what he did for Mighton Motorsport yesterday, making moves so good you don't even see them happening.
That's it, under the radar.
Yeah,
that's what one of those moves are.
So efficient in his work yesterday. And now, with 2 minutes to go, one more lap after this one, which will be at the end of lap number 6 this time round. Can Owen Genman take a victory here? It would be from 6th place on the grid. This is his middle of the grid start, as opposed to the one where he'll start from the back, and another one will start from the front later on. And down the inside he's looking again. He's done that brilliantly, side by side off of turn 4. And Rhys Pope just about holds on there.
That's a warning sign, though. Ashley White now getting a penalty. Oh no, that's for track limits.
Yep.
But yeah, Rhys Pope has got to be careful, because if he leaves even the door slightly open, we've seen Owen Genman will try and get that move done. In towards turn 8 we go, rounding through that long left-hander, through then towards turn 9, right on the back then through turn 10. And Genman here really sizing up, or at least attempting to size up this move for the lead of the race against Rhys Pope as they make their way through in towards the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. He might get a good run here down towards turn 1 as Rhys Pope knows he's there, flicks to the inside. Owen Genman trying to go a little bit of a cutback here, didn't quite work, and he's lost a bit of momentum up towards turn 2. So Rhys Pope is going to try and hang on. Genman thinking about a move up the inside, no way through. Rhys Pope hangs on.
Shades of Silverstone 1986 there from Owen Genman, trying to sell the Mansell dummy on Rhys Pope, but Rhys Pope was wise to it, held a good outside line and speed through turn 1. They're on the last lap. They've been shown the borders. Genman goes down the inside. What a move from Owen Genman through turn 7. And if it wins him this race, that's one of the best moves we've seen here this weekend. Peter Knight still there in 3rd place in the Dayglow yellow suit. But Genman is streaking away now, and it doesn't seem like anything anyone can do. Could this be a move to win this round of this championship? Owen Genman is going to start the afternoon with a heat win in Heat 4. Rhys Pope in 2nd, Peter Knight 3rd, Ashley White 4th, Alistair Irvine in there in 5th place, Adam Harding, Ramanas Sakauskas, Matthew Cockram, Russell Cooper and Bryn Albon are your top 10. Let's have another look at that move from Owen Genman. Just placed it down the inside. Judged the speed perfectly there, Kieran. Didn't run on too long and you know, push Rhys Pope wide. Rhys tried to hold around the outside, which
it's kind of inevitable he's going to lose out in that situation. But that was fantastic from Owen Gentleman.
It was, but I wonder, Gentleman there did go outside of track limits, not to be a party pooper there. He did go slightly outside track limits there. That's what Rhys Boat would have been shaking his head at, but we'll leave that to the stewards. By the by, that was a great move.
It was indeed. We're going to move on to heat number 5. Let's look at the grid for heat number 5 here at Bayford Meadows. Dan Seeger has pole position. Darren Teal alongside on the front row. Rogerio Mendes being cheered on from at home by Grace Hawkes. Starts on row 2. Garrett Berry also on row 2. Andrew Rabbage and Fraser Brunton on row number 3. Aidan Rudge and Stephen Westwood on row 4. Jason Bradbury and Ed Bars row 5. James Wattis and Sam Slater on row number 6. Simon Sharp and James Dunnett then line up on row 7. Sean Glenn and Peter Sharp on row 8. Ross O'Brien on row 9. If you're enjoying the commentary, at Double Dash on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Plenty of stuff going on in the next few weeks, including one of our official, unofficial esports championships, Club 100 drivers who got together during the lockdown periods of last year. We've got season 5, week 2 of the Gran Turismo Sports Series organised by Sam Dibolo, who's out there on the course today doing some observing. So that will be Tuesday at 9 PM over on the DDMM channel, and some of the drivers that you're seeing out here this afternoon will be competing in that. So Dan Seeger, there he is, number 28, the dark blue and white helmet, just ahead of Rogerio Mendes, who's asked for a shout out for Grace Hawkes. I think I've done that twice. But there we go, 2 for the price of 1. Fraser Brunton in there as well, driver number 71. Saw a very good run from Fraser in the first race. Daz Teal will be looking to bounce back from the disappointment of getting a penalty in his first race. Very good looking grid in terms of talent, this one, Kieran.
Definitely, and it's going to be a bit of, well, we saw last time out there was a good bit of action. Let's see what this heat brings, as there's, well, I don't know how much that's going to affect the tyres. Psychologically, it might give you the upper hand, that's for sure, but any heat's better than no heat at all, as they now make their way on towards the start of this race.
Looks like we're all good to go then. 7 minutes on the clock for heat number 5 here at Bayford Meadows for the lightweights. Pace kart will pull off to driver's right, and away we go then. Dan Seeger takes us from pole position. Can Daz Teal hold on to second place? Rogerio Mendes is looking for that second place. A good line from Teal there, but Mendes is going to have the position as they go into turn number 3, I imagine. And no, Teal holds around the outside into 3. Don't see that many times. The experienced Daz Teal comes to the fore, all of them sorting themselves out. There's nearly half spin towards the back. I think that may have been James Dunnett in trouble for a short while there, but good start for Dan Seeger. He's out front.
Yeah, and trying to build the gap immediately from Darren Teal, as the number 60 there of Garrett Berry in 3rd place at the moment. And lots of drivers trying to go side by side all the way through, trying to make some positions early on. We're going side by side for a battle, I believe this is for 4th place, as we make our way through in towards the last couple of corners in through turn 11. Onwards we will go through turn 12 and on to the start-finish straight. So Seeger leads them from Teal and Berry in 3rd place. And it's Edward Bards in 4th, Fraser Brunton in 5th place then. And there is Fraser Brunton having a move up the inside. He had a lovely turn 1 there and sizes him up for the move through turn 2, gets the move done.
Dan Seeger, if he checks over his shoulder, I don't think will quite believe what he sees. A 1.35 second lead at the end of lap 1 is astronomical in this series. He's just got to keep, well, I say, have one check over the shoulder, see, my goodness, that's quite a lead, and then just keep eyes forward for the rest of the race, because this is a great opportunity to take a victory. Fighting there for second place, Garrett Berry saw some good moves from him earlier in the first rotation of heats, and he's doing it again here in the second.
Yeah, and the more that Teal and Berry battle away, the more it's going to allow Dan Seeger to just simply streak away at the head of the field and keep on building that gap as he makes his way now down towards turn 1. Fraser Brunton looking for a move down in towards turn 1 for third place, takes that away then from Teal, and so Fraser Brunton now into the top 3. Through turn 2 we go.
Daz Teal not happy about things, and I think has he got a problem, because it's all come to a stop for Daz Teal. He's pulled off the circuit and nosed into the tyres. He's not happy at all. JV's going over to have a discussion with him, but that is Daz Teal out of the race, and with the not so good result in the first race, that is not good for Daz Teal trying to get into the A final.
No, he will have it all to do, his work cut out as well in his third and final heat. And if that doesn't work, he'll have to go through the routes of winning or at least placing high in the finals all the way through. So it's not going to be an easy task for him whatsoever.
4 minutes 40 to go. Dan Seeger leads, but he's being closed in by Garrett Berry and by Fraser Brunton, who is now the fastest driver out on circuit. 54.424 for Brunton. Surely if you're Brunton in this situation, you try and work with Berry at this stage of the race.
Well, that depends. If he's on pace with you, or just a tenth or two off a lap, then maybe you work together. But if Fraser Brunton feels he's losing more time than he's gaining, then he'll have to try and get a move done and do it himself. But at the moment, he's in third place behind Garrett Berry as they make their way through in towards turn 8. But the good news for Fraser Brunton is he can still see the leader, and they are starting to close on him once again. They took out 0.3 of a second out of his lead on that last lap alone, and there you can see they are really starting to close in quickly.
Dan Seeger has not had a win so far this season. His best result was a second place in one of the heats at round number 2. He's had a few thirds along the way as well, including last time out at Ella Park in one of the heats there. Has not seen P1 as Fraser Brunton looking down the inside of Berry. Can't make the move stick, and Ed Bars is on the prowl now, closing in.
Yeah, you don't want to be making too many mistakes like that, as Jason Bradbury gets a penalty for track limits. Currently 10th place, but he'll be finishing lower down the order than that, at least with that penalty. But there's Seeger leading the way from Berry, and then it's Brunton in third place as they make their way through in towards turn 8 before they size up turn number 9. And Fraser Brunton knows he can try and size up this move, but on that last lap there, Garrett Berry had an answer for him.
He did indeed. Let's see what that gap is looking like. We've seen some 8 lap heats so far here in the lightweight, so we've just gone past halfway, end of lap number 5. Big laps just gone in there from Dan Seeger. 54.722, his fastest of the race so far, and it's edged the gap out of just a little bit. It's 0.8 of a second now.
He needed that, he really needed that, and now he can try and press on, but Fraser Brunton right behind Garrett Berry. If they start battling once again, that will go into Dan Seeger's favour once again. So this is the ideal scenario for Dan Seeger, is that Fraser Brunton cannot find a way past Garrett Berry at the moment. But we've still got less than 2 minutes on the clock, and as we've seen in these sprint races, a lot can happen in 2 minutes.
Can indeed. I do believe Daz Teal is rolling again, but is obviously a lap down now, or best part of a lap down. C3 update, Peter Sharp, currently your top running C3 in 12th place overall. End of lap number 6. Oh, big laps going in from Berry and Brunton. They've responded. 54.5 for Berry, 54.3 for Brunton. And the gap is down to just over half a second. 2 more laps and they're going to be right on Dan Seeger's rear axle as Brunton's trying to go down the inside now for second place. You get the feeling he has to make this move if he wants to win this race, and he's done it. He has done it. Big send into turn 4, and this time he makes it stick.
Yeah, he's not got long, though, to try and close down on Dan Seeger and to pass him. Through turn 8 he will go, with Berry right behind him as well as Edward Bars. He's just got himself a track limit warning in that number 1 kart. But in towards the final couple of corners we will go. Now Brunton really got it all to do. He's got 1 lap really to try and catch and pass Dan Seeger. On towards the start-finish line we will go. There it is, last lap board is out, and Dan Seeger sets his personal best of the race, but it's still slower than Brunton's last lap, and he had to pass Garrett Berry on that previous lap.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Brunton that he's got to set this up for a move into turn 11. They'll try and pull back in this gap. He's doing a good job of it so far through the infield section. Dan Seeger will really want to take this victory. He's not had one so far this season. Has had a few seconds and thirds. Fraser Brunton really coming into this championship now. He's used up all of his drop scores as he's been taking exams and doing schoolwork. One of the youngest drivers that we have here in Club 100. Watch out for him later in the season. The opportunity is not going to be there. So Dan Seeger is going to come out the final corner and take a victory for the first time this season in the Lightweight Sprints Championship. Fraser Brunton sets a 54.134 on the last lap. Look out for that speed later on. Finishes second place. Garrett Berry as well there, third. Ed Bars in fourth. Rogerio Mendes fifth. Andrew Rabbage, Aidan Rudge, Sam Slater, Stephen Westwood and Jason Bradbury's your top 10. James Wattis was 11th. A C3 order looks like this. Peter Sharp ahead of Sean Glenn and James Dunnett, Simon Chop and Ross O'Brien. And then a retirement, Daz Teal there in 17th. Let's move on to heat number 6. Let's have a look at the grid then for heat number 6 as we do the rolling up lap. Cameron Williams and Josh Halloran on the front row. Adrian Mertens and James Williams, row 2. Steve Hicks and Matt Collier on row number 3. Jack O'Neill and Rob Langthorpe go from row 4. Peter Knight and Keith Segal on row 5. Archie Hobson and Andrew Bushell start on row 6. Jagjit Singh and Robin Kassam on row 7. James Browning and Tim Clark complete the 16 karts in this field. So under starters orders then, 7 minutes on the clock. Once more for our lightweights. All of these drivers having their second run of the day. Away they go. Cameron Williams, number 54, takes us into turn 1. Adrian Mertens is having a look from third place on the grid. And not for the first time today, P3 is going to lead from the grid into turn number 3.
It's been a really popular place to start. Obviously random grids through here, but it's been a really good place to start your race as Cameron Williams had a good start, but Adrian Mertens is the one that leads the way. The number 21 trying to get his way up the inside. Stephen Hicks who's trying to get his way through the order there, and we're going 3-4 wide on the exit of turn 7 there. Through turn 8 we will go. The top 4 have tried to streak away from the rest of the field as they're now going 2-3 wide, going in towards turn 9 now, trying to sort themselves out as they now find their way through in towards turn 10.
Peter Knight on the grass.
It is Peter Knight on the grass. He's also got himself a contact warning for good measure as they now make their way up towards turn 12. We've got someone onto the grass there and getting airborne almost and managing to keep it out of the tyres, slowing that car down. Who would have that been? I think it would have been James Williams. Yes, it was. As we rejoin the leaders now, Adrian Mertens from Jack O'Neill in second place. Then it's Joshua Halloran in third, Cameron Williams fourth, Stephen Hicks fifth.
Bump and pass penalty for Rob Langthorpe, the number 12. So is in the midst of that midfield battle. Lots of drivers going up and down the order. So James Williams dropped 12 spots on that first lap. Matt Collier down 6. Peter Knight and Keith Segal down 3. Jagjit Singh, Tim Clark and Andrew Bushell. It's all about the Class 3s. The Class 3s know how to race in this particular heat because 3 of them have jumped an average of more than 5 positions. Brilliant stuff from our novices. Meanwhile at the front, Adrian Mertens leading at the end of lap number 2, but Jack O'Neill, here he comes, checks over the shoulder, does Mertens. There is Jack O'Neill down the inside and takes the lead.
Yeah, nice move there. And Jack O'Neill says, let's get on with this, Adrian, as he now makes his way in towards turn 3. Joshua Halloran in third place there. Then it's Stephen Hicks in fourth. Archie Hobson rounding off the... Oh, sorry, it's Cameron Williams in fourth. Stephen Hicks rounding off the top 5. But that's a good move from Jack O'Neill. It's what we expect from him, really. And with 5 minutes to go, he can now try and focus on getting another win in another heat.
Absolutely. Steve Hicks closing in on Williams. So wanting to move up the order, especially in the finals. So had good results through the heats. Got that bit of the schedule sorted, but definitely wants to improve the results, start getting more overall podiums when it comes to the finals. More on that later, but there's your lead change confirmed. Jack O'Neill, here comes Steve Hicks down the inside of Cameron Williams to take 4th place. Very straightforward textbook overtake there from number 21, track limit warning for Keith Segal.
Yep, and that moves Stephen Hicks now up into 4th place, as we'll see the leaders coming through very shortly. There's the 33 of Archie Hobson feeling the need to defend from Rob Langthorpe then, who has got himself a penalty. So too has the 54 of Cameron Williams. That's for track limits. So currently 5th place in this race is Cameron Williams, but he's going to find himself a bit further down once the checkered flag comes out.
Absolutely. That's not so good news there. 54.750 for Jack O'Neill last time around. Here's Rob Langthorpe, as we say, has penalties. It's just tucked up under the rear bumper of Peter Knight. So there's been a change there for 7th place. Knight's past Langthorpe. Archie Hobson, see there, number 33, having a better run this time in his 2nd appearance of the afternoon. 6th place. Having said that, he's just got a track limit warning. Well done, Archie.
There's only a warning for now, though, so he'll press on, and with less than 3 minutes to go, we'll see. Obviously, we know Rob Langthorpe has himself that penalty that'll be applied to the end of the race, so he's now going to try and get as many moves as possible to move him up the order and try and negate the effects of that penalty once it is applied, as they now make their way through in towards that long left-hander at turn 8. Jack O'Neill now with a 1 second lead when they crossed the line last time around. 54.7 is his best lap of the race and the best lap of the race so far.
It is a very good pace from Jack O'Neill. I'll just be looking to hold something in reserve as well. As here goes Archie Hobson down the inside of Cameron Williams. Takes 5th place. Good move there from another one of our BUKC graduates. See the Warwick University, the Warwick Sport label there on his visor. As Peter Knight. Can he find a way past Cameron Williams? Fastest driver at the moment is Peter Knight, and oh dear, Archie, track limits, and that's a penalty for Archie Hobson. 2 places at the end of the race, so he's just undone all the good work he's done getting past Cameron Williams.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to take, but he's got to press on now. It is just the heats, you know. Yeah, there'll be a couple of points dropped, but in the grand scheme of things, keep pushing on, because this will mean, and it will be a difference to your track position. There's Peter Knight looking for a move up the inside and takes that position away from Williams there. And so too does Rob Langthorpe. He fancies his chances up the inside, which he does take. And just in the blink of an eye there, Cameron Williams was in 6th place there. He's now down to 8th.
I've just noted that it's Carson counting track limits on turn 1. He ain't going to miss anything,
no,
Carson.
He's not.
So it's not a surprise that Archie's got pinged for that one. 50 seconds of this race to go, or at least that's what's on the clock. 2 seconds is the lead for Jack O'Neill. And Adrian Mertens has driven a really nice race here. He's taken this opportunity of starting on the 2nd row. 2nd place for him at the moment, and a good gap, crucially, as they go onto the final lap. Can bring this one home.
Could indeed, and on that last lap, sets the fast lap of the race so far, 54.384, and ever extends his lead to Adrian Mertens. Then Josh Halloran rounding off the top 3 in this heat. Stephen Hicks is in 4th place, and then it's Archie Hobson in 5th on track at the moment, but that will be dealt with once we have crossed the start-finish line for the final time then, and soon we'll see Jack O'Neill making his way through the final couple of corners.
I thought it was. This is due to be Adrian Mertens' best result in sprints this season. He's had a couple of thirds, including one last time out at Ella Park, but this is going to be a first P2 of the season. It's not going to be a first P1 of the season for this driver. Jack O'Neill comes around the final corner to take yet another victory and another maximum point score here in heat number 6. Adrian Mertens, brilliant there in 2nd place. Joshua Halloran in 3rd. Steve Hicks 4th, Archie Hobson 5th, that has penalties. Peter Knight 6th, Rob Langthorpe 7th, also has penalties. Cameron Wilson, Andrew Bushell, and Jagjeet Singh's your top 10. We're going to have to cut straight away to race number 7. We're going to roll straight into heat number 7. Ramona Sakauskas on the front row alongside one of our BIKC champions, Dante Dillon. What can the Team Sport star do here in this one? 7 minutes on the clock, away we go. First thing to do is to get alongside and into second place. In fact, once again, the number 30 of Matthew Cockerham, starting P3, is going to have the advantage over the anti-pole side of the grid and take Dante's position into the hairpin to go for the first time. Greg Smith in the middle of all of this. Owen Jenman's out in this one as well. Plenty of big names trying to drive from the back of the field. Dan Cohen can see in amongst it just ahead of the C3s. Rihanna Percox trying to go down the inside of Reese Pope there. Coming onto the back straight. Good start from Ramona Sakauskas. Young driver, moved up from Class 3 last season. He's had a good amount of seat time here in 2021. Contact warning for Joshua Sangster.
You see here though, Matthew Cockerham is not making life easy for Sakauskas then as they make their way towards the start-finish line. Cockerham's going to have to go the long way around if he wants that move. Meanwhile, Dante Dillon is having to defend from Adam Harding then as the two leaders then make their way up towards turn 2. Sakauskas defends the inside line. Meanwhile, there's Adam Harding up the inside. He takes away third place then from Dante Dillon as they head their way through in towards turn 5. And Sakauskas still holding on to this lead. But there is Adam Harding, who fancies his way in this battle right now. There's the 50 of Dante Dillon trying to make his way back through, but there comes Rihanna Percox trying to take advantage of this battling then as they make their way through turn 8. She's up the inside now. There is also Reese Pope trying to find his way through. It's all position changes for that 4th, 5th, 6th place.
And a lot of young talent in this group as well. As you mentioned, Adam Harding races in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. Great to have him. Oh, big hit on the tyres there. That was Matthew Cockerham in P2 now. I wonder, will that be a penalty as Rihanna Percox is down the inside going for P3. Wide out there is Adam Harding in the 95. And yet, there we go. Cone penalty for Matthew Cockerham. Hitting those tyres on the exit of the last corner. This is all good, though, for Ramona Sakauskas because he's just able to get a bit of a gap here and grow his lead. It was just less than 3/10. It's looking a bit more than that now.
Yeah, it just seemed like a lack of concentration from Cockerham there, and it's going to cost him that cone penalty. So that's going to be added to the end of his race, of course. We're going side by side with Greg Smith there, and up the inside is that Jenman? It is Jenman who tries to muscle his way through, and muscle his way he does. We know he loves those kind of moves, and moves himself now up a position.
Yellow flags out for the replacement of the tyres on the pit straight. So there'll be someone off to driver's right doing that. Rihanna Percox, I was just about to say, up to P3, but has a penalty. Bump and pass. So that will not finish that way, even if Rihanna wins the race. Down the inside, Reese Pope on Adam Harding. That's a good move for 4th place. So by that, I mean, even if Percox finishes first on the road, that's +4 positions, whatever happens. There's been a contact warning as well out there for Josh Adams. You can see a lot of the drivers defending, taking is it known as the Joe Holmes line now after what we saw in heavyweights earlier.
They were clearly watching this morning's action and in the A final in particular, because they picked up some pointers from Joe Holmes himself. Meanwhile then, Harding having to defend from Reese Pope behind as they make their way through the final corner. And Sakauskas leading the way from Cockerham, who has that cone penalty. Rihanna Percox in 3rd place has that penalty applied to her race at the end. Here comes Reese Pope then, who wants that move for 3rd place up towards turns 2 and 3. No way through, though, at least on track at the moment. And Rihanna Percox knows that she has to defend this position because now she's trying to make the best out of a bad situation with that penalty over her name.
Going back through the records, Ramona Sakauskas is another driver yet to take a race victory so far this season. Could we see another driver, in fact Matthew Cockerham trying to get through now. Ramona Sakauskas defends, maybe not aware that Cockerham has a penalty. Could even give this position up on the road and would still be taking the full 20 points. Gliding through the final complex there, Rihanna Percox. Reece Pope having it. This is a good race, I've got to say, for the Class 2s. There's a good number of Class 1s in this race as Cochrane down the inside of Tchaikovskas going for the lead and has got it, but remember, has that cone penalty.
Yes, but now he's taken the lead, so that's going to lessen the blow. Yes, he'll have the heat win taken away, but he'll go further, or at least less far down the order than he would have before. So that's an important move. Another penalty going out as well for contact. That's to the number 9 of Josh Adams, who's currently on our timing screens in 9th place. So a couple of penalties being handed out in this one.
Yep. Race control wanting to calm things down out there. Rihanna Percox closing in. Reece Pope is doing this very, very wisely for such a young driver. We'll probably know that Percox is the number 5 and has a penalty, but is also quick. So just sit on her rear axle to try and pull himself further up the order, namely past Raunas Tchaikovskas.
Yeah, but sometimes as a driver, you want that move out on track. And there goes Percox up the inside, going in towards turn number 5 there. And that's allowed Reece Pope to just find his way through. And as you were rightly saying, just put the pressure on. And he's bought himself 2 positions there.
And effectively now, the race lead, because Cochrane's penalty for hitting those tyres early on in the race means Reece Pope is now on for a full quota of points here. And also a driver who has not taken a race victory. So has had a good number of seconds, a few thirds as well. But Reece Pope, with that wise bit of driving, I really did like that, could be on here on the last lap for a race win.
Yeah, that's an important move there. Reece Pope there is trying to chase down for what would be on track the race lead, but if he holds station, it will be the lead after the checkered flag as they make their way now down in towards turn 5. Then it's Tchaikovskas in 3rd place on track, Rihanna Percox in 4th, and then it's Owen Genman who could really be a beneficiary in that late penalty shuffle.
I think he could be, yeah. I think he could be on for at least 3rd place here, perhaps. Into the final couple of corners, Matthew Cochrane trying to hold on to the lead on the road. It is worth a position, of course, because if he finishes 2nd, the penalty still applies. But round the final couple of corners, into the complex for the last time. Matthew Cochrane will take it on the road, but has a cone penalty. So Reece Pope doesn't quite realise, but he has got his first win of the year. Raunas Tchaikovskas in 3rd. Rihanna Percox, Owen Genman and Josh Adams, the 3 C1s, 4th, 5th, 6th. Adam Harding, Greg Smith, Samuel Esri and Joshua Sangster is your top 10. Dante Dillon, Chris Woodger, Finn Farrow, Daniel Cohen, Luke Dunnett, Alex Brandon and Sam Morris take us down to 17th. We're going to move on to race number 8. Let's go through the grid then for this 8th heat and end of rotation number 2. Ben Lambeth has pole position, Bailey Morgan alongside on the front row. Jed Toole and James Martin on row 2, Oscar Lancaster and Ashley White are on row number 3. Steph Theodorou and Ned Douglas start on the 4th row of the grid, Dan Healy and Alistair Irvin on row 5. Mike Coppin and Pietro Pagano, lots of experience there on row 6. Amy Breacher and Dean Everest, on row 7. Bryn Albin and Justin Draper on row 8. Russell Cooper on row 9. To the front of this one, Ben Lambeth there in the black suit and the white helmet. Bailey Morgan on the left-hand side of your screen. Blue helmet, blue and pink suit. Was very quick earlier. I think Mike Coppin was giving a gesture there saying I'm going for P1 in this race. 7 minutes on the clock. Away we go. Green lights for the drivers and the sprint down to turn 1. Who's going to take advantage here through this long right-hander? And Bailey Morgan's been forced out very, very wide there and he's going to lose a stack of positions. Already spreading out a bit at the front. Dan Healy takes a good chunk of curb in the number 2 kart there and they're all just about through the first few bends.
Oh, well, the 19 there gets a bit of opposite lot. That's Ned Douglas there, who obviously didn't have a great first heat either. A couple of drivers onto the grass. So too is Mike Coppen as he tries to make his way through the order as quickly as he possibly can. But there is Ben Lambeth, who leads the way ahead of the 85 of Steph Theodorou. So a good start from Steph there. Bailey Morgan trying to recover. Is on the outside, going in towards the right-hander of turn 9. Meanwhile, going side by side here, you can see Bailey Morgan again on the outside going through turn 10, and he just cannot find his way back through the order. Of course, starting in second place, one driver onto the grass there. I believe that was the 36 of Alistair Irvin.
Yeah, recovered well from that. So it's Lambeth leading from Theodorou. Good start for Theodorou. Not long in these races to get everything sorted, and here comes, oh, there's a black flag for James Martin. So straight away, black flag there. That is not good indeed. Now, there's not been any contacts or warnings or track limits. I wonder, is that something procedural that's not gone right for James Martin there? We'll have to wait and see, but either way, James Martin is going to have to come into pit lane and sort out whatever has caught race control's attention.
Well, Ben Lambeth still leading the way from Steph Theodorou there, and it's Jed Toole in third place as they make their way through in towards turn 1 once again. Then it's Dan Healy in fourth place, Bailey Morgan fifth. A penalty for Ashley White there for a bump and pass. So that'll be added to the end of his race. Currently in sixth place in that number 18. Also a penalty there for Bryn Albin. Another bump and pass there for the number 16.
I just wonder, I'm just having a look, is there a chin strap undone, or is it something like that? Can't see anything for James Martin. I can't see what he possibly could have done in the space of a lap and a half that would warrant a black flag for behavioural reasons. We've got him on screen, so we'll just wait and see on that one. There is Dan Healy, and yeah, Pietro Pagano. I think it's Pietro Pagano's chin strap is undone, because I did note that on Pietro on the 69 as he came past on the same shot, and it may be a case of mistaken identity. They've both gone in. Pietro's, I'm pretty sure, 95% sure that's a chin strap undone on the helmet, which is obviously a safety concern. James Martin is going to go back round. I'm not quite sure what this is for, but away they go. And there's somebody else in the pit lane there as well. There's somebody accidentally come in for a BUKC style black flag when it's actually just a race penalty applied at the end. I think that may have been Bryn Albin. But Ben Lambeth, on his debut here, he's not for this season, has not competed so far this year. Has got a nil point on his scorecard. He's doing very nicely. There has been a change for the lead. Steph Theodorou to the front. This is still a very good run from Ben in that number 53.
Yes, isn't it just? And Ben Lambeth here might have a good run out of turn 1 up towards turn 2. He's up the inside, takes back the race lead, then ahead of Steph Theodorou. Then it's Jed Toole trying to put the pressure on in that 75. Also, you got Dan Healy looking ominously on. Bailey Morgan also fancies his chance. Remember, he started on the front row, found himself way off at turn 1 and had to rejoin all the way back into the midfield. So he's done well to recover back into 5th place. At the moment, though, it still is Ben Lambeth who leads the way ahead of Steph Theodorou.
It is indeed. Jed Toole doing a great job again. Another really good to see young driver coming through the ranks in this championship, and another driver on for a best result so far this season. No top 3s in any of the races so far for Jed, so let's hope for his sake we can hold on to this. Having said that, he's got Dan Healy behind him, last year's championship runner-up. Not a slow driver at all. C3 update. Justin Draper currently leading in C3 ahead of Dean Everest and Amy Breacher. So that's all over 11th place. And in fact, Justin's got a good lead in that bit of the order. 2.4 seconds over all the other C3s out there. Very good stuff from Justin.
Ben Lambeth still leading away. Jed Toole's trying to put the pressure on Steph Theodorou then in towards turn 9, but Theodorou's defences are up. This is trying to get his way through and pass for the back through for the lead of the race. Daniel Healy as well in 4th place. Bailey Morgan is giving him a hard time in towards turn 12. Back onto the start-finish straight we will go. Top 5 there, battling away for the lead as we enter the penultimate lap. Ben Lambeth still leading the way. Bailey Morgan, meanwhile, following him through. Does he get the run he wanted out of turn 1 to provide a challenge to Dan Healy? Not quite this time. Steph Theodorou, again, can't find his way through and past Ben Lambeth at the moment. Lambeth going defensive into 5. Might cost him because it's allowed Theodorou to try and get the switch back here. Not quite enough room there. Or maybe there is down the inside. No, not this time. Ben Lambeth managing to hold firm.
And hold firm well. No other position changes to inform you about at this stage of the race. It'll be the last lap board next time round, and Theodorou's trying this way and that to get through. Contact warning for Oscar Lancaster, who is currently in 7th place in this race, just ahead of Mike Coppin. Bailey Morgan also has had a contact warning. Over start finish to go. On to the final lap then. Can Ben Lambeth hold on for this victory? 4 drivers want to take it off him. There's been some changes further back. Coppin and Irvin have got past Oscar Lancaster as down the inside goes Bailey Morgan, going for 4th place, but Healy's going to have the run off of turn 4. Really well done by Dan Healy to hold on to that place. As, oh, change, there it is, through goes Theodorou, has got past Ben Lambeth, and Tools got blocked as well and has lost 3rd to Healy. So all of a sudden Dan Healy's up to 3rd place. And oh, nearly a bit of contact there between Theodorou and Lambeth, and here comes Healy again down the inside, takes 2nd place. The experience of Dan Healy, picking them off one by one. Can he get one more into the final corner, or can Steph Theodorou hold on? Yes, he can, round the final corner. Steph Theodorou is going to win it on the road. Dan Healy in 2nd place, 3rd for Ben Lambeth, 4th Jed Toole, 5th Bailey Morgan. Ashley White, Mike Coppin, Alistair Irvin, Oscar Lancaster, Ned Douglas take us to P10. Justin Draper takes a dominant victory in C3 in 11th. Dean Everest, Bryn Albin, Amy Breacher and Russell Cooper 15th. And then the 2 drivers who were black flags in that race, Pietro Pagano and James Martin 16th and 17th. And that is the end of rotation number 2. We'll be back shortly with the start of rotation number 3 in Heat 9. Set to go then, by the looks of things, for heat number 9. We're going to go around for another formation lap, so let's have a look at the grid. Dan Cohen on pole position for this next race. Joshua Sangster alongside on the front row. James Wattis and Keith Segal on row 2. Garrett Berry has been very impressive today alongside Matthew Cockram on row 3. Cameron Williams and Dante Dillon start on row 4. Rob Langthorpe and Steve Hicks on row 5. Greg Smith and Jack O'Neill row 6. Ross O'Brien and Sam Morris, row 7. James Dunnett and Andrew Bushell on row 8. Robin Kassam on row 9. So, good opportunities this for some of our C2s to get some strong results, and in particular we're going to keep our eye in this race on Garrett Berry, who's put some great moves in so far today. 7 minutes on the clock, and away we go then. Dan Cohen leads from pole position. Goes for a slightly defensive line. James Watt is trying to take P2 straight away from the 2nd row of the grid. 4, nearly 5 wide coming off of turn 1, and Jack O'Neill was nearly in trouble there towards the back of the field. Some big C1s coming from the rear of the order in this one. That was a bit of a tense start there, Kieran.
It was indeed, but Jack O'Neill's trying to find his way through, and his contact warning going out for the 98 of Greg Smith as they all try and find their way through, find a bit of space for themselves out there. But Dan Cohen then getting a good start out of it. He still leads the way ahead of James Wattis. Again, 3rd place on the grid. Seems to be one of the best places to start on the grid entirely. Through turn 8, all the drivers go through turn 9. We'll go penalty there for Rob Langthorpe for loading. So that's going to be a penalty added to the end of his race currently. Well, he was a little way down the order. There he is, the number 12 there, heading up towards turn 12.
Yeah, not a good start for Rob there. No, he puts his head back, he knows that he's done wrong there. Contact warning. That's a repeat showing of the first contact warning for Greg Smith. But Dan Cohen, another driver who's come through the BUKC, enjoying his time at the front of the field here. Hasn't been an ever-present, but when he has been here so far this season, has had some fantastic scraps. Here's a good scrap between Keith Segal in the 58 and Greg Smith, and Steve Hicks taking advantage of all of that, gaining at least one position. Saw Dante Dillon there, 7th place, BIKC champion, having a good run in this race. Fell backwards, unfortunately, in his first appearance of the day so far. He's coming to the fore now. James Wattis has a look there down the inside of Daniel Cohen. Track limit warning for Rob Langthorpe. Garrett Berry's trying to find his way through as well, and goes to remove into turn number 3. I didn't think that was going to work, Kieran. It's just a little bit too tight through there.
A little bit too ambitious there. We've seen lots of moves going up the inside where Harvard doors open, but not this time. He got caught up onto the curb there, lost a bit of momentum as well. Almost fell into the clutches of Joshua Sangster there, but luckily got away with that one.
Yeah, he did. He did indeed. There's the number 45 this time, going down the inside of, I think that's Dillon actually. Yeah, Dante Dillon is pulling his way through the field very nicely on this lap. Has got past Williams. Where has Williams gone? And Williams has fallen down a couple of positions. We just saw the Dayglow yellow helmet pass through shot. End of lap number 3 then. Dan Cohen leads by 0.8 of a second over James Wattis and Garrett Berry, who both got contact warnings. Fastest driver out on circuit is that driver there, driver number 50, Dante Dillon, 54.796. The driver here from his efforts in the British Indoor Karting Championship, and there's a great move.
That's a great move.
Into 4th place goes Dante Dillon, but back comes Sangster. Doesn't want to give that one up, and that's a great move as well.
2 great moves in the space of 2 corners. Fantastic battle between the two of them. They're going to run side by side all the way through in towards turn number 8. Dante Dillon up the inside once again. Once again, he gets ahead as they head through turn 9. And I'm not sure that battle's going to be far from over, but Dante Dillon now up into 4th place.
They have lost a bit of time though. They've dropped back from this top 3 now. So this is a big lap from Dante. He needs to put in a qualifying effort here to get away, or at least resist any attempt by Sangster of having another go and retaking 4th. Also on the move, Jack O'Neill is up to 6th place now, ahead of Rob Langthorpe. Matthew Cockram is also overtaken Ross O'Brien for 12th. Ross O'Brien, though, still leading in C3.
Yeah, track limit warning going out to James Wattis there, and again, Garrett Berry getting onto the curb, and it's losing him that momentum. He gets a good run out of turn 1 and then through turn 2 before he gets too up and close and personal with the curb at turn 3, and it just loses him all that momentum he had. So he's got to think carefully about where he has his next moves, because Dante Dillon is right on the back of him now, and that's the battle for 3rd.
Absolutely. 3 minutes ago, there's Greg Smith, number 98. He's got Steve Hicks just behind. Bit of an out of sorts race this from Steve Hicks down there in 10th place. Has not got long to get the overtakes done. Dante Dillon, fastest driver again. 54.416, and through goes Garrett Berry. I think James Wattis was looking a little bit frustrated in himself there, made a mistake through turn 1. Penalty for Greg Smith, bump and pass, as Cameron Williams has been dropped 2 places on that last lap, so I imagine that is where Greg Smith's penalty has come from.
It was Garrett Berry taking full advantage there. I think you're right. James Wattis there just didn't get the great run through turn 1. Meanwhile, Dante Dillon fancies his chances up the inside of Wattis now. He gets the move done. Bit of contact going through turn 8 as they head through turn 9 now. And onwards they go through turn 10. Dante Dillon now up into 3rd place though. His next target will be Garrett Berry right up ahead.
54.9 last time around for Cohen. He's now dropped into the 55s again. Dante Dillon's got a chance here, I feel. And here comes Jack O'Neill as well, up to 5th place. Can he make a late charge for yet another victory? And he's just taken that. He has taken P4 with, well, that was the move of a champion to say, this is mine, mate. Don't even try and take this back or fight it. And poor James Wattis is getting quite frustrated there. He's being overtaken left, right and centre. He's lost positions to Langthorpe and Greg Smith now. And here's the battle, change for the lead. Berry through, past Cohen. And here comes Dante Dillon as well. He's going to be on the outside though for the next couple of corners. He's going to be hung out to dry surely by Dan Cohen. But Garrett Berry, he's been threatening it all day, Kieran, leads here at Bayford Meadows.
He does indeed. And as they make their way through the final couple of corners onto the last lap then, Dante Dillon is now putting Cohen under a bit of pressure. Then up the inside, he wanted to go in towards turn 1 then, couldn't quite find that way through. Cohen then holding on to second place as they make their way through turns 2 and 3. Is there a chance here for second place for Dante Dillon? He's worked so hard to get up to third place. Can he make one more?
Well, he's going to have a go into turn 4 and he's got the move done. If he can get the exit right, he's going to have the inside for the next corner. Dante Dillon showing all those skills that won him the BIKC title, is up here to second place.
Yeah, great move. Fantastic race for Dante Dillon then. And as you say, showing off that championship prowess in the British Indoor Karting Championship and up to second place.
Just to remind folks, this was the race where he started lowly on the grid. He's done a complete role reversal of earlier in the day. But Garrett Berry, he's been up front all day and takes the race win in heat number 9. Dante Dillon in second place, third for Dan Cohen, fourth Jack O'Neill, good points again for the championship leader. Joshua Sangster in fifth, Rob Langthorpe sixth, but has penalties. Greg Smith seventh, James Wattis, Steve Hicks and Cameron Williams take us down to 10th. Matthew Cockerham, Ross O'Brien, you top to C3, Keith Segal, Robin Kassam, James Dunnett, Sam Morris and Andrew Bushell wrap out the running order at the end of that one. And we're going to move on to heat number 10. We've got good time to read out the grid for this one. Owen Genman will start from pole position. Jason Bradbury alongside on the front row. Mike Coppin and James Williams on row 2. Jed Toole and Ramanas Sakauskas on row 3. Bailey Morgan and Josh Adams on row 4. Adam Harding and Fraser Brunton on row 5. Reece Pope and Tim Clark on row number 6 of this field. And away we go for the start of this one. Owen Genman will be looking for victory here, as have been on great form so far this weekend. This is his final heat of the afternoon before those big races to finals. And round goes Jason Bradbury off of turn 1, and that's very, very lucky to not be a bigger incident. One other driver has gone with him. I think it's one of the C3s and is deep in the tyres. And that was very dramatic off of turn number 1 there. Can't quite make out which one of the C3s it is. We'll check the number in a moment. The tyres will be replaced. That was Jason Bradbury spinning from second on the grid as well there, Kieran. That is a big loss of points.
A big chance of points there gone, unfortunately, as Genman now leads the way. And he will definitely try and take full advantage of this one now. But he has got Mike Coppin all over the back of him. That's going to be a great battle for the lead. And there is a penalty being awarded to Fraser Brunton for a takeout.
Yeah, and it's 6 positions as well with it being a takeout. So that is a big, big penalty for Fraser Brunton. Must have been for what happened there on lap number 1. And here is a squabble between 2 very experienced drivers, Owen Genman and Mike Coppin. Jed Toole again. Jed Toole's having a very good day so far, isn't he?
He's always finding himself about the pinpoint at the pointy end of the field.
Let's have a look at that start incident again and what happened off of turn 1. So look at Bradbury on the outside there. Yeah, there's contact with Fraser Brunton, and Fraser Brunton turns Bradbury round there. And the other driver was Justin Draper, so it was one of the C3s who was taken out there as well, or had a spin in sympathy.
Yeah, just unfortunately caught up in that one. He was caught up in someone else's incident. It's always a tough one of those.
So, mistake from Genman there, and he's out winding through. Goes Mike Coppin. I think that one even surprised Mike there. Saw the gap open up and jumped in it, and that was a very, very good piece of braking from Mike Coppin. Gets him through.
Yeah, really nice move there. Just taking advantage of that one. and now moves into the lead. And I think Jedman will be kicking himself after that one, because that's not a mistake he normally makes. Behind them, Josh Adams is now up into 3rd place. He's now past Jed Toole, who goes down to 4th place as the leaders now make their way through in towards turn 10, onwards to turn 11. Mike Coppin here won't have things his own way, because that's Owen Jedman, who knows he feels vindicated now to try and take the lead back again. Onto the start-finish straight we will go. Mike Coppin goes very defensive. Jedman will have to go the long way round if he wants this move in towards turn 1. Might get a little bit of a switch back. He'll get the inside line in towards turn 2. Mike Coppin goes for the squeeze in towards turn 2, then again in towards turn 3, and Owen Jedman takes back the lead of the race. Great scrap between the two of them.
Yeah, great response there from Owen Jedman after the disappointment of a lap before. Great response as well from Josh Adams in this race. His second heat was not the best of results, but here he is straight back on the bike and up at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's exactly the response he was looking for as well. It's the response he needed too. Josh Adams as well fancies his chances of getting involved in the battle ahead as well. He's got Mike Coppin ahead of him. That will be for 2nd place, as Fraser Brunton also in this mix, but he has got that penalty for a takeout. That'll cannon him down the order, unfortunately. But he'll try and make his way up the field as best as he can to negate the penalty that is coming his way.
3 and a bit minutes to go in this one. Last chance for all of these drivers out on circuit at the moment to score points and get positions set for the finals. Fraser Brunton does a move there on Jed Toole for 4th place on the road, but remember, has a takeout penalty, so 6 positions will be added to wherever Brunton finishes this race.
And also gets a contact warning as well, just to rub salt into the wounds. But up into 4th place at the moment. Let's see how far he can go to try and reduce how bad that penalty is going to affect him after this checkered flag falls. But it's been a great race so far for Owen Jedman. Yes, he made a mistake into turn 1 a few laps ago, but on the very next lap, did everything he could, had a great lap to pretty much take that position back, and has got a bit of a gap now between himself and Mike Coppin. Now about 0.7 of a second it is as they make their way through in towards turn 1. Josh Adams as well. Watch out for him going into the closing stages of this race. He's taken nearly 1/10 of a second out of Mike Coppin on that last lap. Owen Jedman, fastest lap of the race last time around, 54.422. Here comes Josh Adams up the inside, but there's contact going in towards turn 5. He tries to wave Mike Coppin through, but that's allowed Fraser Brunton to just simply slide his way through.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Fraser Brunton. Took advantage of that. Jason Bradbury, meanwhile, key few laps this for his day. He's 1.5 seconds off the back of the C3s, the majority of the C3s, but is a little bit quicker. So can he gain some more positions and try and squeeze back into the B final? He's got a bit of a habit of winning B finals. He's got it as a dark art. There's a shake of the head from Mike Coppin. But this is all going into the hands of Owen Jedman now, because all of that kerfuffle on the previous lap, Kieran, means he's got a 1.67 second lead.
That's exactly what he needed as well, just for the others to squabble behind him. Also, there's a cone penalty out for Adam Harding in the 95. Fraser Brunton trying to find his way past Mike Coppin now, as they head their way in towards turn 6 before they head into 7 here. Back onto the power, they'll go a penalty now for Luke Dunnett. That's for track limits. And, well, Mike Coppin might not necessarily know that Fraser Brunton has a penalty, and a severe one at that. So he is going to try and defend that position for all it's worth.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a shame for Luke Dunnett that he's got that track limit penalty, because he is currently the top C3 runner in this race. So Finn Farrow will inherit that. You'd presume at the end of this lap, the last lap for heat number 10, Owen Jedman comfortably out front and has put in a 54.294, one of the best laps that we've seen so far today. Can Mike Coppin hold on for second place? If he loses it on the road to Fraser Brunton, that won't matter too much because Brunton has a penalty, but Josh Adams is still there in 4th place on the road, looking to get back up to that position. Jed Toole, Bailey Morgan, it's all the youngsters. In fact, Reece Pope's in there as well. It really is all the youngsters queuing up behind Daddy Mike, it would seem, as they go round the last few corners. Owen Jedman has really, really impressed me this weekend. I've watched Owen race for a good few years. I don't remember him driving as good as this.
in a long, long time. He's going to come around the final corner to take heat number 10, and he is a factor today here in the lightweight sprints. Mike Coppin does hold on for second. Fraser Brunton, Josh Adams, Jed Toole, Bailey Morgan, Reese Pope take us down to 7th. Rowandas Sakauskas, Adam Harding and James Williams there in the top 10. Finn Farrow wins it on the road in C3 ahead of Luke Dunnett, Peter Sharp, Tim Clark, Jason Bradbury 15th and Justin Draper in 16th. 2 races to go. Heat number 11 is next. Getting ready then for heat number 11, the penultimate heat of the day. Sam Slater has pole position, the BIKC champion, alongside Dan Healy on the front row. Archie Hobson and Ed Bars row 2. Rihanna Percox and Rogerio Mendez on row number 3. On row 4 we have Ben Lambeth and Joshua Halloran, Stephen Westwood and Oscar Lancaster on row 5. Ashley White and Steph Theodorou on row number 6. Alex Brandham and Jagjit Singh row 7, Simon Sharp, Dean Everest and James Browning wrap out the field. Away we go then for the start of this one. Sam Slater, big opportunity for a win here as he takes us from pole position. He's got Dan Healy on his outside going through turn number 2 and turn 3. That's a brilliant move from Dan Healy. A fantastic, brave piece of driving round the outside. We've not seen many of those today. Loading penalty already for Rihanna Percox in the number 5.
Yeah, great move from Dan Healy then. And then further down the field in the midfield, we're going almost 3 wide in towards turn 7, onto that short stretch towards turn 8. Sam Slater in 2nd place. And then it's making their way through in towards turn 9. There is your race leader in Dan Healy. Then it's the number 5 then of Rihanna Percox, but she has got a loading penalty. We're going side by side, going in towards the right-hander there of turn 10. That's the 109, is that of Oscar Lancaster there, who's found himself around. And of course he's on the grass, so he's got to pull that kart back onto the tarmac before he can get going again.
Absolutely, that is not good news for Oscar Lancaster at all. And there's drivers, I feel, in this heat who are going to start missing out on A and possibly even B finals. One of them, Ed Bars, is down in 10th place. I think he was one of those who was loaded off at turn number 1, and he's got a lot of work to do, and he's had trouble in other races so far today. So this is the reigning champion, 2nd in the points before today. A lot of racing needs to be done from Ed if he's going to be in that A final now.
Yeah, he needs to get a hurry on and make sure he gets as many positions as possible. As you say, there's a chance here he might not make it into the final that we expect him to be in. There he is, Ed Bars, as he makes his way through in towards the closing couple of corners of this lap. And there is Dan Healy, who's got a sizable margin ahead of Rihanna Percox with that penalty. Then it's the 53 of Ben Lambeth. Then it's Rogerio Mendez in 4th. Archie Hobson rounding off the top 5.
This is great to see from Dan Healy. He's, well, once was one of the young drivers in that same mould that we were talking about with the likes of Bailey Morgan and Josh Adams. But nowadays is a seasoned professional in Club 100 machinery. And it's still, I very much think he feels he has a chance in the championship. Also has a tendency to race very well on a streamed day. And with today's round, well, basically Landau next week is the only non-streamed round between now and the end of the season. So if Dan Healy can put his Alpha Live form hat on, he could be right up there in a challenging Jack O'Neill for the title at the end of the season.
Absolutely. Well, Rihanna Percox up into 2nd place, but she now has a takeout penalty on top of the loading penalty as well. So it's gone from bad to worse in this race. So she's now really trying to battle away to reduce the severity of that penalty as much as possible. 2nd place would be the best out of a bad situation.
It would indeed. Ben Lambeth once again. This is another driver I think we're going to be watching in the A final. Saw him win one of the heats earlier on in the 2nd rotation. And Rogerio Mendez having a strong race. I remember him having lots of fun here last year. I spoke to him after the event. And there's another competitor who has improved massively across the course of the last 12 months. I keep saying this about drivers and they get some form of warning. Contact warning there for Rogerio.
It's some sort of curse, that's for sure. It really is, as Lambeth has to defend them from Mendes as they make their way through in towards the first turn. Will Mendes think about a move up towards turn 2? Thinks about it and then decides against it going in towards turn 3. There's the number 1 then of Ed Bars, then up into 6th place. And as you said, needs to get a move on. He's got a good battle for 2nd place up here. Rihanna Percox will be one of them. Ed Bars now has a cone penalty now, so that's made his day even worse.
He has got past Archie Hobson though. That's another position. Well, effectively he is back into 6th place now with that cone hit. But he's fighting hard. This isn't too bad. Even if you could just get into the A final. We saw earlier with the heavyweights how crazy the A finals can be around here. He could make progress if he's in it, but he can't make progress if he's stuck in the middle of the B.
Big lead for Dan Healy then, about 3.7 seconds away from 2nd place. There's more cone penalties coming in through for the 77 of Simon Sharp and the 108 of James Browning now, and that'll be why those tyres have gone for a journey.
They have indeed, and they'll be replaced in due course. Back to their original position. 2 minutes to go. Dan Healy has a 3.7 second lead. He's got no trouble at all at the front of this order. Here's the group looking for 2nd place in this race on the road at least. Of course, Percox has penalties. So Ben Lambeth at the moment would inherit 2nd place. Surely a very good grid slot for the A final. What is the pace like in comparison to Ed Bars? Well, all of these drivers are in the 54.9 to 55.0. Ed Bars has just put in a 54.3, so he's right there now. Now, how many of them can he get by in the next 1 minute and 15 seconds? This has been a battling performance from Ed Bars. He's down in 11th, 10th place in the early stages of this race and really had to pull off the moves, which is what he's done. Archie Hobson still in there as well in 6th. That's down the inside. Lux Lambert on Rihanna Percox, got through.
That's a great move. Really late on the brakes there. A lunge, but it's a good one at that. Ben Lambert up a position, and now Rihanna Percox has to look behind her. Ed Bars is in upper position, I think, there. Managed to get past Mendes.
Yeah, did get past Rogerio Mendes there. That was a classic Ed Bars move onto the last lap. Then Dan Healy's well and truly gone 5.3 seconds up the road. Of all of these drivers on your screen now, Ben Lambeth holds 2nd place. Rihanna Percox is 3rd, but has a lot of penalties. So well, this is the thing now. Does Ed Bars try and overtake Rihanna to get Ben Lambert? That's a lot to do in the remaining few corners, with a lot of risk of trying to get past Rihanna. Does he just sit there and go, OK, I'll take P3?
He won't know how many penalties Rihanna Percox has. He knows he's got to try and get that move done. He's got that cone penalty as well. Meanwhile, further behind them, that's Hobson trying to make his way through. Theodora right behind as well. And I think Hobson's got a move done on Mendes. Yes, he has.
But here comes Dan Healy round the final corner to take another victory. He likes stream days here at Bayford Meadows. Takes the victory. Possibly the biggest victory we've seen today, 5.7 seconds over Ben Lambeth. Rihanna Percox 3rd, but a lot of penalties. Ed Bars 4th, Archie Hobson 5th, Rogerio Mendes 6th, Steph Theodoru 7th, Ashley White, Stephen Westwood and Josh Halloran, your top 10. Sam Slater in 11th, Jagjit Singh, Dean Everest, Alex Brandon, Simon Sharp, James Browning and Oscar Lancaster complete the field. Very dramatic 11th and penultimate heat. We're going to move on to the final heats here in the heavyweights, the lightweights rather. Heat 12 is next. Quick run through the grid then. Pietro Pagano and Peter Knight, your front row. Alistair Irvin and Chris Woodger, row 2. James Martin and Adrian Mertens, row 3. Dan Seeger and Daz Teal on row 4. Ned Douglas and Andrew Rabbage, row 5. Matt Collier and Aidan Rudge, row 6. Russell Cooper, Sam Essery on row 7. Amy Breacher and Sean Glenn in row 8. Bryn Alban on row 9.
Last chance for these drivers to get points ahead of the finals. Last heat before those finals. 7 minutes on the clock for the last time here today. Away we go for racing here at, oh, someone's killed Colin the Cone there quite spectacularly. That'll be a penalty for somebody. But Pietro Pagano has held the lead off of the first row of the grid. Alistair Irvine trying to get up down the inside of Peter Knight there. Has done so, has taken second place.
Yeah, aggressive move as well from Ned Douglas, trying to make his way through the field. Really dived it up the inside in towards turn 2, but they make their way through now in towards turn 5, and Ned Douglas does have a penalty there for loading, so that's going to be added to the end of his race. Through they go then in towards the next few corners. As let's see then, so Pagano does lead ahead of Alistair Irvine then as they head their way in through turn 8, and then it's Peter Knight in 3rd. As the leaders now, we can see, making their way through. The 114 of Chris Woodger in 4th at the moment. And then towards the back end of the field, we're going too wide in multiple corners right now.
We are indeed, and we wouldn't expect anything less here in Club 100. End of lap number 1. Pietro Pagano leads. Alistair Irvine there in 2nd place. Peter Knight and Chris Woodger 3rd and 4th place.
Irvine looks up for this one, doesn't he? Trying to challenge away against Pietro Pagano for the lead of this final heat. Peter Knight just lurking in the distance right now, looking for a possible move. He's going to run side by side in towards turn 6 before we make our way through turn 7. So Pagano still leading the way. Irvine 2nd, Knight in 3rd, and there's Woodger in 4th. There goes Irvine, then up the inside, going in towards turn 8, then onto the curb. But Pagano's just going to have enough momentum to keep the lead. Peter Knight now fancies his chances and goes up the order, and so too does Woodger. So in the blink of an eye, Irvine's down 2 positions.
It's good stuff from both Peter Knight and Chris Woodger. Chris Woodger's been out of form, out of sorts rather, a little bit recently. And Ned Douglas not happy with the penalty for loading. Down the inside again goes Alistair Irvine, retakes 3rd place. Ned Douglas having a very frustrating day. He's the fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, 54.894. Down the inside of Woodger he goes, makes contact with Alistair Irvine, who's not too pleased about that. There's also been problems for Samuel Essery, our C3 championship leader. He's down at the back at the moment and some 4 seconds off the back of the pack. Also, we've got another C1 needing to pull out a big performance here in this race, otherwise he's going to be marooned down in one of the lesser finals. It's Daz Teal. He's currently 12th. We've already seen him retire from 1 heat. This is not good news at all. The driver number 6.
Yeah, Ned Douglas now does get a penalty for bump and pass, so that's going to be added to the end of his race now. He was making his way through the order, but race control feel that he used too much contact to make the move then.
New fastest lap of the race, Peter Knight, 54.845. Sat there in 2nd place and was about a 10th quicker than Pietro Pagano on that last lap. And here he is now trying to close in. TLW for Woodger. This could be a very spicy battle. A mix of experience and youth once again here in Club 100 lightweights. It's very much a feature of the lightweights in comparison to the heavies. 4 minutes for Pagano to hold on to this lead.
Yes, as he makes his way onto the start-finish straight, he's got Peter Knight right behind him though as they head their way in towards turn 1. And while Ned Douglas in 3rd, but he has got 2 lots of penalties coming his way. Irvine in 4th place. Meanwhile, Sam Essery gets a penalty for track limits in that 107. That'll be added to the end of his race. And we see here, once again, Peter Knight applying that pressure to Pietro Pagano as they head their way through in towards turn 5. Through the right-hander at turn 6. It's both drivers having 2 different lines as they make their way through turn 7 onto the short straight towards turn 8. Really not a lot of time to sort of take a breath, really. Another penalty for track limits going out, this time to the number 41 of Matt Collier.
Yep, not good news for Matt there. 2 drivers who've been very consistent in their result making so far this season. Peter Knight 7th in the points rankings at the start of the afternoon. Pietro Pagano 2 places further back in 9th. We've got a good lead over Ned Douglas of 2 points, or nearly 2 seconds.
2.1 seconds from first to third. Track limit warning for Andrew Ravage. Daz Teal is making up positions. He's got up to 10th place now. Needs to close in on Aidan Rudge and James Martin, you'd think.
Still, the pressure is on though from Peter Knight, heading our way through in towards turn 8. Still Pagano leading this way, but lap after lap, Peter Knight has been the quicker driver. He's just not been able to find a way past. It's one thing catching the driver ahead, it's another thing actually finding your way past, especially when you come up against Pagano, who knows how to defend, he knows where to position the kart as well, as we head our way on towards the start-finish line once again. And in towards turn 1, Pagano still leads then, as Woodger falls down to 8th place on that lap alone, so he's not had a lap to remember there. Watching the leaders now making our way through turn 3 in towards 4, and Peter Knight once again can't find his way through. There's not really an opportunity on the table for Peter Knight at the moment. It's been good defensive driving from Pagano.
It's the sign of a very good sprints driver. Pagano has had strong success in this series over the years, and I feel this is one of his best seasons he's had so far. So that consistency seems to be there that perhaps eluded him in seasons past. Changed his full position around from 5th place. Dan Seeger has got up to 5th place. Adrian Mertens and James Martin have followed. It's Chris Woodger who unfortunately has lost 3 places as a result, as we're on to the last lap now. Alistair Irvine has got past Ned Douglas whilst we've been watching the leaders. Chris Woodger has fought back, has got back past James Martin for 7th place, but still Daz Teal down in 10th place. This is not where I expected Daz to be. Samuel Essery has caught up some of the field now, has got past Matthew Collier. Amy Breacher currently top C3 runner in 12th place. And a good chance, I think, with Amy's results of maybe getting in the B final. If not, will be towards the front of the C. We're going to focus here on Pietro Pagano, who's got a little bit of work to do. Peter Knight is the closest he's been so far as they go into the last corner for the last time here in the heat. Pietro Pagano is going to take the race victory here from Peter Knight there in heat number 12. Third on the line is going to be Alistair Irvine. 4th for Ned Douglas, Dan Seeger, Adrian Mertens, Chris Woodger, James Martin, Aidan Rudge and Daz Teal take us down to 10th. Good result for Amy Breacher there in 11th, ahead of Andrew Ravage, Sean Glennon, Russell Cooper, Bryn Albin, Samuel Essery and Matt Collier. Well, there we go. That is all the heat racing completed for the lightweights. We now do, well, not us, Race Control do all of the maths to work out who's in the C, B and A finals. C final coming up. We're going to take a short break though and give a little reminder about the Young Drivers' Championship, which has got 2 rounds left to go this season. We'll be back very, very soon with the C final.
So yes, Club 100, we are launching the first ever high-performance two-stroke arrive and drive series for young drivers. We're naming it the Young Drivers' Championship, designed for 14 to 18-year-olds. So, 26 years Club 100's been racing now, and we've had thousands through the door enjoying their racing with us at that level playing field in a high-performance kart. Most of the drivers have tended to be sort of 18 plus, even going up to 70 years of age. And I think the awareness has not been there for the last couple of years that we can take drivers at the age of 14, in the year of their 15th birthday, they can race. So we thought it would be ideal to introduce something that attracts the younger driver and have them all racing as a group together, separate from the main Club 100 championships on a separate weekend. So young drivers out there looking at this video may be thinking, how does it work? What's it going to cost me? £1,400 is what it's going to cost you for a full season. 7 rounds of racing in the Young Drivers' Championship with absolutely no hidden extras. So you're probably thinking, well, if we damage the kart, Do we have to bring our own fuel? Do we have to do anything with regards to tyres? No, everything is provided. Your transponder is provided for the timing. Even race kit is provided if you don't have your own racewear. Drivers just simply need to turn up and drive.
Hello, I'm Josh, I'm 15 and I'm from Norfolk. I've been racing in Club 100 for just over a year now. I really enjoy racing with these new karts. What I really like about Club 100 is the fact that no matter what driver level you are at, you will always have someone that you can race against because there are so many people. I really love racing in the quicker karts with the two-stroke engines because I find it more fun. What I also enjoy is that everyone is on the same equipment and it's also pretty level, so it's all down to driver ability.
I'm Bailey Morgan, I am 14 years old and I am from Hastings. I started karting when I was 5 years old and I've been in Club 100 for about a year now. What I love about Club 100 is the sheer speed of the karts and how the brakes are really good at the same time and how each and every track is different in its own way. Well, it is really good because it's more clean, more fair, and the karts are obviously more fast, so that's more enjoyable.
My name's Martin, I'm Josh's dad. We got involved with Club 100 just over a year ago. We really got involved with the championship. We found it so friendly, we found it a nice level playing field for the kids and adults to race. But more than that, it's a good family get-together. Josh is talking to his chums that he's met racing. We're talking to the parents. It's become a real social event with us.
Right, my name's Chris, I'm Bailey's dad. I go to all the races with Bailey in the current championship of Club 100, but we've got a new concept coming out next season called the Young Drivers Championship. It will put Bailey and other youngsters that are currently in Club 100 into the same bracket. It's a brilliant idea, and you know, to bring more young people into it, and hopefully, you know, they then move on to the bigger championship, you know, when they feel in this, you know, they're at the appropriate age and readiness, really.
So Motorsport UK, the UK's governing body for all things on four wheels, right up to Formula One, they recognise Club 100 and they think the Club 100 concept is a good thing, and they really do want to get involved in the Club 100 Arrive and Drive concept. So for the first time for next year in the Young Drivers Championship, which we're introducing, drivers that take part in the full season will be able to achieve their full race licence with Motorsport UK.
I really look forward to racing in the Young Drivers Championship next season, as I think it will be nice to race against people my own age.
The Young Drivers Championship is a brilliant concept. We're really looking forward to coming. Joshua, to be able to race with people his own age on a level playing field is second to none.
I can't wait to race in the Young Drivers Championship.
So if you want to get involved in the Club 100 Young Drivers Championship next season, just head to the website www.club100.co.uk or find us on Facebook, Club 100 Racing.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bayford Meadows. We're getting ready for our finals here today for the 2021 Lightweight Sprints Championship round number 7. And we will be kicking things off with the C final. I'm just checking through to see whether we have a grid yet or not for the C final. Don't think we quite do. But yeah, the Young Drivers Championship, you just saw the video there. Couple more rounds for Young Drivers Championship this season, both to be held at Buckmore Park. Great to have Buckmore Park back on the calendar after all the trials and tribulations down there in the last 18 months. And just as a reminder for yourselves at home and myself, those two rounds on Sunday, September the 26th and Sunday, November 28th. So if you want to get entered for that, doesn't matter if you haven't done any of the other rounds early this season, you can get involved. Head across to the website www.club100.co.uk for all the information. Kieran, this C final, we saw the heavyweights won earlier on today. Top 4 obviously racing through from this into the B final. What did you take from that heavyweights one this morning?
Well, P4 is a very, very important position, and if there are penalties, which there have been quite a few handed out in these heats so far today, then it could really jumble up the order. So the main thing is get the start right, keep it clean, keep it on the island, and if you finish in the top 4, you got that chance, that ticket to get into the B final. But with the size of the grid this time around, it's more than likely there's going to be at least one penalty in the field. Whether that's going to be at the pointy end, we'll have to wait and see.
Some interesting driver lids in this one. I see Amy Breacher there. Apologies, we haven't got a formal grid in the box yet. I can see Amy Breacher there has pole position because she's heading out first. Ned Douglas is in there. Jason Bradbury's in there. So there's going to be some big players who normally are at least towards the front of a B final here in the C. No practice for this final, just got to go straight into it. We have now got formal grid, so I'll just quickly read it out to you. Amy Breacher and James Williams on row 1, Russell Cooper and Andrew Bushell row 2, Ned Douglas, Matt Collier row 3, Jensen Bradbury and Peter Sharp row 4, Sean Glennon and Luke Dunnett on row 5, Keith Segal and Bryn Alban row 6, Finn Farrow and Robin Casson row 7, Ross O'Brien and James Dunnett row 8, Tim Clark and Alex Brandon row 9, Sam Morris and Simon Sharp on row 10, James Browning forms out the 21 car field. See, now that's what you do, drivers. You don't hit Colin the Cone, you drive around Colin the Cone, as our pace car driver is trying to find his way to the front of the field to pace this lap round. So, as I'm sure you've already established, but just as a quick reminder, if the race result stays, if we have a Spa F1 2021, Amy Breacher, James Williams, Russell Cooper and Andrew Bushell will qualify through to the B final. But we're not going to have that because, for one, it's not raining.
That's a good sign. That's normally a good sign that the race is going to go ahead. So let's see what happens. Like I said, keeping your penalties down to 0 is going to be so critical going into this one.
12 minutes on the clock then for our lightweights and their C final. Pace kart does pull off to driver's right. Amy Breacher will take us into turn 1 for the start of this race. Already James Williams has cut across into P2 very nicely indeed. That's one of the best runs from P2 I've seen somebody execute so far today. Into turn 3 then. This is where it's going to get a little bit scrappy for 3rd, 4th and everywhere else, but that's pretty good. Oh, the tyres have just got knocked out the way on turn 4, and there's some squabbling down into turn 5. Someone's going to go out very, very wide as a result of that, but for Breacher, that's absolutely spot on at the front.
That's exactly the start she needed as well, and now she can focus on trying to get away from the likes of James Williams and Russell Cooper behind. But it's been a start there for Ned Douglas, who finds himself now up into 3rd place. Meanwhile, further down the field, we're still going 2-3 wide.
Ned Douglas has a bump and pass penalty. That's it. He cannot make it out of the B final, out of the C final or the B final for that matter, because that's +4 positions. The best Ned can do is now 5th. End of lap number 1. Amy Breacher leads ahead of James Williams, Ned Douglas and Russell Cooper 3rd and 4th, but Douglas has that penalty. At the moment, it's Russell Cooper and Jason Bradbury going through into the B final.
Yeah, so Amy Breacher leading the way. James Williams won't necessarily know, because as a driver, you're not normally looking for anybody else's number. You're just looking for your own on that E flag on the start line. But Ned Douglas is putting the pressure on, even though he won't be able to make his way through in towards the B final later on. One of them, Jason Bradbury, might be a beneficiary in that one, in that number 17, currently 5th place on the road. There he is in that the only red plate on the grid in this one. And he'll be definitely the beneficiary, because that puts him now into the top 4.
Info for some of our other Class 1s. We were concerned about the likes of Daz Teal. Obviously, he has made the B final, not being in this race. I've just had a quick look at the grid for that B final. A lot of work to do. We'll cut onto that later. 10 minutes of this race to go. Bradbury down the inside, going for a move there on Russell Cooper. A little bit too scribbly there, and Sean Glennon's going to drive around the outside. That's brilliant work. That is really, really good driving from Sean Glennon in the number 89 black suit and white helmet.
to cut through, whilst Bradbury and Cooper were having a bit of an unnecessary squabble there. That's put him in a spot where he's in the top 4 now.
Yeah, one driver who will be, his last race will be in this C final, will be Luke Dunnett, because he's got himself now a bump and pass penalty. So that's +4 positions. That means he can't make it into the B final either. It's so important that you just keep a clean race. Make sure you try and get into that top 4. Ned Douglas knows that now. He won't be able to make it through. So James Williams in 3rd place. Then it's Sean Glennon in 4th. And Bradbury still in that top 4 once Ned Douglas's penalty is taken into account.
Good number of C3s, I think, have made it through to the B final. Nonetheless, this is still a big race for the C3s in it, their own championship. A good mix of the classes at the front of this race. Currently 2 C2s, sorry, 1 C2, 1 C1 and 2 C3s going through. There is Jason Bradbury, who I think will be sweating a little bit. They're in 5th place on the road, but I think, as you mentioned, Kieran, not necessarily aware that one of the drivers up ahead has a penalty. Here down the inside comes the 89 of Sean Glennon, trying to get past James Williams on the road, and here comes Bradbury. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. They need to be careful here to not pick up any penalties of their own. But Bradbury is through and into 4th on the road.
Yes, he is. And as they make their way now in towards turn 5, yeah, you're right, they've just got to calm it down. They can't afford any penalties. That's going to rule them out of the C final altogether. The number 86 of Williams still trying to find a way past Jason Bradbury then, as they now make their way on towards the backstretch in towards turn 8. This long left-hander now. And who's that that's joined the battle behind them? It's the 26 then of Russell Cooper. He's just been awarded a track limits warning. There's the battle for what is the lead at the moment. Amy Breacher leading Ned Douglas, but as we've already mentioned, Ned Douglas has a penalty, 4 positions. So in essence, Amy Breacher could just let Ned Douglas through and should still take the lead of the race.
Yep. And still take the trophy that's on offer as well for a C final victory. And Amy's had at least one of those so far this season, if my memory serves me correctly. 5 minutes of the race gone, 7 of it to go. Here's Russell Cooper trying to find a way past James Williams. This is the key battle over the last spot in the B final. And oh, Cooper down the inside makes contact, and I would give that back if I were you, Russell. I think that could get called as a BAP. And who's this coming in? It's Andrew Bushell. Andrew Bushell in the number 52 now wants a piece of the action.
Yeah, and also he's got to be careful there that he doesn't go over the wheels of the kart in front as well. Getting so close was Williams there.
Yeah.
Actually starting to ride the rear wheels of the kart in front of him as they make their way now on towards the start-finish straight. Bradbury with a contact warning, so too for James Williams. So both of them picking up a contact warning for their troubles.
Side by side between the 52 and 86. This is Bushell and Williams, and through goes Bushell, and here comes Bryn Albin as well in the 16. 16 on the back of his helmet also. And oh, Bryn having a look into turn number 5. So the situation as it stands, oh, great move there from Bryn Albin.
I'm just trying to see where he started. I think he started outside of the top 14, so he's had a stunning drive.
12th.
He was 12th.
Yeah.
So he's had a really, really good drive in this C final. He could really bring himself up there, if he hasn't already, into that top 4 contention.
Definitely agree with that. We are now into the second half of this C final. And Amy Breacher holding, in fact, yes, right. So the lead has changed on the road. But remember, Douglas has the penalty. So Breacher would still inherit the C final victory. So it's Breacher, Glennon, Bradbury, Cooper. If the race was to finish right now, those would be the 4 going through into the B final. And crucially, for Cooper, 1.2 second gap over Bryn Albin. Bryn Albin is seen as been putting in some good laps, some good overtakes. This next lap, I feel, Kieran, will be a real barometer as to whether Bryn Albin has a chance here of getting in this top 4.
He's certainly played his cards, hasn't he? He's just got to hope now that he can get his moves done and dusted. Well, the next kart ahead of him is Russell Cooper, and he was about 1.2 behind on the previous lap. So, yeah, this is going to be 5 minutes here that Bryn Album needs to put in good lap after good lap, as Ned Douglas there puts in the fastest lap of the race so far, 54.7, as he now charges his way up towards turn 2. Amy Breacher behind with Glennon, Sean Glennon in 3rd place, Jason Bradbury in 4th. There's Russell Cooper in 5th place, and Bryn Albon is not too far behind. Looking at it, he took about 1/10 of a second out of Russell Cooper on that last lap. But going by that, per lap is not going to be enough. He needs more, does Bryn?
He does indeed. Matthew Collier has got past Andrew Bushell for 8th place in this race. No other changes of position at the moment. Through the infield they go. And I've got to say, Breacher, Glennon and Bradbury have fought their way through this C final pretty well. I think they've got the message now of what they need to do, just bring this one home. Again, they may not know that Ned Douglas has a penalty, but what they do know is that they, as a top 4, are clear of the rest of the field. So just keep working together. Don't encourage anybody else to come into your battle. What's Albon doing? Well, Albon took 2/10 out of Cooper on that last lap. The gap is now less than a second. Something has happened to Andrew Bushell, because Andrew Bushell has fallen 12 places, and I think I know why, because Luke Dunnett has fallen places as well and had a takeout penalty, and they were together on track. So those two drivers have come together, and both of their races are pretty much done. 3¼ minutes to go then here in the semi-final for the lightweight sprints Club 100 in association with Rotax. 2021 visit, first of 2 visits actually, to Bayford Meadows.
What about Sean Glennon here? Thinking about a move in towards turn 2, then in towards turn 3. Not quite there yet. Amy Breacher holding firm. Out of turn 4 they will go. And Bradbury's just looking on for this one, hanging back for now, because he knows if there's a little bit of a scrap here, he'll be first to reap the benefits. In through turn 6 we go, then on towards turn 7. So Amy Breacher still hanging on here, but Sean Glennon is really, really trying to put the pressure on. But, you know, this is a good drive from Jason Bradbury, because he knows he doesn't have to get involved in this one. He could let this play out ahead of him.
He could indeed. Just keeping an eye on that gap. It's looking good for Cooper still. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. 1.5 seconds. This will be really frustrating for Ned Douglas. I think he'll kick himself after this race. He had the speed to get into this top 4, but that penalty early on as Bradbury goes down the inside, makes a bit of a rough move there on Sean Glennon. Needs to be careful with that, because too much contact could knock himself out of the top 4 himself. Remember, penalties applied from the back.
Yes, but in his mind, he's got the move done, so he's up a position and up now into 3rd place. And he's got Amy Breacher ahead of him, as Ned Douglas still leading this way, but with that penalty, less than 90 seconds to go in this final.
A couple of track limit warnings coming in, Matt Collier and Luke Dunnett. Last lap board out then. Here is your top 4 coming through. That's Sam Taylor having a bit of a play as a tester there. Breacher, Bradbury, Glennon and Cooper clear then. It's been a good effort from Bryn Albon, but I think he's just going to run out of time to close down the number 26. For Amy Breacher, I was just about to say for Amy Breacher, it's looking like another win, but Jason Bradbury's just gone down the inside and now inherits the C final lead. Remember, Ned Douglas has a 4-place penalty. And Breacher trying to fight back here on Bradbury. Well, clearly, drivers want that C final trophy today, not just the honour of getting through into the B final. Around the final couple of corners, Ned Douglas will take it on the road, but Jason Bradbury, for the 2nd year in a row, is going to win a minor final here at Bayford Meadows. It was the B final last year, and he's going to get the chance to do that again in a few moments' time. Takes the C final ahead of Amy Breacher. Sean Glennon. Russell Cooper will be the 4th driver across the line without a penalty, so we'll be in the B final. Bryn Alban just outside, Matt Collier, James Williams, Finn Farrow and Robin Kassam, your top 10. Luke Dunnett, Ross O'Brien, Keith Segal, Sam Morris and James Dunnett take us down to 15th. Alex Brandon, Simon Sharp, Peter Sharp, Tim Clark and James Browning, your top 20. And Andrew Bushell there, taken out in 21st. Decent race that, Kieran, I thought.
Yeah, not too bad at all. But yeah, Jason Bradbury taking the win after the penalties have been applied. More of the same, please, in the B final.
Absolutely, we'll have that B final up shortly after this. B final time here at Bayford Meadows for Club 100 2021, the Lightweight Sprints Championship. We should have a grid for this one, so let's have a look at that if we can. And we'll also have confirmed who the 4 drivers through from the C final are, post weigh-ins and all of that. Rogério Mendes has pole position, Matthew Cockerham alongside on the front row, Ashley White and Stephen Westwood row 2, Sam Slater, champion in the BIKC, and Joshua Halloran there on row 3. Dante Dillon, our other BIKC champion, is alongside Andrew Rabbage on row 4. Archie Hobson and Rob Langthorpe form an all BUKC graduates row there on row 5. Dan Cohen and Rihanna Percox, also BUKC graduates, are there on row 6. James Martin and Joshua Sangster on row 7. Oscar Lancaster and Cameron Williams on row 8. Daz Teal has a lot of work to do alongside Chris Woodger as well on the 9th row of this grid. Justin Draper and Dean Everest are there on row 10. Jagjit Singh and Samuel Essery are on row 11, so that's already quite a few C3s up into this final, and they have been joined, as far as I'm aware, by Jason Bradbury, Amy Breacher, Sean Glennon and Russell Cooper. So it is the 4 that we expected. So away they go for the B final. Top 2 in this final go through. And with a lot of drivers who expect to be in that A final, this should be one of the most competitive races of the day. Beautiful conditions here at Bayford Meadows. A perfect September afternoon, I feel, Kieran.
Yeah, September afternoon under the sunlight here. The clouds have started to clear, if not they have already. Ready for the B final.
Ready for the B final, indeed. Keep an eye on our BIKC representatives in this race. 12 minutes on the clock. Rogério Mendes takes us from pole position. Looks across, gets the start, very, very correct, will lead through turn 1, and already the number 18 of Ashley White is trying to force through as well. There's a lot of jostling in the middle of the pack there, with Rihanna Percox and Daz Teal in and amongst it. Round go, and that's Sam Slater, I think, getting into the back of Ashley White, and Ashley White has been relegated all the way to the bottom of the order. There's 2 drivers off. It's Rob Langthorpe in there. Can't quite make out the other driver who's off at turn 2. That must have been a lot of loading into turn 2 for 2 drivers to end up that far off the circuit. Very disappointing for those involved. Into turn 8 they go. As I say, this is a big, big field. 26 karts out there today. Jason Bradbury. Jason Bradbury gone up about half the field already. What a start from the C final winner. So it's Mendes from Slater, Cochrane there in 3rd. Daz Teal is up 14 positions
up to 4th through all the chaos of that. James Martin, Dan Cohen, Dante Dillon, Joshua Halloran, Rihanna Percox and Jason Bradbury is up to 10th. The drivers, it was Cameron Williams. It was still, Cameron Williams in the yellow helmet, number 54, taken out on that first lap. So not a good day at all for either Rob Langthorpe or Cameron Williams there, Kieran.
Yeah, not at the moment, and we'll have to, well, there'll be a debrief on how that one happened, but meanwhile we've got the number 6 of Darren Teal going up the inside and taking a position away there, moving up a place. There's Mendes leading the way, so now Teal up into 2nd place. What a start it's been for Teal. He needed something like that because only the top 2 can progress into the A final.
Absolutely. This is a big, big opportunity for Rogério Mendes to get a big point score. I'm just looking through Mendes' finals results so far from this season. I'm not too sure that he's actually made an A final so far in 2021. Black flag for Ashley White. That's going to be something procedural again, I think. So he'll have to come in. Well, his race was already pretty much over after that first lap incident. And track limit warning. And in fact, I think there's damage. I think there's damage to Ashley White's kart, which is why he's had to come in. This is a good drive so far from Sam Slater. Winning a place in this series through from winning the British Indoor Karting Championship last year. Daz Teal, in fact, Daz Teal has got up into 2nd place here. Penalty for Stephen Westwood. Bump and pass for Westwood, so he definitely cannot make the A final. But such is the close nature of this racing, Kieran. If these drivers in 3rd, 4th, 5th and lower down, they've got to keep going because all it takes is for one cone to be knocked over by Teal as down the inside of Slater goes Martin. They're going to be right back in it, aren't they?
They are indeed, and Slater's trying to hang in there up the inside in towards 7, then in towards turn 8 we go. And I think Slater's allowed Martin to just take that position away. And Rihanna Percox tried to take advantage of that one, couldn't quite get the kart in the right place. But she's right now on the back of Slater then as they make their way through the last couple of corners on towards turn 12. And can Percox here get a good run out of turn 12 on towards the start-finish line? There's a car off.
I think that might be Cameron Williams again.
Percox then up the inside, does get the move, but a little bit of contact going all the way through. There were yellow flags there, that's what the drivers were acknowledging, heading up towards turns 2 and 3.
JV spotted something because he's
has
pointed to somebody, and that's quite bizarre there. Sam Slater almost threw himself out of the kart as he was having that incident with Matthew Cockram. I think he's okay now. He's just, well, he's clearly not very happy about that. He dusts himself out a bit. Nicky's going to come over and see if he's okay.
A shift of momentum there as he was going across the grass. He just wasn't expecting it. His body weight was going one way, then it was flung another, and it just completely got him off balance there. And you say that was with the 30 of Matthew Cockram there. That little bit of contact. That's 7 minutes to go then. Mendes leads, and by a sizable gap, is it? Well, it's been hounded down by Teal in the last few laps. Teal 54.5, the fastest lap of the race set last time around. Took 0.6 of a second out of Mendes' lead alone, and there is a penalty there for the takeout now for Matthew Cockram.
C3 news, because this is a big race for C3, or more than likely to decide C3. Sean Glennon leading that category at the moment in 7th place, denoted by the blue number boards. Samuel Essery and Jagjit Singh also on the podium for C3 at the moment. But Rogério Mendes and Daz Teal quite happy with this. They are 2.5 seconds clear of everybody else. Don't defend too much, Rogério, because getting through to that A final is more important than the race win in this one. At this stage of proceedings.
The problem with that, Andrew, is there's no trophy here for 2nd place, really. You've got to try and get that win, but you're right. He's got to be focusing on getting top 2 as Teal then runs side by side through this log right-hander at turn 6, then in towards turn 7 to take us back onto the short run. Teal thought he got a good run out of there, but Mendes An even better one. Penalty then for Woodger then, which is forcing a driver wide. So that's going to be a penalty added to the end of his race. But a battle for the lead here for this top spot in the B final takes its way now through the final couple of corners. Penalty for Jason Bradbury for a bump and pass. Again added to the end of his race.
Yeah, so the progress of Bradbury is going to be arrested there. +4 for him. Steele takes a very wide line at the entry to turn number 1 there. He's desperately trying to find his way through. The good news for these two drivers is that the pace of James Martin means they're not actually being caught, even whilst they have this little squabble. Rihanna Percox is there in 4th place. It's not really been her day. Would have expected to be in the A final. This is going to be a bit of a hit to Rihanna in terms of the championship. Was in 10th place today, but may lose that to the likes of Alistair Irvin and Fraser Brunton, who both made the A final.
See if Mendes can hold on here for just under 5 minutes left. We'll have to wait and see how it can all go. He hasn't, unfortunately, so Teal has now gone into the lead. Then Mendes now in 2nd place, just over 4.5 minutes to go, but Mendes now will now need to try and hang on to the back of Darren Teal for as long as possible, because the longer he can stay behind, in theory, the more pace he's going to have there, because James Martin, that lap alone, took 0.6 of a second, but there's battling going on behind here, because that's Jason Bradbury going up the inside, barrelling up the inside. He does take up some positions away. That's going to put Matthew Cockerham down a position.
It is indeed. So Dante Dillon getting involved there, representing the BIKC well today. It's been great to see him racing out there. 4 minutes to go here in the B final. And Daz Teal, this has been a great response, having had that disappointment of, well, 2 of his heats going awry. Did just enough to get into this B final, and then has raced through with the level of racecraft that we come to expect from someone who is normally, let's say, up in the top, more than top, in the top 10 of an A final. There is Jason Bradbury, now up to 5th on the road, but with penalties. Penalty for Samuel Essery. All the bump and pass penalties, unfortunately, today in the lightweights. James Martin has a track limit warning, as does Rihanna Percox. It'll either be coming into the penultimate, or coming out of the penultimate corner, or out of the first corner. So the promotion places looking pretty much set now for Daz Teal and Rogerio Mendes. Everyone else just racing for points now. A bit of contact there between Dan Cohen and Stephen Westwood, and I think that was Joshua Halloran trying to get down the inside. Yes, it was. Joshua Halloran going there for 11th place. Can he get it done through one of the fastest corners on the circuit? Or just outbreaks himself a little bit for turn number 12. He's going to lose it on the overrun. Joshua Sangster has got past Archie Hobson for 13th. Sean Glennon ahead of Samuel Essery again. Penalty for Rihanna Percox. Too many excursions outside of track limits. That's going to be 2 places. It's already, well, that very much confirms it now that Rihanna will not be making the A final today.
No, not today. And like you say, it's not been her day at all, and that's going to cost her valuable points. Meanwhile, then, that was the number 50 there of Dante Dillon trying to go up the inside of Matthew Cockerham. Now, it was an ambitious move up in towards 8, but he managed to get out of it, bail out of it at the last possible moment, and saw the door was closing. So Teal takes us on for another lap, completed 11 laps so far. As there's the 17 of Bradbury then, making his way through. And let's see what Dante Dillon can do, right on the back of Cockerham. That's a battle for 6th place.
Good lap there from Archie Hobson. Gained 2 positions past Halloran and Woodger. Halloran and Sangster, apologies. It's Woodger who's also got past Sangster. And Andrew Ravage has also got past Jagjit Singh for 16th place. 1 minute 20 to go then. Daz Teal and Rogerio Mendes holding it together at the front of the field, doing what they need to do to get through to the A final. They've got a good gap, nearly 3 seconds over James Martin in 3rd. And I feel for James, this is the worst place you could possibly finish in one of these Club 100 sprints rounds, is 3rd in a B final. So close to the A, yet so far.
Yeah, but all credit to Teal and Mendes. They've worked together because they're separated by 6/10, and yet they've managed to build a 4-second lead over anybody behind them. So they've done well on that stretch. Meanwhile then, that is Dante Dillon going up the inside of Cockerham then, and does take that position away through turn 3. They've got to be careful though, because that's Essery who fancies his chances down the inside. He takes away that position now from Cockerham. And now Glennon maybe might fancy his chances. I don't think he's quite got the positioning there to take the advantage, just like Essery did. But as we've already mentioned before, if you lose one position in these karts, you lose so much momentum that you might find yourself losing 2-3 positions in one fell swoop.
You see Samuel Essery with the orange heart in the front of his helmet, supporting the Marshals community. Big thanks to our Marshals here at Bayford Meadows today. Without them, we could not go racing. We are on to the last lap now. Daz Teal has the lead. Rogerio Mendes 6/10 behind, but crucially 3.8 ahead of Rihanna Percox, that is on the road now. How are our C finalists doing? We just caught a sight there of Amy Breacher in 21st position. And we've seen Jason Bradbury up in 5th. So he's given the B final a good go as Mr. B final. Won quite a few of these on sprints last year, on stream sprints last year, but today it's going to be Daz Teal, who was not happy in the heats, but he's going to be back in the A final and is going to give it full gusto, I'm sure. Daz Teal takes the B final here today at Bayford Meadows. Rogerio Mendes qualifies for an A final, one of the best results for Rogerio so far this season. Rihanna Percox is 3rd, but has penalties. James Martin 4th, Jason Bradbury 5th, Dante Dillon 6th, Samuel Essery wins in Class 3, Matthew Cockerham in 8th, Sean Glennon 9th, Stephen Westwood in 10th, Daniel Cohen, Archie Hobson, Chris Woodger, Joshua Halloran, Joshua Sangster takes to 15th, Andrew Ravage, Jagjit Singh, Justin Draper, Dean Everest and Russell Cooper is your top 20, Amy Breacher, Oscar Lancaster, Rob Langthorpe, Cameron Williams were the last of those to finish. Sam Slater, actually, yeah, Sam Slater across the line as well did finish. And Ashley White was the single retirement in that B final. Well, one more race to go then on the schedule here at Bayford Meadows. It will be the lightweight sprint A final, and we'll get ready for that very, very shortly because it's up next. Back here at Bayford Meadows then, Club 100 Cadet is indeed coming. The trailer video is on the Club 100 website, www.club100.co.uk, and JB's been saying this to us in the drivers' briefings. He said it yesterday, I've no doubt he's been saying it again today. Sharing the news of Club 100 Cadet is one of the biggest ways that you can support Club 100 at the moment, so do please share the videos out, and there'll be more news and things to share in the coming week, so look out for those bits of news on the social media channels. A final will have, of course, a short practice session, and it's always a good opportunity before the madness of the last race of the day just to take a few calm moments, think about the day that's been. And Kieran, your first experience here in the Club 100 comms box, have you enjoyed it?
I've thoroughly enjoyed it, yeah. I mean, we've seen some great racing action. You know, lightweights are a little more aggressive, that's for sure. We've seen a couple more penalties for the lightweights than maybe would have liked, but, you know, it's hard racing. You know, we've got some quick drivers here who want to get some moves done, maybe a bit overzealous at times. But on the whole, I think we've had some really good racing, and I've thoroughly enjoyed my time in the box.
Well, I've thoroughly enjoyed having you here.
Oh,
Best super sub I've ever had.
Oh, that's nice.
But
90th minute, wasn't it? 90th minute sub?
Yep, straight in there.
Straight in there.
Bangs it in. 2-1 win. Everybody's happy.
3 points on the road.
3 points on the road, indeed. So the A final will be the same in length, 12 minutes. 26 drivers in there. Upcoming events for folks, if you're not aware already, we will be at Llandown next week. No stream for Llandown next week, but places still available on the grids for the sprints on the Sunday and the endurance race and the SP60 on the Saturday. Head across to the website for all the information on those. Remaining rounds that are all streamed. We've got a good run of streamed rounds now between now and the end. Between now and the end of the year. So Whilton Mill on the 10th of October will be streamed. 31st of October at Lydd will be streamed. November 14th back here at Bayford Meadows to finish the season will also be streamed. Alpha Live news. I'm going to have a look at Alpha Live's YouTube page to remind folks of what there is to look forward on the Alpha Live network. Also going on today has been the iArmy O-Plate. So go and have a watch of that after we're done here. Motorsport UK British Kart Championships at Warden Law up in the northeast next weekend is what I've just been told in my ear. And also off the top of my head, remaining this month, Whilton Mill Kart Club, fourth Sunday of the month. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. That will be on for you. Plenty of reasons to make sure that you've subscribed. British Mini Bikes Three Sisters also next weekend for you, for those enjoying something of the two-wheeled variety. And Bambino Kart Club at Glannygores. Plenty happening over the next few weeks as we roll through September. Make sure that you've subscribed and click that notification bell and all of the other things. Here's your grid for the A final. Jack O'Neill has pole position. Owen Genman alongside an all-Titan Motorsport front row. Dan Healy and Garrett Berry. Dan Healy won the A final here at Bayford Meadows last year in front of the cameras. Can he do it again there from row number 2? Reece Pope, brilliant races from Reece so far today, has been rewarded with a third row start alongside Mike Coppin. Steph Theodoru and Dan Seeger are on the fourth row of the grid. Peter Knight stunned the world of Club 100 here last year in this very race. Starts this time on the fifth row alongside Josh Adams. Fraser Brunton and Steve Hicks are there on the sixth row of the grid. Adrian Mertens has been fantastic today. Seventh row of the grid. That's how well he's done. He's alongside the reigning champion and current second place driver in points, Ed Bars, who has got, for his championship, a lot to do here in this race. Alistair Irvin and Bailey Morgan are there on row 8. Aidan Rudge has been also fantastic. All of these drivers have been fantastic today. He's there on the 9th row of the grid alongside Jed Toole. Raunas Sakauskis and Pietro Pagano on row 10. Ben Lambeth and Adam Harding on row 11. Greg Smith in an A final. Brilliant to see. It starts on the 12th row of the grid alongside James Wattis. And we will also have our 2 qualifiers from the B final, who I can confirm in a moment when the computer refreshes itself, were indeed Darren Daz Teal and Rogerio Mendes. So don't worry, you're not missing any competitive action. This is the warm-up laps that the A finalists are allowed to have. There's a few drivers there electing to pull into the pits and go for a karts change, which they are perfectly allowed to do.
But it's only the one they're allowed to change, and if they don't like that kart they've changed it over to, tough.
Tough
they're stuck
indeed.
with it. So it's a real gamble at that point.
Hello, Chris Simpson. He's been away watching. Oh, he's been away cycling. Not watching the cycling, doing the cycling. What have you missed? Everything.
Yeah, we had everything.
A blimp flew across the circuit.
Yep.
Took out Daz Teal. Received a 6th place penalty.
The blimp getting the 6th place penalty just topped it off, really, you know. But you're just in time for the A final.
All can be rewatched, of course, for free here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. may need to give it a little bit of time for the renderings and the things to happen, the video technology that I don't understand. But give it 24 hours, the whole stream will be back up for you.
Give it that technical jargon and make it sound like you know what you're talking about, and then it'll be fine. Definitely. So Jack O'Neill then starting at the top of the order and looking to bounce back and get a win here in this A final. Plenty of points up for grabs now. The only question is, who's going to grab them?
Just before we get going with this one, Tuesday night, DDMM YouTube channel, 9 PM. We are going to go around again for another formation lap. Mr. Dimolo's Gran Turismo Sport Extravaganza, Series 5, Week 2. Will be on the DDMM YouTube channel from 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. Good number of the drivers that you see racing here in that one. Some of them who were here yesterday, some of them are due to be UKC. That should be a lot of good fun. We've pretty much got some form of Club 100 VUKC sim racing esports every week, midweek. Apart from next week, because I'm off on holiday. DDMM Tyre is shut for 1 week. And then we've got the iRacing Championship and the remaining Gran Turismo Sports Championship days till pretty much mid-November. We are good to go then for this lightweight sprint A final here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and on the Facebook pages for Karting Magazine, Club 100 and DDMM. This should be a belter. Lots riding on this, not just in terms of today, but the championship as a whole. Jack O'Neill will take us from pole position. 12 minutes have started here for the A final. Very good start for Dan Healy, already up to second place. Owen Genman has been forced out wide. Mike Coppin was also very wide there on the exit of turn number 1. What a start from Reece Pope as well, as already up to third place. They're 3 by 3 going through the tyres, and surely that's not going to work, and it's Dan Seeger who's been forced out wide. Contact warning for Steve Hicks as round goes Pietro Pagano. Going into turn 5, Adrian Mertens has gone off on the grass as well. A very dramatic start, and it's a false start. It is a false start because there's too many karts facing the wrong way. One of them was Mike Coppin. And, oh yes, Bailey Morgan was off in there as well. So that will be reformed. Time will probably be knocked off the race as well.
Yeah, Greg Smith has trouble as well.
And Mike Coppin trying to help Greg Smith to get back to the pits. So there'll be a bit of a pause here. Ah, there's a cone.
That'll be why.
Ah, well done, Greg. Pulls to the side of the road.
Do you get a warning for taking the cone out of your kart, though?
You don't. I see. This just reminded me. It reminded me that of a conversation we were having in the hotel bar last night. There was a time where it was at BUKC, Three Sisters, and a cone went on a little journey. He got perfectly wedged between the left-hand side pod and the steering arm of the right wheel, and a certain student. And if you were around about 3 years ago, you'll know who I'm talking about here, from Huddersfield University, carried that cone in situ, in his kart, for 3 laps. Before he realised, oh, I should probably stop and hand this back. Technically, though, only 1 cone hit, so it's only 1 penalty.
So there you go.
Let's have another go at that one then, here in the lightweight sprint A final. All Titan Motorsport front row. Jack O'Neill on pole position. Owen Genman there, P2. 2 minutes knocked off the time. 10-minute final. Here we go. Owen Genman trying to squeeze down to hold on to second place this time as they go through. He's not happy they've been forced out wide. There's a lot of loading through the first corner. And poor Owen Genman, after a great weekend, has already been forced a long way down the order. Josh Adams was big time over the curb. Are they all going to fit through? There's more drivers going through that little bit of a cut through that I didn't even know was a cut through. Penalty for Mike Coppin. He's been adjudged to be the loader, and Bailey Morgan has been spun round on turn number 5. It's another fairly messy start to the A final.
It is, but we are racing this time around though, so we're going with it. And Jack O'Neill getting a good start this time around. Owen Gentman, as you say, not a great start for him at all. He gets a track limit warning just to sweeten the deal, obviously. But yeah, he will not be happy with that start, especially going in towards turn 1. You saw the arm in the air there from him. Meanwhile, though, Jack O'Neill in the lead, Dan Healy in second place, and that's Rhys Pope in third. He's had a great start then up towards turn 2. We will go. Does he fancy a move this time around? No, he doesn't. He stays put for now. Mike Coppin with that penalty, though. He will be in fourth place. He's adjudged to be loading there. That gets that penalty, so he'll be further down the order. Peter Knight in fifth place with Theodoru rounding off the top 6 so far.
Lots of movements up and down the order. I'm seeing a range. The biggest mover so far is Ben Lambeth, who was up 8 positions. The biggest loser, Bailey Morgan, down 11. Jed Toole down there as well. There's Mike Coppin, who you know has already got a penalty here, trying to pull away from Peter Knight. But at the moment, Dan Healy, this is very much deja vu. This is similar to the scenario that we were in last year, where, again, if my memory serves me correctly, he sat behind Ed Bars for the early stages of the A final and picked his moment, took the lead with a minute and a half or so to go, and went on to win. And what was a streak of finals victories on streamed rounds. And once again here at Bayford Meadows, he's in perfect position to attack Jack O'Neill. Jack O'Neill has not stood on the top step of the podium so far this weekend, which is a bit of a rarity in 2021. Can he put that right here in the sprints?
Yeah, just a penalty there for the number 9 of Josh Adams for track limits. Meanwhile, Dan Healy is applying the pressure then to Jack O'Neill as we make our way through the penultimate corner. On towards turn 12 we go. Right on his tail then as we head our way towards the start-finish line. 7.5 minutes left to go. And Jack O'Neill definitely feeling that pressure from behind. In towards turn 1 we go. Up towards turn 2. And Rhys Pope just hanging back for now. Probably grab that popcorn. Here comes Healy up the inside in towards turn 3. And he's got that move done. Up into the lead goes Dan Healy ahead of Jack O'Neill.
Yeah, very calmly done as well. There was enough space on the inside left by Jack O'Neill for Healy to place his karts. Healy has not won an A final so far this season. He's had 3 second places, but hasn't stood on the top step of the podium since the 2020 season. 6.5 minutes to go. It's 2 groups of 3 at the moment working together. Healy, O'Neill and Pope. Coppin, Knight and Brunton, the second group. Good to see our C2s having a strong run so far today. Just have a reminder of myself of Rhys Pope's results so far in finals. I don't think he's had a top 3. No, he has not, so he's more than on for a best result of the year so far in the overall stakes. And it would be a big move as well in that C2 battle, where at the start of the day, Alistair Irvine was in 11th place overall in the points, but second in C2, closely followed by Steph Theodoru and Rhys Pope. So Rhys Pope here could be solidifying his place in the top 3 of C2.
Well, in C1, Dan Healy leading the way ahead of Jack O'Neill. Mike Coppin would have been the 3rd place driver in that class, but it's actually Fraser Brunton who overall is in 6th place right now as the drivers make their way on towards the first turn once again. Personal best being set all around. Dan Healy fastest lap of the race though, 54.220, and he's brought him 0.2 of a second on that last lap. Gap's now just under half a second as they crossed the line last time out. And actually, Rhys Pope here could make himself a bit of a nuisance to Jack O'Neill here. He's really applying the pressure this time around as they head their way through turns 5 and 6. They go through turn 7, back onto that short straight up towards turn 8 as Rhys Pope has a look over his shoulder. Yep, it's definitely just you two battling for that second place at the moment. Through turn 9 they go. And so what does Rhys Pope do from here? He knows he can try and get this move done. He knows he might even have the pace to pass Jack O'Neill, but passing him entirely is a different question.
Absolutely is, and having a look over as well, they're just trying to say, yep, and they're going to work together. They're going to work together to try and close down Dan Healy
It must be the cameras. The number of times Dan Healy's been able to do this, he's had a fairly quiet day, got his results through the heats, turned up in the A final, and then just turned it up a notch. And you get the sense from O'Neill and Pope that whilst they're working together, they're feeling a bit desperate at the moment and thinking, what do we have to do to close Dan Healy down?
Yeah, and it is that case of, you start to work together, but at the same time, that's sort of an upper hand to the leader, because if you need two of you to work together to catch the leader, well, Dan Healy might not be able to see this. He's just going to keep pressing on and on. But eventually, Rhys Pope will turn on the offensive entirely and try and get second place in this race.
Steve Hicks, unfortunately, has withdrawn from this race. Hope you see you back soon, Hicksy, in better times as well. Keep your chin up, mate. 3.5 minutes of this one to go. Track limit warning for Ed Bars. Now, where is Ed at the moment? He's in 7th place, which would not be improving his championship score. I think we'll bring into play a 4th place earlier in the season on his scorecard. Yeah, it's not really been Ed's day. From his very first heat of the day, where he was lounging outside the top 5 in a tough grid, he's been on the back foot in comparison to his two championship rivals, Healy and O'Neill, as we've gone through the programme. And, big off. It's Irvin and Theodoru. Not quite sure where that is on circuit. They both look okay. Theodoru was in about 10th place. And both of them falling out of the top 10. I think that might be on turn 4. I'm hearing reports that Theodoru might have been airborne for a short moment, but such is the testament to safety of these Club 100 karts that both drivers are okay. Now, we'll just see here whether this means that the race is neutralised. I think it's just being dealt with by local yellows at the moment. It's turn 8 and 9, isn't it? It's time 9 into 10. They've gone off, and that's a very easy point of the circuit to trip over someone, Kieran.
It is, yes, and they're being covered by the yellows right now. It just means that drivers have to slow down, no overtaking through there whilst the incident is dealt with. Meanwhile, though, Rhys Pope, well, he's being given the thumbs up by Jack O'Neill there, but how much longer will it take for Rhys Pope to think, actually, let's just bin off our title hopes, let's bin off the chance of a victory. I want your second place.
Yeah, and with 90 seconds to go, bump and pass penalty in for Garrett Berry. It's just got a little bit, and in fact there's a mechanical flag for Dan Seeger. Now I wonder if Dan was involved in the incident at sea. Steph Theodoru and Alistair Irvin at the side of the road. It's probably something along the form of exhaust. I can't hear any loose exhausts at the moment. Maybe a side pod instead. But Dan Seeger with that mechanical flag is going to have to come into the pits. 2 more laps, I think, for our drivers out there. And Dan Healy looks in full control of this, Kieran.
At the moment, yep, he does. Jack O'Neill, meanwhile, doesn't look so comfortable with that second place right now. Rhys Pope might be seeing that timer ticking down and starting to turn his attention to try and grabbing second place, because now you see Jack O'Neill starting to drive a little bit more defensively than he was a couple of laps ago. Through turn 7 they go on towards that short stretch towards turn 8, and they did close in marginally on that last lap to Dan Healy. Through they go through the turn 9, then through turn 10 they will go. And Jack O'Neill here just has to hold on for a little bit longer as they head their way through and towards the final corner.
Last lap board will be shown then to Dan Healy. There it is. What a victory this would be. Rhys Pope's just gone and done the fastest lap of the A final so far, 54.177. Well, a win in September at Bayford Meadows in 2020 sparked a real late season surge from Daniel Healy, which saw him take second place in the 2020 Lightweight Sprints Championship. He hadn't won an A final up to that point of the season. And he's going to do the same again here in 2021. Just a few more corners for him to, and I think he is really just coasting at the moment. He's just making sure that he doesn't make any mistakes. 2 more corners to go for Dan Healy. This is going to be a very, very impressive victory for an experienced driver these days. Dan Healy takes his first win in lightweight sprints in 2021 here at Bayford Meadows. Is that the start of a season charge to the title? It's a big win over Jack O'Neill, current points leader. Reece Pope takes an overall podium and a C2 win. Very well deserved for Reece Pope there in the number 42. Peter Knight, fantastic at Bayford here again. 4th overall, 2nd in C2. Mike Coppin, 5th, 3rd in C1, but has penalties, so he'll probably lose that spot. Fraser Brunton will inherit it. Ed Bars finishes a slightly low energy day, I feel, for Ed Bars there in 7th place, but I'm sure he will be back, especially when we have the next streamed round at Whilton Mill in a few weeks' time. 8th for Josh Adams, 9th for Dan Seeger, 10th for Ben Lambeth. Very impressive here today in C2. Owen Genman, well, we'll be thinking what could have been 11th place for him in the end of the A final, but with the speed that he's had this weekend, probably deserved a lot more. 12th for Aidan Rudge, a very impressive drive from a novice in C2 there. 13th for Garrett Berry, 14th for Pietro Pagano, 15th for Daz Teal from the B final. Adrian Mertens 16th. He deserved more today, if I'm being honest, but that's a really good set of races from Adrian, and I'm sure he'll be back for more. 17th for James Wattis, 18th for Adam Harding, 19th for Romanas Sakauskas, 20th for Greg Smith. 2 C3 frontrunners from last year in the top 20 in an A final. That's what we want to see. Jed Toole 21st, Rogerio Mendes 22nd, Bailey Morgan 23rd, Steph Theodori 24th, Alistair Irvin and Stephen Hicks were retirements. Kieran, what do you think of that? Last words.
Yeah, a nice battle for the lead there. It's a good teamwork between Jack O'Neill and Reece Pope. Wasn't quite enough, and I think Reece Pope there, was a little too kind to Jack O'Neill. He definitely could have tried to challenge for that 2nd place, but in the end, he got the C2 victory, got 3rd place overall in this one. That's big points for Reece Pope.
It is indeed. Kieran, thanks for all your help today.
It's been a pleasure.
Fantastic stepping in.
Thank you for having me.
Last minute. We will be back for the next streamed round. Will be at the home of Alpha Live at Whilton Mill on the 10th of October. Do make sure you tune in for that. Do make sure you've subscribed, press the notification bell, shared this stream, and given it a like as well. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash across the various pieces of social media. And that's all we've got time for here at Bayford Meadows. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for your support. We will see you very, very soon for more Club 100.